morning and welcome to the radio program known as Chuck and Buck in the Mornings. It is Chuck Powell. It is not Bucky Jacobson. He is still out.
Buck
Excuse
here.
me?
Buck here.
Oh, there he is. There he is. I guess he did show up. Ashley Ryan is here as well,
guys.
and we welcome you to this radio program. 4 hours of radio coming your way today as we have a lot to discuss today. There is a very packed show coming your way today here on this Tuesday morning. And I want to just start asking just a quick little question, just a little quick survey of one person here this morning. Well, what is it that these social media people get out of just printing fake stories, sports stories? Is there something?
They have no life, and that's entertaining to them.
I mean, do they get something out of it? Like,
I don't think so.
I think they do trick a lot of people. Like, for whatever reason, some guy just keeps doing AI LeBron post-game shows, post-game comments, and then he's posting it as fact and clearly deliberately to just try to trick people into thinking it and get some rise out of human beings. But the problem is that some people see that and they just kind of brush by it, and then they take that with them, and then they think that that's true.
Yeah.
And then they start spreading it, and that either leads to them looking like a fool at some point in the very near future. But you're not even there. You don't even get to be there to see them look like a fool. So, I mean, maybe you've got some sort of like Joker mentality where you just want to see the world burn, but you're not even there to witness it. You're just posting something, and then you're just snickering in the corner that I can't even imagine the look on that stranger's face that I can't even see in my own mind's eye when he spreads this as gospel. Oh, is he going to look like a fool?
That's basically it, I think. It is the idea of, I'm going to do this, and so many people are going to believe me, and they're going to look like idiots and get all riled up, and I win. Whereas in reality, did you win when you're spending all this time doing fake crap? I'd say you're more likely on the losing side of that.
I mean, they are getting looks. I mean, I'll see if I see like somebody will put like a trade, like a fake trade. It doesn't exist. But they'll put I'm going to stop every single time that I see a professional looking.
You have to make sure it's for sure.
Professional looking post that suggests a trade or a firing or something. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense at all. And it takes you like 3 seconds to realize. I mean, I couldn't recognize it by the account name, but I will at least recognize there's no way that's true. And then I'll move on. But they got me to freeze.
Right.
I mean, I certainly didn't like it. I certainly didn't repost it, but I guess the number of people that they did trick into liking or reposting somehow does something for them.
Yeah, I think that's what the joy they get out of posts, likes, and then the
got a really empty
comments,
life there,
people,
buddy. Yeah. Got a really empty life.
Yeah. I do feel like you're probably right. Because then it's also, then they laugh probably for every angry comment of somebody who doesn't believe. But I will say there's a guy that I follow, and all he does is post satire, and people still, like, his account's been out for 5 years or more.
Yeah.
And people still will get so angry when he posts things. And everybody else is in on the joke. So they're all like, oh, gosh, well, how long until they figure it out? Because the guy says, like, he's the sports reporter for the National Enquirer and all. I mean, like, if you read his profile, if you actually look at his profile, you know it's a completely satirical account. And the guy just has fun posting things up there. And then,
like The Onion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar. And so, but people he got Bucky like 4 months ago or 5 months ago, and Bucky was angry on X. And then I was like, oh, gosh, I want to tell him it's not real, but I don't want to tell him it's not real because I don't want to.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Bucky's not very bright.
Well,
let's
the
all
beard.
agree.
It's the
Come on,
beard.
hands in on that.
Okay, ready?
Team.
1, 2, 3. Idiot.
So I don't know. It just it seems like that's why I think you need. I mean, I know people won't like this, but on social media, that's why you need borders. That's why you just need to charge people to use it, like $5 a month.
Yeah.
And people are like, is it really worth it for my goofy little jokes that nobody else likes but me to put out fake trades? Yeah, no, I'm not going to do it anymore. Then you'll filter some of that out. But anyway, it's a bizarre bizarre process.
Yeah.
And it's a bizarre people that continuously go for that. All right, let's dive into some $1,000 Grand Slam cash. Our keyword this hour is rich, used in a sentence. You're a rich girl, and you've gone too far. All right, so Rich at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. So take advantage. I got another keyword coming your way next hour. We start today's show, though, with the National Football League. Schedule release week is here, and on Thursday, we will know the entire National Football League schedule, and we'll react accordingly. But this is schedule release leak week, and it is. I'm going to say, and I just heard an interview with him this morning, so I think I got evidence to support this statement. I think this is Adam Schefter's favorite time of the year.
100%.
Because I think he has the entire schedule. I think it's already been given to him. And then he is just given like a permission on what he can leak every so often. And so in order to keep his inside connections, he can't leak more than he already leaks. Okay? But he'll get like a leak button that says, okay, you can leak this. And then it highlights it. Okay, I can leak that. He just said this morning in a conversation that he thinks this should start in March. Every day, he should, or someone should be able, that has access to it, leak one game a day. Like, so until we run out of games to leak, all the way up to actual NFL schedule release week. I mean, you are sick, man.
And also, I would be so over it by week 2.
Oh, my gosh.
No, we don't need. The NFL does not need to find a way to draw more attention to itself. In March, everyone's already talking about the NFL draft. Some people are preparing to celebrate the entire month of a holiday.
Those people are sick.
Yeah. A lot of people are still talking about the Super Bowl and the season prior. You've got free agents. I mean, you've got a lot of things going on in the NFL. You don't need to add in, hey, we should torture people with schedule leaks so we can all feel a little bit more important every week.
They're already guilty of, I mean, they knowingly, willingly, strategically spread their offseason events out so that they can steal the thunder of every other sport out there, every other league out there. Mm-hmm. So they already do that. And now you have somebody who is way too big a part of my life. Let's face it. In Adam Schefter. You are sending me. I would not allow my mom to send me texts and tweets at midnight. Yeah. Okay. There would be a talking to with her. And yet I get Adam Schefter's reports because I need somebody to update me so I don't miss something. But then I have to put up with all sorts of stuff that I want to miss just so I don't miss anything. Mm-hmm. So you're already invading all of our lives far too much. And for him to suggest, no, my problem is I don't get to invade your lives enough. I don't have enough insider information. Uh-huh. For him to have that approach shows you how sick a person that he is, quite frankly. And so I admit, as somebody that takes the ball and runs with it during the NFL draft, I don't know if I have a real firm ground to stand on.
Well,
but I really do kind of roll my eyes at this whole NFL schedule. I guess the same that people roll their eyes at me during Draftmas. But the NFL schedule is just, I feel just so overreacted to it. I've outlined all the little nitty-gritty parts of the draft and why I think it's so meaningful. And yes, it's a tongue-in-cheek joke that we do throughout the course of the month, but nonetheless, there is an appetite for it. So I will at least recognize there's an appetite for all these little schedule nuggets that get leaked out. But it just is strange how, for me, as Father Draftmas, do we have to stretch this out even further? And now you're telling me you'd like to stretch it out so we do this every day? No, thank you.
No, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, honestly. And Adam Schefter, he already drives me crazy anyway. But The last thing I think that we need is, to make it a bigger deal. When the college schedules come out, you get one day, here's the college schedule.
Yeah.
Look, we've made this pretty graphic, and here's all your games. I think that's excellent. I would like it if when the NFL says our schedule's going to come out on Thursday at 4:30, then on Thursday at 4:30, every team has their little graphic. And look, here's our schedule. I don't even need the leaks. Because
don't even need the leaks.
I don't need the leaks.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting there anticipating the schedule so much that I need to get little tidbits leading up to Thursday. Like, I can't wait for just more information on the NFL and when they're going to play their games 4 months from now.
Yeah. The NFL wants to dominate our every thought.
Everything.
And Adam Schefter apparently has not gotten enough attention over the years.
Yeah. It's, even to the point of having a Wednesday game for the Seahawks. Like, that's annoying to me. You have the Super Bowl champions now opening the season on a Wednesday because you decided we should put, first off, a division game in Australia on a Thursday to start the season. If I was Rams and 49ers fans, I'd be pissed about that too.
Like I said, I think we've got enough leakage. Ashley says we have too much leakage as it already stands, but I do have to share a leak with you this morning.
Oh gosh, what do we got?
And I was sitting there doing my show prep, and my phone lights up at like 4:15 in the morning, and I'm like, oh gosh, Schefter's early today.
Oh no.
And no, it was about LeBron, and it was recapping the night before.
Oh right.
But about 9 minutes later, I do get the first tweet of the morning and the first leak of the day. And so your first leak of the day. It's your first leak of the day.
Ding, 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 ding.
Adam Schefter reported this morning that the Denver Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs will play the first Monday Night Football game this season. Now, they don't know where, apparently, yet, or he doesn't know where, or he's not allowed to tell us where yet. I don't know why. But it will be Denver versus Kansas City, the first Monday Night Football. Now, there's usually 2 Monday Night Football games, so it's probably the first of 2, or maybe it's the second if it's at Denver. But Monday Night Football, first Monday Night Football day of the year, it will be a division matchup between the Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs, and we don't even know if Patrick Mahomes is going to be healthy enough to play in that game, and yet they're still going to put the Chiefs in a prime time slot to start the year. So how does this impact the Seahawks? Well, as we are trying to figure out, I don't know why we're trying so hard to figure this out.
Because we can't wait till Thursday, Chuck.
We can just wait till Thursday. Not going to change anything. But it was a huge topic yesterday online, trying to put the pieces together to figure out who the Seahawks will open the season with in defense of their world title. So we knew yesterday, and we covered this yesterday morning, that with the announcement that the Cowboys and Giants were going to play the first Sunday night game, that took away 2 of the potential season opener opponents. Because we know, for those that don't know, we knew at the end of the regular season who all the Seahawks opponents were going to be this year, and we have known for that long whether or not they're going to play those opponents at home or on the road. So the Cowboys and Giants are on our list. And we know that the Seahawks will not just open the season, they will open at home. That always happens with the world champion. Anybody not realize we were world champions?
Who won the world championship?
It was the Seahawks. Yeah, the Seahawks, yeah. So Cowboys, Giants were on our list of 9 home opponents this year. So we know that those 2 teams will not be in Seattle on Wednesday opening night. We also know the Rams and 49ers will not be because a lot, not all of it yet, but a lot of the international games schedule has been leaked to this point. We already know the Rams and 49ers are going to be in Australia on that Thursday. So we know the Rams and 49ers are off. So that takes 4 teams off the list. And now we know the Kansas City Chiefs are playing Monday night of opening week, so that takes them off of the list. So that leaves us with Patriots, Bears, Chargers, and Cardinals, as we covered yesterday. Don't imagine that the Cardinals, considering they're in a bit of a rebuild state, are the kind of team that the NFL is going to want to put on its opening night.
Not going to get a lot of hype for that one.
We're going to eliminate the Cardinals. I can't imagine, even though maybe they would, under other circumstances, put the Patriots and the Seahawks in a Super Bowl rematch to start the season. But with all this Vrabel, Rossini stuff, it's not only can I not imagine that they would do that, please don't do it. I do not want to spend my opening night getting excited about the football season, getting excited about seeing the Seahawks play for the first time, and then have to deal with an hour and a half of the 2.5-hour pregame being about some reporter who can't stop sleeping with coaches.
Yeah, that's the last thing I want to hear about on opening night of my team's football season.
And I can't imagine that the NFL would want, as they're presenting its pretty little season for the first time, I can't imagine they would wrap it with, porn bow.
I would hope not. God, I really would hope not.
Yeah, put some porn wrapping around there.
Yeah, cellophane.
Yeah, hey, we got it's a present. The NFL season's here. What is this strange wrapping? Is that wieners and boobs?
Yeah, that's what we open every season with.
Why is there a dilbo on it?
Bow.
That is inappropriate. So that leaves, as far as we could tell from yesterday, and I think most people were agreeing on social media yesterday, Chargers or Bears. And I just think Bears make a little more sense. Chargers makes a lot of sense to me. That's a good team. Yeah. They got a big-time quarterback. They got a big-time head coach that we know really well. But the Bears, that's just a sexier brand. And they're
especially right now, yeah.
Yeah, and they seem to be getting back near the top. I'm not sure they'll ever get back to the top, but they're getting back near the top with
you look at their season last year,
with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. So we circled the Bears yesterday as the very, very likely team that they'll play. But you can eliminate the Chiefs in a rematch with Ken Walker as of this morning. Mm-hmm. That is now off the table. So there you go. There's the latest. For people that couldn't wait to eliminate another team from the possibility facing the Seahawks on opening night.
I feel better because I did sit there in my bed last night thinking, well, I really should be going to sleep. But I get the argument for the Bears. Could the NFL be super sneaky? Maybe they really do believe in Patrick Mahomes' recovery. And so now I know tonight I can sleep.
That's right. That's right. You'll get a good rest tonight.
Thank goodness.
All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of today's show.
Coming up on Chuck and Bud. Say what? What's on tap? What's on tap?
NFL schedule release week. They'll continue to leak things out. No doubt about it. Yep, Adam Schefter has on his depends here this morning because he's going to leak whenever the league allows him to leak. So we'll update you whenever we get one. And, of course, put it against how it affects the Seattle Seahawks. It's also PGA Championship week, so that is something already underway for us. Every major golf challenge, we have or major golf tournament, we have the Major Golf Challenge, which is available to you at 93.3KJR.com. Fill out all of the brackets. You'll get a chance to win some prizes from P&W Golf Academy and also Gamble Sands, of course. It's also Preakness week. I didn't realize Eddie Olczyk was so fired up about the ponies.
And the pucks.
He spent 7 minutes of our 15-minute conversation yesterday telling us about the ponies. So Preakness week is this week. The Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, will not run in the race, which makes it about 92% less interesting. NBA playoffs also are kind of in that stage of not being so interesting right now. We've already seen the Knicks knock out the 76ers in no time flat. And then last night, OKC did the same thing to the Lakers. Lakers led for most of the second half, but the Thunder ended up winning in the end, and it knocks the Lakers out of the playoffs. Not that we gave them much of a chance. Luka Doncic ends up not even suiting up in the playoffs for the Lakers this year. So OKC moves on to the next round, which is the Western Conference Finals, and they have not been touched yet. They are 8-0, a perfect 8-0 so far in the playoffs. Meanwhile, was it LeBron James' final game of his illustrious NBA career? Could be, but kind of feels like most people are doubting that. LeBron was sort of vague last night in his post-game remarks about where he's going to go with his next step. But it kind of feels like, he doesn't look tired, and he just kind of, And I think he still thinks he's one of the best.
Well, and he didn't really get his full farewell tour, right? Because he hadn't announced he was retiring after the season. And I feel like he wants that full farewell tour.
I think you're probably right about that. Also, yesterday, Giannis Antetokounmpo rumors have really started to ramp up. It looks like the Milwaukee Bucks are definitely of a mind to trade him. I don't know why they didn't do it at the deadline, but I mean, they could have gotten one of these draft picks in the lottery. I'm telling you, this is why fans think that they can question general managers, because they're stupid. A lot of them are really stupid.
It doesn't seem like they have ever, like they have any clue what they're doing, at least, right, to me.
Spencer Hawes will join us at 8 o'clock. We got all sorts of things to discuss with Spencer, our NBA playoffs insider. That's what he's turned into on our radio program. So we'll talk to him about Wemby's elbow. He did not get suspended, so he will play in tonight's matchup between the Spurs and Timberwolves, Game 5. That series actually interesting. It's even at 2 games apiece. Also, Cleveland, they squared up their series with Detroit last night as Donovan Mitchell scored 39 of his 43 points in the second half last night. But the big controversy is the disparity in free throws that were shot last night, as the Detroit Pistons are not happy about the officiating right now. Stanley Cup playoffs, Colorado's moved up 3-1 on the Minnesota Wild with a 5-2 victory last night. Tonight, you got Buffalo at Montreal with the Canadiens up 2-1, and Anaheim at Vegas. That series is even at 2. Finally, Mariners do win last night. We're not blowing it off. We're going to talk about it a lot today. Just didn't lead with it. Mariners 3-1 winners over the Houston Astros, and so we'll recap it for you with Mariners Morning After, which is coming up next. Tonight, Brian Wu versus Tatsuya Imai, who comes off the injury list for the Houston Astros. We put him on the injury list, if you remember.
Say, yeah, well, last time we played him.
Yeah, he did not make it very long into that game or into his first season as a major leaguer. First pitch tonight is at 5:10. We will have Ryan Healy on to talk about Cal Raleigh's continuing struggles at 9 o'clock. We'll also have Cooper Criswell on to talk about him filling a really big role with three of our top 5 relievers on the shelf for various reasons. He'll join us at 9:30. But MMA is next. Mariners Morning After here on this Tuesday. Chuck and Ashley with you. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Uplifting. Good for the heart kind of music.
Jump around.
Yeah.
One more time.
Yeah, let's do it one more time tonight. Not to get ahead of myself. It is Chuck and Ashley with you. It is time for Mariners Morning After, and we have deprived you of reaction to last night's 3-1 win thus far in the show. We started with NFL schedule release. Oh, and complaining about people who post false stories.
Yeah, lots of leaking and lots of lying.
Right. And so we finally do get to recapping last night's Mariners victory over the Houston Astros. Game 1 of a 4-game series against a division rival that, let's face it, for a decade gave everyone in the American League West fits. But it's been a long time, by the way. I think this is important for the message in this series. It's been a long time since the Mariners have sort of been intimidated by this team. They've actually done really well. A little secret, they've done really well against the Astros over the last 3 to 4 years. And so this has not been a situation where the M's have been in awe of the Houston Astros whenever they face them, even in Houston. And so far this season, we're not lost to them yet. So George Kirby took the mound against Peyton Lambert. That was the pitching matchup yesterday. The Mariners, just a good-looking inning for them in the second where they got runners on base, and then they got 2 outs, and that's usually where they shrivel and die. And instead, back-to-back 2-out RBI hits from Dom Canzone and also Cole Young to make it 2-0 at that point. Some really aggressive third base coaching there because I'm not sure either decision to send the runner was a good one. But
Luke's was a lot closer.
But, you know, that's what you get when you're struggling offense. Sometimes you got to take chances with 2 outs, and you got to make them make a play defensively. And so you got a bobble from the left fielder that allowed Randy Arozarena to score on a smoked ball to left field by Dom Canzone. And then you just got perfect base running from Luke Raley. I mean, he hit that bag at the perfect angle, took the perfect angle home, perfect head first slide, perfectly gets that hand in just before he got tagged out, and you're up 2-0 at that point.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
It was just the hustle from both Arozarena and from Raley. I mean, just especially we don't see that hustle all the time from Randy, but I think we're seeing it more consistently right now.
We're seeing him hustle this year.
Yeah.
I'll defend him because we're seeing him hustle, but you're right. He's got a reputation for that.
Yeah. But we are seeing it more consistently this year, and I like it.
For sure.
Yeah.
But we're not seeing really consistent good decisions by him. That still seems to be an issue.
That can be a problem, yeah. But Luke Raley continues to just impress me this year, and I love watching him play.
All right, so 2-0 at that point, and then top of the third, Peyton Lambert. We weren't done with you, not just yet. No, we had to score one more big, giant run against you. Julio Rodriguez led off the inning.
3 wonderful grandkids keeps me busy, and I'm blessed, and thanks for having me. And
are they exhausting?
But that's the beauty of a bottle of vino at 8 o'clock when I get home.
This ball is not coming back.
Oh, my goodness.
Hits off the signage, and Julio's hot hitting continues. His 7th of the year leaves a dent to start the third.
Oh, man.
Really love it when...
Could you hear the smoke coming out of Aaron's ears there? That you walked all over his 1 home run call of the night. And Aaron looks for no doubters because he's often in doubt.
Yeah.
With long fly balls. And so Jay Buhner's story about his grandkids just bled right into the only home run call of the night.
You could see the smoke coming out of my ears on YouTube, I'll tell you that much. It is. We talked about pet peeves yesterday. That's my pet peeve. Just stop talking once the pitcher goes into his windup. Just stop talking. I don't care where you are in whatever story or analysis, anyone. And this isn't just Jay Buhner. This is everyone. I want to hear the ball get smacked by the bat. That's it.
Julio with the 414-foot bomb to left field. He crushed it. And the Mariners took a 3-0 lead at that point. I want to talk more about that home run a little bit later on in the show. Now, as far as the game itself, we don't have to stop scoring runs just because we're up 3. And yet, the team made a decision.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That should be enough, and we're gonna hold right there. Okay. So George Kirby only gets through the 5th inning last night. Like the pitch total, I don't know how it snuck up that fast, but it felt like he was in control, and yet all of a sudden in the 5th inning, you're like, is he even going to get out of the 5th? Well, they kept him in the game. He did give up a run, but he danced around more damage, and so he's out of the 5th. You're up 3-1, and now you've got to get through 4 innings of relievers, and you only have 2 of your 5 best relievers available to you because Jose Ferrer went on paternity leave yesterday, and we know that Brash and Spire are on the IL. So how do you bridge the gap to Bizzardo in the 8th and Munoz in the 9th? Nick Davila.
Yeah.
Nick Davila gets the call in the 6th inning, gets the job done, and rather easily. And then Cooper Criswell, who's been a really nice surprise, gets the job done in the 7th inning as well. I mean, he was brought over as a possible, long reliever, spot starter. If Emerson Hancock had a bad spring, maybe he would have been in the starting rotation. And now he's starting to get used in some higher leverage roles, and he's coming through for the team to this point. We'll actually get to chat with him today at 9:30. Bizzardo did get the job done in the 8th. He struck out the side after allowing a leadoff double. And then Andres Munoz with a beautiful 9th inning, striking out Yordan Alvarez to end the game. Alvarez representing the tying run at that point. We always have to make it difficult.
Always.
We always have to be on the edge of our seat. You're like, all right, just get Altuve so Alvarez doesn't come up as the tying run. Damn it.
Oh, you want to put Altuve on? Okay, great. Yeah, you should definitely. There's a hit. Awesome.
But he struck him out, and he struck him out with a changeup, which is something he's not real confident in throwing. Cal's had to talk him into it, but I think it's looking like a pretty effective weapon for him at this point. Anyway, Mooney talked to the media after the game.
That seemed about as fired up as we've seen you out there this season. Just how much emotion did you have to go out there and get that strikeout against Yordan?
Yeah, it's a lot of emotions. We've been working on a lot of stuff, and we just, as soon as I get in, I go to do my best, and that's what I did. Just do my best, and all the time I try to do that. I was losing that a little bit, but I'm going to continue working on it.
What helped you get it back, do you think, recently?
Probably use the confidence that everybody gives me. Like, they are saying, like, you're good. Like, you are doing the things that you have to do. But yes, it's just like we just have to keep working and go out there and compete our best over there.
What can you say?
Andres Munoz after the game. Forgive me, I gave some misinformation. I must have been having a flashback to a previous Bizzardo outing. But he did not give up a leadoff double in the 8th. It was a leadoff walk in the 8th inning, but then struck out Cole Smith and Matthews to close out his portion of the game. So 3-1, the final score. 4 shutout innings from the bullpen, including at least one unlikely character in that scenario. And the Mariners get the win to start the 4-game series. 3-1 is your final score. So they are 20-22 now on the year. The Astros are 16-26. The two will play again tonight. Brian Wu will get the start for the Mariners, and Tatsuya Imai will get the start for the Houston Astros. He was a big free agent signing by the Astros this offseason, and there was a lot of talk about how amazing he was looking in the spring. And then he got just a couple of starts into his season, and it was against the Mariners. He did not look right. Something was off. He walked the house and was taken out of the game very early in that contest, and then went on the IL immediately afterwards, and he has not pitched since. And so he makes his return to the mound for the Astros tonight. So I don't know which version we'll get, the one that was making all the positive headlines in the spring, or the one that seemed to not be able to find the strike zone in his start against the Mariners. But it will be interesting to find out. So Wu versus Imai is your pitching matchup tonight. First pitch is at 5:10. Ryan Healy's going to join us later in the show at 9 o'clock for his weekly visit, and we will discuss Cal Raleigh's struggles, because he is now 0 for his last 36 and just looks sad.
Yeah.
He just looks beside himself.
Even after Mooney struck out Jordan and they came to each other at the between the mound and the plate and gave each other kind of a hug, I don't know, something, and you can tell there's a lot going on in there. And It wasn't just, I'm really happy we won. I know he is really happy we won, and he's focused on that more than on himself, but you can tell something's bothering him.
Well, it's a good thing that you're a catcher and you're so involved in the game, because you can still take some joy and personally from, I ushered Kirby through 5 innings, even though he wasn't on his game.
Yeah,
and then I
Logan the night before, too.
And I got 4 shutout innings out of my bullpen tonight. So you can take a lot of solace, and you contributed mightily to the victory, but he's got to get fixed.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're not going to accomplish what we want to accomplish this year. We'll talk more about that at 7:05, and then, of course, with Ryan Healy at 9 o'clock today. Coming up next, though, I did talk about the NBA lottery yesterday, but just from a rigging standpoint, there were actually some really interesting things that came out of that result. So I think we should probably shed some light on that, including why fans can always question their general manager. We'll talk about that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, headlines coming out at the top of the hour, plus some more on the Mariners' victory last night over the Houston Astros and the struggles of Cal Raleigh. That's coming up at 7 o'clock. We have an emergency Reckless at breakfast today. I just finished putting together a list for that, and you're not going to be happy about it.
Uh-oh.
You're going to find it to be rather reckless. So we're going to do that today at 7:45. But yesterday I spent a little bit of time, because I didn't get to spend time on it late last week, announcing to the world that I think that the NBA lottery is rigged and has been forever.
Yeah.
I can't confirm that. But
they can't deny it.
Kind of got my suspicions. And actually, I would think that at minimum, all general managers in the NBA either know or are suspicious of the exact same thing. I mean, the players are. I mean, if the players are, why haven't the general managers pulled them aside and said, "That's silly. Don't be silly. Don't spread that stuff." So I think they kind of know too, to a degree. How much they know, I don't know that. But plausible deniability, that's what it's all about. Teflon Don. It's just like Gotti. What you do is you send out all of your minions, and as long as you keep yourself Teflon, as long as you keep yourself away from the direct contact to any kind of suspicious behavior, then you can deny it all you want. So that's kind of what I think happens with the NBA lottery. But we didn't really discuss the impact of yesterday's lottery. And I think the greatest impact from it, I mean, yes, there are a lot of teams that are going to be able to add a really significant player. They're calling this the deepest draft we've seen in 25 years. The top 10 is going to give the top 10 teams a really significant player to build around or help build around, set a foundation for the future. And that's why so many teams were tanking this past year, which brings to light the thing that I grab as the biggest takeaway from this year's NBA lottery. Anybody tells you as a sports fan that you don't have the right to question your general manager, just point out to the NBA lottery 2026, because why the Milwaukee Bucks, when they could have traded Giannis at the trading deadline, and probably to the Atlanta Hawks for one of these picks and a lot more, just as an example, why they didn't move Giannis at the trading deadline, and now we're going to have to trade him for even less than they would have gotten at the trading deadline, and you're going to trade him for picks in a draft in the future that doesn't have near the amount of talent at the top. And the league has introduced anti-tanking policies, so you're not going to be able to just lose games on purpose and find your way toward the top of the draft, even if the draft is on the up and up, which we all doubt that it is. So why you didn't trade Giannis at the trading deadline this year, why you decided to hold on to him, and then seconds after the season ends, we're looking to trade Giannis. What? I mean, I get why you might want to keep him, but if you are going to trade him, which you should have been thinking about for 3 years, why now have you decided, when you are trading him to a less fervent market, and he's become such a liability to your organization?
He's made it so obvious he doesn't want to be there.
Attitudinally. And now you're going to trade him? I just put together a fake trade last night. I used that trade machine on ESPN.com. Jamal Murray, and then a couple of young players. This is even without draft picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And the machine told me that was a minus 11 games trade for
oh wow
for the Denver Nuggets, not for the Bucks, for the Denver Nuggets to make that move. And so I'm not saying that's accurate, because it's not. But I'm just saying, now you're going to trade him when his value is lower, and you're not going to get draft picks from the richest draft in 25 years. It's dumb. Same with the Indiana Pacers. I mean, I suppose there are some merits to their general manager apologizing for the trade they made and citing bad luck in the NBA lottery. But again, don't you think the lottery is rigged? Don't you at least suspect it? And you have a commissioner who's pissed off at all the tanking teams, and you are one of the tanking teams from this past year, and you can't even blame it on the fact that well, we made that trade earlier than we realized we were going to be bad. No, you made it in February of this year. You traded for a 30-year-old who has never been an all-star, big man, 7 foot tall, who averages a career 14 points and 10 rebounds per game. And you traded Benedict Mathurin and 2 first-round picks, including a potential lottery pick, 5 to 9. And so maybe the ping pong balls didn't fall your way, but you were trying to thread a needle. You gave up.
You didn't set yourself up for a lot of success.
You gave up the 5th overall pick and Benedict Mathurin, and you still owe draft capital to the Clippers in the future. That is one of the worst, most blindsided trades I think that I've come across in a number of years. So, okay, you've apologized. Please pack your bags and go. I mean, I know that you got to the finals, conference finals a year ago. Well, let's face it, you didn't even realize Halliburton was as good as he was when you drafted him. And so, I don't know. I mean, they have just opened the door to all of us to criticize them because those are some really awful professional general manager sports trades right there.
Yeah, well, and when the Pacers GM made that apology too and was saying, yeah, it was a risk, probably one we shouldn't have taken. It's like, how did you not? Did you not have anyone that looked over everything and said, well, wait a minute, yeah, we're trying to make this very, very specific, and we're not setting ourselves up to be lucky. And then he even said, and we just hoped that it was about time for some luck to come our way. So you're making trades,
right?
And
based off luck,
based off thinking, well, we're due some luck.
Jeez. Headlines next. Plus, Mariners win. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
trying to finish it off. His 2-2. And he does! A strikeout to end the game, and the Mariners take game one. Andres Munoz strikes out Yordan Alvarez to finish it off tonight.
Yes, a very aggressive Andres Munoz using that fastball more than we've ever seen him use it in an outing.
When you throw 100, you should be able to do that.
Hour number 2 of the Chuck and Buck Tuesday radio program right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you with us here this morning, man. We've had a run of beautiful weather. Looks like it's going to be nice again today here in the Pacific Northwest.
76.
How about that? How about that? Soak it all up. Soak it up like a biscuit, I say. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell. It's great to have you with us. We do have a cash word for you. It is media, MEDIA. Enter that at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in Grand Slam cash. Another keyword comes your way at 8 o'clock today, but your 7 o'clock hour keyword is media, MEDIA. Jay Buhner, Dave Valley, Aaron Goldsmith are part of the media. I used that in a sentence there. Mariners TV broadcast last night with the call. The Mariners do win over the Houston Astros 3-1, the final score. So they get their 4-game series in Houston. Started off on a good note. George Kirby has been an Astros killer throughout his young career and wasn't his best last night, but certainly very good. He allowed just 1 run over 5 innings, struck out 7 batters, but lost track of his pitch count. It got up on him, and he barely got out of the 5th inning before the team turned things over to 4 different relievers to close out the Astros, including 2 guys that we have not pressed into that kind of role before. Well, at least one of them, Nick Davila, worked a scoreless 6th, Cooper Criswell a scoreless 7th, Bizardo, and then Munoz closed it out for his 8th save of the year and looked very Munoz-like.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's our guy.
Yeah, gave up 1 hit.
Yep.
Scared us a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, got it done.
Yeah. You kind of threw some nasty stuff to Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, that last pitch he struck him out on. I was like, oh, good word.
Yeah. Good job, man.
Yeah.
So 3-1 the final score. The Mariners now 20-22 on the season. They will face the Astros again tonight. It'll be Brian Wu versus Tatsuya Imai. That is your pitching matchup. First pitch is at 5:10, and I would assume the team will be without Jose Ferrer again today. He was sent on paternity leave, and so we might have to see a patchwork bullpen again tonight to get us through it. But, of course, the main goal is for Brian Wu to go 8 innings or so.
Yes.
That would help a lot, Brian. I mean, I'm not don't ask you for a lot. I mean, you've never helped me move.
I haven't asked you for anything, actually.
Yeah, you never bought me lunch. I never looked at you and like, hey, man, I'm a little short on rent this month. Think you could help a brother out?
Yeah, he's never offered either.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think you owe me a favor, frankly, a personal favor, and I would like to cash it in a little bit tonight. Give us 8 shutout innings. What do you say, bud?
Be a pal.
Yeah, be a pal. Let's take a look at your Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill headlines before we continue with the Mariners conversation. I mean, because if Brian Wu gives me this favor, I might ask for a car. The NFL schedule will be released officially on Thursday. We already got a leak this morning. The Kansas City Chiefs and Denver Broncos are going to play Monday Night Football, the first Monday Night Football game of the year. Might be the second, technically, because we've been doing the 2 Monday Night Football games on opening weekend.
Did text into the Tacoma Dodge text line and say, didn't they say they're not going to do...
Maybe.
2 at least on opening week,
Maybe.
I believe.
Maybe that's true. But we do know the Kansas City Chiefs and Denver Broncos are going to play Monday Night Football of the opening weekend. We don't even know if it's in Kansas City or Denver. At least I haven't seen that updated to this point. But it does eliminate another possible home opener, season opener opponent for the Seahawks on Wednesday. To begin the year. The Kansas City Chiefs were a candidate to play that game. A rematch against Ken Walker. That's not a rematch, but a matchup against Ken Walker. So that's not going to happen. It's looking very much like it will be the Bears that the Seahawks will start with. Let's see. Elsewhere in our Coors Light Choose Chill headlines, it's PGA Championship week as well. So the second major of the year will start on Thursday. We'll do a lot on that tomorrow. It's Preakness week, so the second crown of the Triple Crown, a second jewel of the Triple Crown will be held this Saturday. But we won't have a Triple Crown winner this year because Golden Tempo is not going to race the Kentucky Derby winner. NBA playoffs last night. OKC oust the Lakers from the playoffs in 4 straight games. They are now 8-0 in the playoffs. The Thunder, they haven't even had Jalen Williams available to them. Their second best player, and they've gone 8-0 so far in the playoffs. San Antonio is going to be taken to at least 6 games with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So OKC is going to have all that rest in the Western Conference Finals, and whoever comes out of the Minnesota-San Antonio series will not be able to say the same. Tonight, Minnesota, San Antonio in Texas, game number 5. And yes, Wemby will play in the game. He was not suspended for the elbow he threw at Naz Reid. Cleveland squared their series with Detroit last night. So the Cavaliers and Pistons are even at 2 games apiece. Finally, Stanley Cup playoffs. Colorado is up 3-1 on the Minnesota Wild. They won 5-2 last night. Buffalo at Montreal tonight, and Anaheim at Las Vegas. There you go. Those are your Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill headlines here on this Tuesday. And the Mariners do win over the Houston Astros. It is nice. We seem to have the upper hand in that relationship right now. Feels good.
I enjoy it a lot more than when it was the other way.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't like it when they owned us.
Yeah.
I like owning them.
Yeah.
I like to keep doing that.
And look, I mean, we've actually fared really well against them. Even when the Astros were still winning the division, the Mariners were playing well heads up against them. So I don't think there's been an intimidation factor with the Astros in 4 to 5 years. I really don't. Now we still have a lot to do to settle the score because they owned the division for a decade. And we're coming off our first division champion in a quarter century. And so there's a lot to do to settle the score, but not only have they not played intimidated by the Houston Astros the last few seasons, now they seem to, I don't want to get carried away because we still have 3 more games to play against them, but we kind of used them to get well against. I mean, earlier in the year that the Mariners
helped us out. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, and now here you are losing 2 out of 3 to the Chicago White Sox. It's all right. It's the Astros. We always get well against them. It's quite the reverse of fortune.
It is because you used to be just even 2 years ago when you could see that we were starting to at least even out. It was still a scary thing when you had to face them.
Sure.
You still would, we would, as fans especially, stress out. So to have it be the opposite now and not be even remotely scared. I mean, I'm a little scared regardless of who we're playing at this point with how the Mariners are playing, but not nearly what I used to be.
So Mariners win last night by a final score of 3-1 over the Houston Astros. Julio with a big fly home run, some aggressive base coaching early in the contest, which led to 2 runs that ended up being the difference in the game. George Kirby, not great, but sound, and he got through 5 innings with the lead, and then the bullpen did its job. Davila, Criswell, Bizzardo, and Munoz closing it out for a 3-1 victory. So good. Hopefully it launches something. Hopefully it gets the team on the right track. Of course, they actually hate momentum as an organization.
Yeah, we don't need any of that.
Yeah, like momentum and the spring just don't go together in Mariners baseball in the Jerry DiPoto era. So we'll try to tap into momentum. We'll try to cash in on that, say July, August, and September. But right now, no, we don't take advantage of anything positive.
Yeah, late summer's more of our momentum time of year. Anything early.
Oh, the momentum is in bloom, finally.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you're trying to pick the fruit off the tree too early, and it's very bitter.
Aren't strawberries a summer fruit?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so
you gotta just wait till they're ripe. Stop trying to make momentum happen.
Right. We're not a bed of flowers. We're more like a patch of strawberries. That's the
right.
Mariners baseball.
Bring it on in July.
But a lot of good stuff from last night, and so I hesitate to bring up something bad, but I really, from yesterday. We talked about it a little bit, but from the time we finished the show to this morning because we have Ryan Healy on at 9 o'clock. We don't have Bucky right now, so normally we would be leaning really heavily into forcing Bucky to fix Cal Raleigh right now. What's wrong with his swing? What's wrong with his approach? What's happening with him? And I've played a little bit of amateur baseball analyst with that, but I really want to get to the bottom of it because we're going to need this guy. I know we won last night, and I know he contributed heavily to the victory last night. I mean, he caught Kirby, Davila, Criswell, Bizzardo, and Munoz. He was a huge part of that game plan. He always is. But 0 for 4 again last night, which means Cal Raleigh is 0 for his last 36.
Yep.
He has never looked worse or more lost, I think, at any time in his career. And remember, Cal didn't exactly take the league by fire. He was striking out a lot early in his career, and he had to kind of punch through that. Once upon a time, he shared the catching duties with Tom Murphy. If you can't forget,
Tom Murphy, yeah.
So he's just in a bad place right now. He's even told the reporters it's terrible. He's got a 238 on base percentage. 157 batting average. And I heard what Jay said, that at the end of the year, boy, even as bad a season as he's having, if you can just times everything by 4, he's hit 28, 30 home runs this year, and that's still a good year. No, it's not. Because a batting average times 4 is still 157.
That's not great, Jay.
That's not only not great, that is, you hit 8th, 9th in the lineup, and the only reason you're in the lineup is for your defense because you're a catcher. I mean, we have to accept. I mean, I've accepted long ago. I don't think Cal Raleigh's ever going to be a 300 hitter, a 280 hitter. I think that there might be seasons where he does hit 220 to 240. But 160, actually 157? No, that's not acceptable. Now, we know what the team has invested in him. We know what he did just a year ago, and we know that it's still mid-May. So there's a lot of time to come out of this. I mean, my goodness, Shohei Ohtani can't get a hit right now. Shohei Ohtani might be the one guy slumping as badly in the superstar department as Cal Raleigh right now, and don't you have every faith that Shohei Ohtani is still going to end up having a successful year? Of course he will.
Yes.
And I think Cal will come out of this. But there's a lot of work to do here. And as playing, sort of the Bucky fill-in on this, I mean, I've been saying this all season long, and we heard Dave talking about it last night. We heard Jay talking about it last night. We heard Harold Reynolds talk about it yesterday on MLB Network. He's just not on time with the fastball. And until you get on time with the fastball, you're never going to hit at the major league level. And Cal Raleigh, on top of that, is pretty much swinging at everything, as Aaron, I thought, very appropriately pointed out last night. I mean, he's not taking pitches because he's so insecure right now about hitting behind in the count. He's trying to jump on something so that he can just get a hit, so that he can just contribute, so he can time something up. And so he's pretty much swinging at everything. And teams are taking advantage of what is a slow bat right now, a lack of confidence, and the fact that he's over-aggressive at the plate. And so they are just peppering him with fastballs above the strike zone, and he is swinging through all of them because he can't catch up to them. And so I think Bucky would give him the advice that Jay Buhner shared last night. You just got to look fastball. Period. If you got to start early, you got to start early. If you end up looking foolish because they break off a breaking ball, then look foolish. But until you can catch up with the fastball, you're not going to be able to hit, son. So Cal Raleigh, I didn't think that he would be going through something like this. All hitters do, including Aaron Judge. But he is going through a period right now in the season where he is a liability at the plate. And so they've moved him to 4th, but that's still a really big spot in the order. They might have to take it a step further until they can get right. Take him down to 6th, take him down to 7th maybe in the lineup right now. But he is a broken hitter right now. And the same guys that were whispering in his ear last year during his 60-homer season are the same guys there. So you know that Kevin Seitzer and Edgar Martinez are giving him sound advice. He can't execute it right now. Then you add the psychology of the sport where all of a sudden you think you're doing all the things that you should be doing to get out of your slump, and nobody's going to ever question Cal Raleigh's work ethic. I promise you he's taken extra BP, and then he's gone through a stretch of maybe I'm taking too much BP. Mm-hmm. So he's working his tail off, and it's a big tail. He's working his tail off to get right for this team right now, but knowing that he's working hard, he's getting the right advice, he knows what he's doing wrong, and he still can't even come close to medicating it, to fixing the wound at this point, shows you just how difficult this game is, how hard it is to hit at the major league level, even for someone who a year ago achieved something we never thought we would see from a catcher, 60 home runs in a season. But even the pre-60 homer Cal Raleigh was an all-star caliber catcher. And so we went into this season saying, as you know, we can't expect him to hit 60 home runs. So as long as he's still the Cal Raleigh that we knew prior to 2025, then we're good. We're good with that Cal Raleigh. But right now, he's nowhere close to being that, and it has to get fixed.
Yeah, and yesterday, sitting in our post-show meeting, our boss said, is this the most disappointing, MVP runner-up to follow-up year from anybody we've ever seen? And you have to look at it and say, at least for the start, yeah, this is extremely disappointing, and obviously no more disappointing to us than it is to Cal Raleigh. He's the one that's trying to fix it and working hard to fix it. And, talking about the mental aspect of it, I go back to Rob Refsnyder talking about on a smaller scale, obviously, what he was dealing with at the start of the season and unable to get a hit, and the mental toll it takes, and how many conversations he was having with like their mental coaches and the mental side of things, and trying, trying to will yourself to figure it out and get right. And then it's just kind of a vicious circle, right? Because then you go out there and you think, okay, today's the day I'm going to fix it. This is going to be good. Then you go 0 for 4. All right, now I got to go back and try to figure it out again tomorrow. So what did I do today? And you're just in your head so much. It just, the between the ears thing, as Bucky would say, you got to get all of it right.
Well, I mean, every time he hits a ball hard, he's out in front of it and he pulls it down the line. And then he suddenly goes into a hole. And now he doesn't want to go 0-2, so he tends to swing out of the strike zone, and then he's 0-2. And now he's susceptible to everything because not only does the pitcher have him at a disadvantage, he also doesn't have the confidence hitting down in the lineup. So he's swinging, as Aaron pointed out, he's swinging more than he normally does. So he doesn't even have an eye of the strike zone right now. And then when he doesn't swing, it's usually on a called strike 3. So it's like that's when you need to perhaps have to go out of your strike zone. So that's how off he is. I mean, they used to say about Greg Maddux, when Greg Maddux was on his game, he would get you to swing at balls and take strikes. I mean, think about that. And go watch some Greg Maddux. He was unbelievable about it. He had hitters tied in such knots with the movement of his pitches and his mastery over them psychologically, that he would get them to swing at stuff that wasn't in the strike zone, and they would take all of the stuff that was in the strike zone. I mean, that is mastering the hitter. And right now, Cal Raleigh's like the opposite of that. Cal Raleigh is every at-bat like facing Greg Maddux. He seems to be swinging at everything early, whether it's in the strike zone or not. And then when he's in the hole, he ends up taking some sort of backdoor slider in the zone. And so he's stuck. He's stuck. And it happens to the best of baseball players. Like I said, it's happening to Shohei Ohtani right now, too. I watched him play last night against the San Francisco Giants. That's not a good pitching staff. And he looked absolutely lost. I mean, he looked just as lost as Cal Raleigh. So if it can happen to Shohei, they can pretty much happen to anybody. Aaron Judge goes through these long stretches of ineffectiveness. He's just going through it right now. I have every faith he's going to come out of it. I have every faith that we're going to end up with a 35 home run season out of Cal Raleigh and a batting average probably around 225 because he has such a big hole to dig out of. But I'll take 35 homers, 225 batting average, and excellent defense from Cal Raleigh. That's fine. That is just fine. What we're not going to be able to achieve our goals with is if our best player is hitting 157. So no, we can't just times it by 4 and say it's good enough, because it is not good enough. And we got to call out even our most favorite of players when they are slumping and struggling and costing the team. And that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, and he knows that, and that's probably just eating him up inside. And especially for the season to have started with him and Naylor and Julio all really cold, and now you've seen Naylor and Julio figure their stuff out, and he's still there figuring it out. That's got to also be just extra annoying to him, that he's the one that can't figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's torturing him. You can see it in his face. So you
and
can see it.
I get it. I don't blame him.
You can see it on every pitch. You can see it in the dugout. Even as Ashley pointed out, even with the victory last night, where he did his job behind the plate last night, it wasn't the same, look on his face after a victory. He's really fighting it right now. All right, coming up next on the radio program, it is NFL schedule week. Who do we have scheduled to play the last game of the season this year in the NFL? I mean, the very last one, the Super Bowl one. Well, somebody's come up with 5 possible Super Bowl matchups, and so we're going to go over that list next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Good morning to you, Chuck and Ashley with you. It is NFL schedule release week on Thursday. We'll know everything, but in the meantime, we sit around waiting for leaks.
Leaks everywhere. Plug them.
Leakage. That's what we're doing.
Doesn't sound great when you put it that way.
Yeah. We got buckets in our hands, and we're just waiting. We're just staring up at the NFL roof and waiting for it to leak.
I feel like there's a lot of other things we could do that would be a better use of our time.
Right?
Yeah, but they want us to talk about leaks.
I know. So we got one this morning. I don't know if we've gotten any more. I guess I should have checked that. But we did get one this morning, and it does pertain to trying to figure out the mystery. That is, who will the Seahawks open their defense against for the Super Bowl on the opening Wednesday of the year. And that is that the Denver Broncos and Kansas City Chiefs are going to square off on Monday Night Football, September 14th. That's the opening weekend of the NFL season, which it takes another team off of the possibilities for the Seahawks in game number one, because the Chiefs were one of the 9 teams that we could have faced in this opener. So that takes the Cowboys, Giants, Chiefs, Rams, and 49ers off the board. It leaves just the Cardinals, Chargers, Bears, and Patriots. We don't think the Cardinals and Patriots make sense. So it really comes down to Chargers and Bears, and we have already said we think it's going to be the Bears.
Chargers and Bears and Bears. Oh, my.
Mm-hmm. But I want to know who's going to play in the last game. Do you think they'll reveal that on Thursday? Who's going to play in the last game of the football season?
Oh, gosh. If they did, would that take all the suspense out of the season?
It might. It might.
All right.
If we found out who the Seahawks would play in the Super Bowl Thursday.
I'd still enjoy the whole season. It's fine.
But there has been a site out there, Yahoo, that has decided to predict what they believe are the 5 most likely Super Bowl matchups at the end of the year. So we're going to go through the list.
Let's do it. Are we starting at 1 or 5?
You can do either way you want.
Okay, we'll start at 1. They think the most likely Super Bowl game will be between the Los Angeles Rams and the Buffalo Bills.
Idiots!
Yeah, because
What a
Buffalo
dumb
can't
list.
make it to the Super Bowl again.
Yeah. In all honesty, I get why they would make the Los Angeles Rams the favorite. Very hard to repeat. In the National Football League, there was such closeness to the quality of the Rams and the Seahawks. We can all admit that. We can all recognize that. And even though Matt Stafford will be a year older, he was the best quarterback in the National Football League last year, so I don't see some dramatic drop-off. They did improve their secondary immensely, which was their big weakness. They got some JSN insurance. So I will go ahead and acknowledge. I think the Seahawks are the team to beat this year, but I can see why anyone would think that the Los Angeles Rams. So I'm actually all right with that portion of it. Mm-hmm. It's the Buffalo portion that bothers me. How on earth, after the Buffalo Bills took a step back and have hired an offensive coordinator from within and didn't really improve the team much with the exception of DJ Moore in the offseason, I don't see this team being the favorite to break through this year. I put them as a top 5 candidate, but it's hard for me to believe that they would be the favorite to win the AFC this year.
That after all their struggles that they've had to get to the Super Bowl in past years, that all of a sudden this would be the year they'd break through. It does seem like an odd choice.
I'd name them a candidate. I'd name them a top 5, top 6 in a very evenly dispersed AFC, where in the NFC, I think there are only 3 teams that I see as possible Super Bowl participants this year. Not possible, but probable. I mean, we are talking about the top 5.
Right.
Probable, where I'd like if it was a roulette board, if there was an NFC roulette board, I would put all my money on 3 teams.
Okay.
If I was an AFC roulette wheel, I'd probably put a little bit of money on about 8 or 9 teams to make it to the Super Bowl.
Well, let's see if your 3 teams are 3 teams that they've put in from the NFC. Let's do that. The second most likely Super Bowl scenario, they say, will be the Denver Broncos versus the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, that's a humdinger. That's a humdinger right there.
I liked the way it went the last time we played Denver in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. That worked out all right. And it was very close to us playing them. I mean, Bo Nix doesn't get hurt. The Patriots aren't beating the Broncos.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, Bucky's fear that he was heading down that road again with the Seahawks looking clearly like the best team in the NFL, the fear that he had of getting blown out by the Seahawks, he said on our airwaves, I'd rather them – there's part of me that doesn't even want them to make it.
Yeah, because he didn't want to go through it again. And I can understand that. Now, he was like, obviously, I'd rather have them make it and that happened than not make it. But, yeah, that he still gets reminded of that score every single, multiple times a year.
Yeah, every day by Ashley, actually. She just puts it right there. It's the final score right there at his workspace. I mean, I get Denver. I'd put a stack on the AFC roulette wheel for Denver, and I think I'd put my biggest stack on the NFC wheel for the Seahawks. So I don't know if I'd have my biggest AFC stack, but credit to Sean Payton. Man, they turned that thing around in a blink. Mm-hmm. And I do think Bo Nix is a lot better than what a lot of people thought he was coming out of college, and I suspect he's going to get even better this year. So, yeah, I'd put them as a top 3, top 4 AFC contender for sure. So I think this is a more likely scenario than game 1.
All right. How about scenario 3 then? We're back to the LA Rams. This time they'd be playing the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, we're doing the top 5 as far as Yahoo concerns, the 5 most likely Super Bowl matchups. So they've got Rams in 2 of the first 3. Mm-hmm. So they're clearly saying we think the Rams are the favorite. And so, okay, we're going to go ahead and acknowledge that you think the Rams are the favorite. I can see why you might say that. Kansas City, I don't have them in my top 5 AFC teams. And I have all the faith that Patrick Mahomes is still going to have. Patrick Mahomes is going to have this first stretch of his career, and then there's going to be Travis Kelce's eventually going to retire, and then I think he's going to have another stretch where he's going to win a couple of Super Bowls. I think he's going to have 2 big blocks of winning. But I can't imagine after the 2 years ago, the team that just kept winning by a point and people were wondering, how are they pulling this off? Well, that was obviously an indication of what was coming. And I know they made it to the Super Bowl that year, but it was an indication that they were starting to slide. And then last year, they were bad. Mm-hmm. They were barely competitive a year ago. It's hard for me to believe, as much as I believe in Mahomes and Reed, it's hard for me to believe that roster can be fixed in one off season, and they're right back on top again this year.
Well, yeah, and especially because, again, there's quite a few AFC opponents that are going to be tougher than they are this year. Okay, number 4 matchup. This one, the outlier of all 5 of them. The Philadelphia Eagles versus the Houston Texans.
I kind of like this one.
Do you?
I mean, I don't want this one, but Philadelphia is that 3rd team on the NFC board, and they would have the smallest stack of chips that I would be betting on. Houston might be my favorite.
Really?
Now, C.J. Stroud obviously has to get fixed. I mean, he was filling his jersey pants with poo at the end of last year.
Playoff C.J. Stroud, not good.
You can't win with a quarterback who's scared.
Yeah.
But they still almost won that game when he was soiling his armor. They still almost won that game. That's how great their defense is. They've improved their running game in the offseason, and I just got to believe C.J. Stroud has a bounce-back season this year. So I think the Texans are very dangerous. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are very dangerous. I could see this one happening, but it wouldn't certainly be above Houston, Seattle, or Houston Rams.
Right. Okay. All right. And that brings us to our 5th and final projected matchup. The Kansas City Chiefs back in it again, playing the Seattle Seahawks.
Be a fun Super Bowl.
It would be a fun Super Bowl, but
one we haven't seen played. Ken Walker, Super Bowl MVP against his former team. Mahomes obviously must have had a magical, the greatest year in Patrick Mahomes' career to come back from that injury and lead his team back to the Super Bowl. I mean, that would be, if that's what we're dealing with, that'd be a remarkable story. Kansas City Chiefs, best team of the last 10 years with the best quarterback of modern day against a team trying to go back-to-back and right the wrongs from Super Bowls past.
And everyone who was so mad that there were no fun storylines in this year's Super Bowl would be so thrilled that they'd have something storyliney to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we've got superstars we can talk about.
And a chance to get Taylor on our show.
Oh, my gosh.
That would be amazing. That said, again, does this mean they think the Chiefs, even though they put the Bills number one, they have the Chiefs on 2 of their 5 games?
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean that they think the Chiefs are the favorite in the AFC? Does this mean they've completely overlooked, I think, Jacksonville and how good they were at the end of last season and should have kept playing? Or the Chargers, if they can keep their offensive line healthy, it might be the difference between them being a contender. They didn't even put them on the board. I would have had a different AFC team in every slot, and I'm not sure I would have had the Chiefs in any one of the slots.
And I think that's a fair thing to say, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, at the end of the conversation, crap list.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, there's 2 spots that have something, right, with the Seahawks in there.
If I had to pick it now, and thank God we don't, I would say if I'm making the NFL schedule on Thursday, I would say, and there's a little homer in this, I'll admit, I would go Seattle, Houston.
All right.
That would be my Super Bowl.
I'd say
right
Seattle,
now.
Denver.
Seattle, Denver.
Yep.
All right. Fine list. All right, coming up next, we have a Reckless at Breakfast for you. No, it's not Wednesday. This is an emergency Reckless at Breakfast. This list has to be given out today at this very moment because Spencer Hawes is coming on the show at 8 o'clock, and he needs to tell me I'm crazy. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. o'clock, a cash contest word for you. Chance to win $1,000 plus the opportunity to have Spencer Hawes to overhear him call me stupid.
That part I can't wait for.
I figured you had it on your bingo card today.
Yes.
Good morning. It is Chuck and Ashley. And yes, we are going to get a little reckless at breakfast this morning. We'll do it again tomorrow at 7:45 as well. It's normal slot. But I have an emergency reckless at breakfast because we may have, I don't think we did, but we may have seen LeBron James' last basketball game. Last night, he was knocked out of the playoffs by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Never did get Luka Doncic by his side for a single playoff game, and he is dismissed unceremoniously by a rolling OKC in 4 straight games. So did LeBron play his last game? I don't think so, but there is a chance that we now have his full resume. And so this is something that I've been sitting on for a while, and today seems like the day to use it. My top 10 NBA players of all time.
Oh.
And the reason that I'm bringing it up is to put LeBron in his proper perspective, because I am a LeBron fan. I know a lot of you out there aren't. Bucky is not. Ashley, I think, is kind of in between.
I don't mind him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not like, oh, my God, LeBron's awesome, but I admire what he's done.
Fane loves him. Hugh hates him. You know, like that sort of thing. But nonetheless, I am a Jordan first guy. I don't think LeBron has achieved Michael Jordan status. Michael Jordan is number 1 on my list.
I would agree.
I have a feeling Michael Jordan's going to remain number 1 on my list until I die, till you put the coins on my eyes.
Unless Bronny James can come up and swoop that spot.
That's not going to happen. Jordan's number 1 on my list. To me, LeBron James is number 2. And so here's the reckless part. Here's the significant part of why I'm making this list. Because I think that LeBron is a lot closer to 1, and I'm not saying he's close, but I think he's a lot closer to 1 than 3 is to him.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the reckless at breakfast part of all of this, because anybody can come up with their top 10 lists. But I think the gap between LeBron and who's 3 is wider than the gap, which is significant, between him and Jordan at 2 and 1. Okay?
Makes sense.
3 is Magic Johnson, and 4 is Larry Bird on my list. And you want to talk about the 2 most important players in NBA history, Jordan and LeBron can't hold a candle to these dudes. The league was getting ready to fall apart until Magic and Larry came on the scene. And it wasn't just because of the white-black thing either. They were also took over a league that was known for cocaine more than it was for competitive basketball. And then all of a sudden, we got thrust into our basketball world 2 guys who were animalistic competitors, well-rounded players. I mean, almost like they were delivered to the NBA by God to save the NBA. They were the perfect 1-2 tandem to turn around the league, and not just from a perception standpoint, but they put pressure on all other players to take the damn thing seriously. We're here to play for championships. That's all that matters. And I think that they, more than anybody else, changed the game. And they were also extraordinary. If Larry Bird wouldn't have had all of his back injuries, it's hard to imagine how many championships he'd won. If he hadn't had to go through Magic and had to go through Julius Erving and the amazing Sixers team back in the day, probably would have won 10 championships if Magic and Julius Erving weren't around at that time. So I think that they're 3 and 4 on my list.
Okay. I like the list so far.
Number 5, I've got Bill Russell, and I know that the stats aren't there, but, I mean, championships are championships. I'd like to put Wilt ahead of him. Wilt's numbers are just so incredible, but I can't, because every time he faced Bill, he lost. So I will put Bill Russell 5. I will put Wilt 6. I've got Tim Duncan 7. Yeah, I know I haven't mentioned Kareem yet. Tim Duncan number 7. I put Kareem number 8. I have a hard time in my head because I did not get to see Lou Alcindor play. I'm believe it or not, too young for that. But I did see Kareem play, and the Kareem that I saw was one of the most boring guys to watch. Didn't play defense. All he had was a sky hook. I realize he was great. Don't get me wrong. I got him in the top 8. But I can't get out of my head that receding hairline, those goggles, and that ugly-looking shot of his. So I put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at 8. Then I've got Kobe 9, and then I've got Steph Curry 10. And that's right, I did not put Shaq in my top 10, even though I wanted to. And I don't even have Shaq ahead of Hakeem Olajuwon, who I have at number 11. But that is my top 10 list. But the point of the Reckless at Breakfast this morning, the emergency, was to put LeBron's career, in my opinion, in my Reckless at Breakfast opinion, in its proper perspective. No, he's not Jordan. I don't even think it's that close. But it's closer than number 3 to him, and that to me is the perspective that I have on LeBron James' career. If in fact it's over.
Well, I don't think it's over. I think he's going to have one more year.
Yeah,
but I can't wait to hear what Spencer thinks about your list.
He probably thinks I'm dumb.
Well, hopefully.
All right, he's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Tuesday edition of Chuck and Buck in the Mornings. No Bucky Jacobson, but Ashley Ryan's here. My name is Chuck Powell, and it's great to have you with us here on this Tuesday. We got cash to give away. They're not going to give it to us, so you might as well take it. Coin is your keyword this hour in the Grand Slam Cash Contest, COIN. Enter it at 93.3KJR.com for your shot at $1,000. Coin to 93.3KJR.com. Another keyword comes your way at 9 o'clock when Ryan Healy joins us. We don't normally put Spencer and Ryan on the same show, but we are today. We need to hear from our experts, former NBA, 10-year NBA vet, former UW big man, former high school legend here in Seattle, and been our NBA insider during the playoffs for each of the last two seasons. So we get to chat with him once per week this time of the year. Spencer Hawes is with us here on Chuck and Buck. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are things with you? How was your weekend? Did you enjoy us a nice, lovely, romantic, good weather weekend?
Had a great weekend. Good Mother's Day brunch at home with the family, and then kind of got spoiled Sunday night with the Spurs situation, but we move on. We bounce back tonight.
Well, I do want to talk about the Spurs situation, but I got to have you weigh in on my list first. I don't know if Ashley warned you what I was getting ready to do, but I made a couple of bold statements. I put together my best list, all-time 10 best players in NBA history. Here's the first bold statement in it. I said, Michael Jordan is clearly number one, but I think LeBron is just as clearly number two. And I think the gap between 2 and 3 is larger than 2 and 1. What is your thought about that?
I think that's a good list. I hate the revisionist, trying to compare eras, but I do agree that those two are clearly at the top, and there's a pretty sizable gap between those two gentlemen and everybody else. I got a bold statement that I'm fired up about this morning.
Okay.
Myself, I'd like to share.
Okay.
So I don't know if you, and this is an individual in Howard Schultz that I rarely agree with and like to see getting any sort of publicity, but he wrote an interesting op-ed in the Wall Street Journal about the state of the Seattle business climate. And I hope that the mayor read it, and I hope that she's taking notes, because I saw yesterday in an interview, she's talking about throwing in more taxes for the city of Seattle. And as it pertains to the Sonics and obviously Howard's history with that franchise here, I'd just like to throw out a little warning to her that, all of these measures that she's either done or talking about doing in the city and that the state has done here is not helping our cause, trying to lure back the Sonics. So I'd like to ask her and the politicians above her in the state to start reconsidering. And if they are really sports fans and not just people that like putting hats on at parades and press conferences and pretending, to reconsider the actions they're taking that are demeaning our business environment if we want to have a chance to get the Sonics back. So I'm getting that off my chest. Let's get to the playoff analysis.
Well, I'm glad you got it off your chest then. Spencer Hawes is with us here, our NBA playoff insider. All right, let's talk about the Wemby situation then. What did you think of the actual moment in the game, and then how the officials and the league reacted? Meaning he got ejected from the game, but not suspended any further beyond that. Your thought on the entire scenario?
So I think first and foremost, the elbow warranted an ejection. I think you can't, I know as a big guy, especially when you're younger, and I've never been 7'7" before, but the way that they guard him and the way that he's officiated,
you might still grow. You might have another burst. You never know.
I hope not at this point. But when guys are beating you up and hanging on you like that over the course of a game, a series, a season, it takes its toll. And in that particular instance, he had two guys in McDaniels and Naz Reid climbing all over him, fouling him. And I think the the officials want, I mean, their job in a game is to control the game and control the flow and not let it get out of hand either way. And if they do their job early and call a foul before the second defender gets in there and starts hanging all over him, he doesn't react like that. And that's not to justify his reaction. Obviously, that was excessive. And like I said, I think warranted the ejection, unfortunately, in that instance. If they're doing their job, it doesn't get to that point, and you don't have Wemby getting kicked out, and you don't have Naz Reid taking the sharpest elbow in the West right to his jugular.
Do you think that Mitch Johnson's message after the game, which I also loved, he'll take the fine, I'm going to defend my big man and send a message, do you think it will work? Do you think we'll see the game officiated a little differently from Wemby's perspective tonight?
I would hope so. And if I know anything about how the playoffs operate, the Spurs probably had their video crew put together a nice little 4 or 5 minute montage of all the hits that he's taken, probably not just in this series, but going back to the last one and maybe before, to the league office to demonstrate how they referee him versus, for example, how Julius Randle is refereed on the other end of the floor, where he's just hand checking anybody he can at 25 feet to try and stay in front of him. So I would expect Wemby to come out tonight with his boots on fire, and I think they are going to have to officiate differently in light of the context that is now kind of the national spotlight on this series.
Bickerstaff called out the officials last night. There was a huge discrepancy. I think it was 34 free throws to 12 in the Cavaliers-Pistons game. And he pointed out that Kenny Atkinson, head coach of the Cavaliers, earlier in the series had made the NBA officials, the officials in the series, aware of some things that he didn't like about it. And since that time, according to Bickerstaff, the officiating has turned on its head, and now he feels like all the calls are going the Cavaliers' way. It's sad that an officiating crew could respond that way, could react that way to some criticism, but does it work? Does it work as a head coach to call out officials? Do you more often than not get the immediate dividends of that just by making them aware of the discrepancies that are occurring?
I think so. And the first thing you have to remember is that the officials are human beings. We don't have robo-umps. And I think what gets lost in a lot of this conversation, and everyone wants to talk about home court advantage, and especially in the playoffs and why it's so important. But, I think last night was a great example of, the Cavaliers being a team that they rely heavily on three-point shooting, and generally your three-point shooters, especially your non-stars that aren't going to get as many looks, always shoot better at home. But you also get the benefit of the whistle at home a lot more than you do on the road in the playoffs. And whether they've been called out or not, I think that's been a constant as long as I can remember in the playoffs. And I think it's showing itself not only in that series, and I probably don't have to go out on a limb and say that will also be the case in San Antonio this evening.
Well, that's what we've got left to hang our hat on in this round. We had two sweeps, so let's talk about the two series that are still alive, and they're even right now at 2 games apiece. What will be the outcome of San Antonio, Minnesota? What will be the outcome of Cleveland, Detroit? And what will the reasons be for those outcomes in your estimation?
I think there's still, there's more intrigue now given the Wemby ejection and everything that comes along with that. I still think that series is a little easier to predict. I do think San Antonio comes out ahead on that one. The Cavs Pistons, I think, it's interesting. The Pistons get up 2-0 at home. Everyone thinks they got in the bag. And then the age-old adage of a series doesn't start till a team gets one on the road. They go back to Cleveland, where Cleveland's had a huge home court advantage for a few years now in the playoffs, and they even it back up. So I think the game 5 in that one is going to tell us a lot more about how things are going to go. I think Cleveland has found something being at home, but Cade Cunningham has looked maybe not last night, but up until this point in the series, looked like by far and away the best player in that series. And usually when you get to the playoffs, if all other things are close, the team with the best player and especially the best closer ends up prevailing.
Spencer Hawes is with us, former NBA 10-year player, and of course UW big man, and he's joining us here on Chuck and Buck throughout the NBA playoffs for a second year in a row to be our NBA playoff expert. And we have two series, of course, that were swept. I mean, can the Knicks play any better than what they played against Philadelphia, and is it sustainable going forward?
I mean, they look like the biggest juggernaut we've seen so far in the playoffs, maybe outside of OKC. I think OKC's had pretty favorable matchups, but that's what you get when you're the number one seed. You position yourself that way. But they went in obviously against a Philly team that has some flaws, but people forget they did this without OG Anunoby and still made that quick work of a Sixers team that was riding some good momentum coming into that series. So I don't know if you can count on them shooting the ball the same way, but it looks like the way that Mike Brown has kind of tinkered with Karl Anthony Towns and using him as more of a point forward. I think his assist totals are the thing that stood out to me in that last series against Philly. He's really turned into certainly their secondary, if not primary, playmaker in the half court. And I think that's a massive advantage that the Knicks have against whoever comes out of that other series in the East. And if they can prevail there, they will have in the finals as well.
There's pretty much only one rule in the Spencer conversation. Try not to give the Thunder credit ever. And yet, man, 8-0 to this point in the playoffs without their second best player being healthy. And now they're going to get all that rest for whoever comes out of San Antonio, Minnesota. Man, and they're getting contributions from everyone. I mean, SGA doesn't even have to have good games, and they're still winning easily here through the first two rounds of the playoffs. I think you were leaning toward the Spurs at the beginning of the postseason. Are you changing your mind based on what you're seeing out of OKC so far?
I'm still leaning on the Spurs. I'm still pulling for my boy Mitch. I still think.
Well, I know you're pulling for.
I still think that we learned something in the playoffs about in the regular season about the way that they can match up with Oklahoma City that really no one else can, with the size of their guards and the amount of the Spurs. I'm talking about the amount of point of attack defenders that they have that can throw at SGA, Jalen Williams, and now apparently AJ Mitchell, who's turned into a legitimate number two option. But Oklahoma, they're really good and they're really balanced. And if I didn't have all this hate in my heart for them, I'd probably enjoy it. And I'd certainly enjoy watching the way they play basketball. The way they move the ball, I think, is the thing that stands out. And they've struck quite a balance of having the best scorer in the league, who is so effective in isolation, who can go out and do it on his own, yet has the willingness to get off the ball and allow that thing to skip around to find all the rest of the guys and keep them engaged on the offensive end of the floor, which in turn generally gets guys more engaged on the opposite end when they feel like they're touching the ball and they're having something to do with it.
Yeah, they're scary right now, just scary. And so hopefully we got a good Western Conference and Eastern Conference finals ahead of us, because there were a couple blowouts here in round number 2. And, of course, the Lakers are out. Just kind of bringing it back to LeBron here quickly. Do you think he's played his last game? And if so, how does Spencer Hawes put his career in perspective?
I don't think – I mean – I was kind of going down the rabbit hole this morning and looking at some of his both the regular season accomplishments and then what he's been able to do in the playoffs and his averages in the playoffs. And if they would have won the championship, maybe he says, okay, I go out on top and I'm still averaging 25 and 5. But I think getting swept in the second round of the playoffs is not how I would imagine someone like him wants to go out playing his final game. And I think as a shock to most people, his ability to still be so productive at 41 shows me that there's still a lot left in the tank, and there's a lot left to contribute to winning, which I think is at this stage of his career ultimately his motivation. And whether it's in LA or in another opportunity, I think being the third option this year really, and being comfortable being the third option, which many people probably didn't anticipate that he would be, shows that there's a lot more situations than maybe the league originally anticipated that he could go slide into and be a major difference maker and impact winning both in the regular season and in the course of the playoffs.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. You start thinking about some teams he might fit on, if he'd be willing to take like even a tertiary role to play 3 more years at limited minutes. He might be able to latch on to like a finished product and put them over the top, but we shall see. I don't think he's done either. Hey, do you have thoughts on the NBA lottery at all? I mean, you're not as suspicious of it as I am, are you, about it being rigged? Didn't we have that conversation a year ago?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm very grateful that the Thunder didn't buck the odds and end up with a top 4 pick. But no, I think we talked about this. I commend the league and the commissioner for being open to trying out a new model. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, it's better than leaving the system now where you just have teams giving up before the All-Star break. And I think it's going to make for some interesting play by some bad teams next year down the stretch to try and avoid getting punished for being at the lowest rung of the totem pole. And I'm hopeful that it leads to a better product going forward, and that this tanking narrative can, if not disappear, at least be mitigated to a certain extent.
Yeah, let's just mitigate it. I think that's the only goal you can have, is just so it doesn't become such a prominent story in so many of your markets. So, yeah, I'm with you. And I still don't know if they're going far enough with their idea. I think I'd like to just get rid of the entire lottery process and figure out a way to, make teams earn it down the stretch if there's a really creative way to do that. But we shall see how it goes. All right, man. Well, thank you very much. You got a little bit off your chest today. We got to talk about history a little bit of the league, and you also got to defend big men who are always getting fouled more than they should, right?
My dad always taught me, if you're going to throw the elbow, you have to pivot with it. You can't lead with the elbow. You got to lead with the pivot, and then it's a legal move.
Good to know. All right. All right, man. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll bug you again next week, all right?
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right. Spencer Hollis joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. And so, yes, Timberwolves and Spurs tonight. It will be game number 5. Is it going to be the decisive game in the series? Wemby will play in the contest. Remains to be seen if it will be officiated any differently. I mean, it's kind of sad. I think it's very frustrating that if it is, I think it needs to be. I'm torn because I think it needs to be officiated differently. I don't think that you can let anyone. And I know this, I know there are a lot of people that are like, hey, he's just like anybody else. If he's too skinny to take it, then he can, get hurt. It's no big deal. He needs to be like anybody else. I think that you kind of have to protect your superstars to a degree.
But I also
to a degree.
I also don't think they're treating him like anyone else right now, because I don't think they know necessarily how people don't know how to defend him. So the officials don't know how to officiate in that way to make it fair for either side.
Right. And that's where I'm kind of torn. It's like, I want him to be more protected by the league, but I don't want it to go so far as that ends up being the story tomorrow.
Right.
And then the Timberwolves have a legitimate gripe because you caved subconsciously or consciously overnight, and now you're officiating the series completely differently when our guys got locked into how we were going to limit him. And now all of a sudden we can't touch him. Mm-hmm. Cleveland-Detroit series is going on right now, and Bickerstaff accused Cleveland of planting a seed in the official's head. And that is Kenny Atkinson's job. You get to the post-game press conference and you say, I don't like the way this was done. doesn't feel like this, and this is happening the right way. And then the next thing you know, you go to Cleveland, and Cleveland's getting all the calls, and now Detroit's looking up at a 34-12 free throw differential and losing the basketball game. So now Bickerstaff has thrown his thoughts into it to try to get back into the official's head and kind of reverse the way things are going. It just should not swing that dramatically. Like, call the damn game and don't be so influenced by, and maybe they're not, but it feels that way. It feels like the officials in the Cleveland-Detroit series have been way too influenced by coaches' criticisms and maybe even a phone call from the league office saying, yeah, they're right about this. And now they've kind of swung it the other way. I don't want it to swing so far the other way that the Timberwolves can't touch Wemby tonight.
No.
But on the other hand, I don't want to see him being manhandled every time he gets the ball because I want to see Wemby be able to be Wemby tonight.
You can't treat him like he's made of glass, but you also can't treat him like he's made of steel, and everything they do isn't
a lot of materials in between.
A lot of materials in between there. Let's go with something a little softer, but a little tougher than glass.
Yeah.
Plexiglass, perhaps?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Fabergé? No, that's even lighter.
Right,
Stop.
and it takes a lot of work.
Yeah, how do you not get it? Something in between.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Teflon? No.
Figure
Something
the
in
F
between.
out.
All right. ABCs of the M's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3. All simple as slow, break me. ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl.
Oh, yes, time for the ABCs of the M's here on this beautiful Tuesday here in Seattle. Chuck and Ashley with you. The ABCs are brought to you by the Sunset Auto Family. Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset. People do like that.
That was so dramatically wonderful.
Yeah, well, thank you. So here we go, ABCs of the M's. It's our daily Mariners segment. We allow the alphabet to be our guide through a few things. Let me first recap what happened last night. A win! 3-1 over the Houston Astros. Scored 2 runs early, 2 clutch RBI hits from Dom and from Cole Young in the game, and then a Julio Rodriguez bomb. And then George Kirby only made it through 5. We're down 3 of our top 5 relievers right now, and yet guys stepped up, got the job done. 4 scoreless innings from our bullpen, 4 different pitchers last night, and it's a 3-1 win in Houston. Good way to start the 4-game series. So let's get to the alphabet. We left off with the letter N, and N is for Nicky Sixth. Nick Davila.
Okay.
Last night, stepping into a big... And I guess it's not technically high leverage. I don't think high leverage is counted on until 7th, 8th, and 9th. But to be handed the ball by George Kirby, certainly the biggest moment of his major league career since he's pitched twice. But I was surprised that, oh, wow, we're going here, huh? This is what we're doing? Okay, I guess we'll do it. We haven't even really got to know this bloke. And yet here he is standing on the mound. With a slim lead against the Houston Astros, taking the ball from George Kirby. And if he didn't get the job done, nice job, young man. Yes.
Well done, Nicky Sixth.
Yeah, maybe we'll start calling him Nicky Sixth.
He's
our sixth inning guy.
Only allowed to play in the 6th.
Right.
That's it.
And wins.
Yes.
Yeah, if he pitches in a loss, who cares?
Right, then we don't talk about him at all.
But in a win,
yeah.
When you're going into the evening and you know you're down and you've got George who's known for his control. Now, he's also had a past where he's not been the most efficient dude in the world despite his control, which to me does not add up. And yet, man, he barely got through the 5th last night. I couldn't believe I kind of had to do a double take. Like, wait a minute, his pitch count's that high and we're in the 5th inning and he's only allowed 1. It feels like he's having a pretty good game. And yet he barely got through the 5th. And I don't know. I don't know if that was part of the script. And all of a sudden you're like, okay, who's going to pitch the 6th? Nicky Sixth.
Well, and especially, with Kirby, because it feels like he's been so efficient this far in the season. And so, for him to get to 99 pitches, I was like, well,
what happened, George?
What happened? This isn't George.
I'm watching the replay right now. Maybe I'll figure it out.
Oh, okay. Count him up. Just start counting his pitches.
He's at 23 right now on the replay. Just threw his 24th pitch, and he's in the bottom of the 2nd with just 1 out. So, not real efficient.
No, he was not. But, at least he only gave up 1 run. Yesterday, my prediction was he'd go 7 and give up 1 hit.
Oh,
I was off. I was wrong.
Right.
But, 5 and you gave up 1 run. Still, I accept it.
Yeah. I mean, he did well last night, but really it was the bullpen and guys like Davila and Criswell that came through. Cooper Criswell, by the way, is going to join us for the first time ever today at 9:30. O is for over-aggression. And I do believe that our third base coach last night was over-aggressive in sending 2 runners in that 2nd inning. I mean, Canzone's RBI hit the other way was blistered and Randy's fast, but it felt like that was an over-aggressive move. I think if the left fielder fields that cleanly, he guns Randy Arozarena out at home plate. Then on the very next batter, Cole Young with a base hit to right field. And if Luke Raley doesn't round that third base bag perfectly, I mean, he barely was safe anyway.
Sliding his fingers right underneath the tag.
Yeah, if he's not a fast guy who doesn't hit that bag perfectly and, hit the and you're able to not round the bag, but project yourself toward home plate, and then he was still barely safe after a beautiful slide. I mean, you could argue that those were both wrong decisions, and yet I like an over-aggressive third base coach. And I think when you're struggling offensively with 2 outs, and we're not known for 2-out base hits, yeah, go for it. Maybe they do bobble the ball in left field. Maybe Rayleigh does, round the bag perfectly and score. Make them make the play against you. So those were 2 over-aggressive sends, and yet they were the difference in the game last night, and we might not win that baseball game if we don't treat those 2 plays that aggressively.
Well, yeah, and that bobble on the Randy, when Randy scored, wasn't even that big of a bobble. I mean, he bobbled it slightly and then threw to the cutoff guy instead of even trying to throw home, which I was thankful for. But both of them were close. I liked the fact that, we were just like, you know what? We're risking it. Let's see what happens. Fly, fly, fly. And they did.
No risk it, no biscuit.
That's right.
Carlos Cardoza is the third base coach for the Seattle Mariners, and so he played a big role in that victory last night. Then finally, P is for power, and of course, I'm going to refer to Julio Rodriguez. How many times have we had a conversation on this show over the Julio Rodriguez's career with Bucky, yourself, and I, talking about Julio coming up in situations and trying to hit a ball seemingly 1,000 feet when all you need is a base hit in that moment.
Yeah, and more often than not, it's been in a clutch moment we needed him, and it's backfired.
So I want every time that he does that again in the future for the coaching staff to show him that home run last night, because he didn't even get it all. He was actually, his feet were out a little ahead, but he kept his hands back and then just took, as he said to Brad Adam after the game, just put a good swing on the ball. And he just put a good swing on the ball. And look, son, how far you can hit the baseball, because you are that strong. You are that talented. You are that good of a hitter. I mean, he almost knocked it out of the stadium. And he didn't take a swing for the fences. That was just, I'm a little out in front, but I'm going to keep my hands back, and I'm going to put a good swing on this thing and then look at it fly. So when you are in those game-winning situations and we need a hit, just try to put a good swing on the ball. And it might leave the park anyway. It might leave the park by a lot, because it did last night. That's how good you are. But if you're going to go up there trying to murder the ball 1,000 feet so that everybody will marvel at you on SportsCenter that night, then I think you're going to fail in those moments more than you succeed. But if you approach it just like you did last night, I'm just trying to put a good swing on the ball. You can be the hero. You can hit the 500-foot home run like we saw last night. It was a thing of beauty. It just shows you how much P for power that guy really has.
Well, yeah, and I'd much rather see you put a good swing on it and you fly out to center field without. I'd rather see that than you swinging for the fences and you lose balance and almost fall over at the plate, which we've seen too often. So just, keep your wits about you, keep your feet in the right position, keep your balance, keep your body right. And clearly we know what can happen. So I thought it was great. Just in general, he's looked good so far this year. He doesn't seem like he's trying to swing out of his butt.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. But that's a reminder that, when you have that much talent, I mean, Bucky's talked about it with him, talked about it with Cal. I mean, this is what launched Cal. I mean, it was just you put the ball in play and your home runs are going to come.
Yep.
So, and that was with the bases empty leading off an inning last night. So the next opportunity you have with 1 out, second and third in the 9th inning, remember that swing.
Yeah,
just
don't
put a good
change
swing
that
on the
strategy.
ball. And maybe you don't hit a 3-run homer, but you put the ball in play and you're not walking back to the dugout having not come through because you tried to hit the ball 700 feet 3 swings in a row.
Exactly.
You've got the power. You
He's
have the
got
power, son.
power.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Whores, take a breath and go for yours. On my command, now hit the dance floor. Gonna make you sweat till you bleed.
Bum, bum, bum. You know how long I could keep doing that?
All right, coming up next, it's a Seahawks primetime primer, just in time for more leakage on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I never know what they're saying in there.
Can't understand it. What do you want me to do? Put up my bit by bit? Somewhere Piper's slipped her
I
nip.
don't think we're supposed to say that word.
Huh?
I don't think we're supposed to say that word.
What word?
That they're saying.
Oh, there was a word in there?
No.
See, I can't even tell. I think she said, I think Piper slipped her nip. I think is what she said.
Oh. It's better than what I thought they were saying.
Tulalip Resort Casino is your place, not just for one thing or two things or even seven things. No, it's your place for everything. When all you want is everything, everythingtulalip.com. Head on out there. Take advantage of some gaming. Turns out they got some gaming. You want some food? Oh, they got restaurants everywhere. You want to watch the game? The DraftKings Sportsbook. Want to put some little money on the game? You can do that too. Tulalip Resort Casino really is your place for everything. And they even have concerts. Colin Ray will be performing on June 4th at the Orca Ballroom at Tulalip Resort Casino. All right. Well, it's NFL schedule release week. We are still waiting with our buckets for more leakage.
Bring on the leaks.
Yes.
Bring on the leaks.
Where are you, Ian Rappaport? Haven't heard a damn thing from you today.
Lazy SOB.
Pelissero, lose your phone on your way to work today?
Pelissero, no.
We've only gotten one leak so far, and it's, of course, from Adam Schefter, and, of course, came at like 4 o'clock this morning because he had to get that information out there. And so we haven't had anything more to chew on, at least today. Nearly the entire international schedule, but not entirely, has been filled out. And certainly we've had a couple of leaks here the last couple of days. Another thing we haven't even pointed out, Detroit and Buffalo are playing in week number 2 of the season on a Thursday night. And that's going to be the debut of Buffalo's brand new stadium. What a great matchup. What a fun. I mean, those are two of the most fun teams to watch in the National Football League. They might be 1-2. Buffalo and Detroit. Those might be the most entertaining two teams in the entire NFL.
And very easy to cheer for, I think, for a lot of people. You don't have to be a Lions fan or a Bills fan to say, yeah, I like it when they do well. They're fun to watch.
Well, for 2 straight years, maybe 3, if the Seahawks can't get there, I want to see Detroit versus Buffalo.
Yeah.
They
exactly.
can't make it happen themselves in the playoffs, but we're going to have it happen in a regular season and on a historic night because they're going to unveil the brand new stadium that night. So that'd be great.
That stadium, by the way, does it have a roof? Does the new one have a roof?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Okay, good, because I wanted to make sure that the fans still had to go shovel snow all season.
And it's also two of those teams where you're almost guaranteed of having one guy from your fantasy team playing that night. There are so many weapons on those two teams. You almost certainly are going to have somebody. You're either going to be going against someone or you're going to have somebody playing for you that night. So that was leaked since yesterday. But we're going to find out the bulk of the information on Thursday. Actually, we'll find out all the information on Thursday. And in the meantime, we've already discussed who they might face, the Seahawks, in their season opener. And I think it's going to be the Chicago Bears. And if it's not the Bears, it's the Chargers. And I don't even think there's another option, frankly. With the Chiefs coming off the board earlier today, it's looking very much like Bears-Chargers because I can't imagine that they'd put the Cardinals on the opening night. And I can't imagine they want to deal with the Vrabel-Rossini circus to start their season. So it's Bears or Chargers, it's looking like, for the Seahawks opener. And I would put my money on the Chicago Bears. But there's another aspect, there's another leg of this that we can discuss today. And this often offends Seahawks fans, is that they don't feel they get enough respect with the number of prime time games that they're given. Number one, do you like when the Seahawks play in the prime time games, the standalone games?
I do and I don't. I like it because I like that all eyes are on the Seahawks, and that's fun. But I really love watching the Seahawks on a Sunday. And I like that routine. I like having my team there on a Sunday. It's just, in the week you can get caught up with a bunch of different things you've got to do. And so on a Thursday night or a Monday night, that just sometimes can be tricky. And I don't want anything to disrupt my Seahawks viewing. And I always know, and during football season, I've got my Sunday time to watch football.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're world champion, you're going to have fewer Sundays, fewer normal Sundays. You're going to have more primetime games when you're coming off a championship than you had the previous year. The Eagles had 7 last year.
That's too many.
Yeah, 7 of their 17 games. They weren't all prime time. 6 of them were prime time, but 7 standalone games because they played the Black Friday game. They had 2 Thursday night games, 2 Sunday night games, and 2 Monday night games, Philadelphia, plus the Black Friday game. So that's 7 standalone games that the Eagles played. So you won't be offended if the Seahawks only get 5 or 6 because the Eagles got 7.
That never bothers me. I do not care how many times.
It does bother some people.
I know it does, right? Because one, I think the Seahawks and us, we thrive on being kind of overlooked or the underdog or not celebrated by everybody. So I never look at it and say, oh my gosh, we only got 4 primetime games. That's garbage. The NFL, I mean, I don't care. Wherever your game is scheduled, you're playing the same opponent. So let's go win the game. That's all that matters.
Well, I don't know if we'll get to the 7, but we'll get at least 5 and probably land on 6 because they are creating so many more standalone games between Thursday night and Black Friday and
well, now they've got a Wednesday game on opening night.
Thanksgiving is extended, and now you play on Christmas too in the National Football League. And
yeah, they've got the Wednesday before Thanksgiving game too. That's right.
Yep. So I think they're even doing Christmas Eve, aren't they? Or was it just before Thanksgiving? But
I can't remember.
Either way, there are more standalone games in the NFL than ever. So I would imagine we're going to get 6, and there are certainly a lot of candidates. I'm with you that I don't want my Sunday routine stripped. I mean, yeah, we're going to have to play the Rams on a primetime game. That's a given.
I expect that.
We're going to play the 49ers on a primetime game. That's a given. But I want to also play them in the other game on a Sunday. And I'm certainly glad we're not playing them in Melbourne on a Thursday.
Again, like I brought up earlier,
Right.
if I'm the 49ers and Rams fans, I am pissed. You should never have a division game in another country. You are taking away from the fan bases and the home field advantage.
So those 2 are going to be prime timers. I would imagine Philadelphia will be a prime timer. I would imagine Denver on the road will be a prime timer. And I think the Chiefs at home and probably the Cowboys at home. I think those are going to be your 6. I don't know what they'll do with New England. I don't know. I still don't know how they're going to handle it. But, they're probably going to be 2. So we have to eliminate somebody from that. They're certainly going to put the Super Bowl rematch in a prime time slot.
I think
Maybe we don't get the Chiefs. I think Cowboys, Bears, Patriots, and then one of the NFC West, Rams or 49ers. As far as home games, that's 4.
I think if the Chiefs game is late in the season, it would be a primetime game. If it's early in the season where they're still uncertain about if Mahomes will be back or not, I would expect that to not be primetime.
Yeah. All right. Well, we shall see. I think we'll get at least 5. I don't think we'll quite get the 7 the Eagles had, and my guess is it'll land right between.
And I'm fine with that.
6 standalone games out of 17 for this upcoming year. All right, coming up next, Ryan Healy joins us. We are going to solve Cal Raleigh. It's Ryan Healy's responsibility right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, 9 o'clock hour here on this Tuesday. Time to chat with Ryan Healy, former Mariner, and now major media personality here in the Seattle market. So we'll chat with him in a moment. Normally, we do a Zoom call with Ryan, but my video's not working, Ryan. I don't know. And I wore something strapless for you today. So I was hoping you could see this.
It sounds like I'm happy the camera's not working, and I feel like you're also adding adjectives every single week that I come on here. Like, what am I going to hear next week? I don't know.
Oh, you never know. I like words, Ryan. I really like words. But I don't know. I'm going to try to get my video going, but I'm not really technically savvy.
You
I don't know if
say.
the word is out. I like the look on your face, like you've been warned before me having said that.
It's shocking.
Do I need to
isn't it?
turn my camera off so I can feel like I'm part of the group right now?
I don't know. I don't see Ashley's photo up there either.
I can turn mine on. I just try not to distract.
Well, at least Ryan has
staring at
somebody to
myself
look
right
at.
now.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how to fix it, but hopefully we can get through our time together.
I turned my camera on and nothing happened either. So I don't think it's. I don't
How
think I have
are
a
you?
choice.
Things good?
Things are great.
Good.
The Mariners won last night.
Yes, they
Couldn't ask
did.
for anything more.
Yeah. I mean, what stood out to you about it? I don't want to lead you down a path. I mean, a 3-1 victory yesterday, certainly a lot of different elements, but you give me the big takeaway from your perspective yesterday.
Bizzardo was angry at how the weekend went, so he decided to come out and strike out the side. The bullpen overall came in an uncharacteristic early exit, and we are so spoiled as Mariners fans for, the starting rotation going deep into games. George threw a tremendous 5 innings, but the bullpen had a lot of work to do, and that's exactly what it did. Davila came in, did a really nice job. Criswell as well. Bizzardo Munoz was getting a little creative. I don't know if you guys saw the 2 changeups that he threw to Alvarado. No, Alvarez. Sorry, I should know Yordan Alvarez's name. Threw to Alvarez and the nasty 93 mile an hour one to finish the game off. The bullpen did a great job, and it was really nice to see the Mariners win a tight game like that.
A lot of Mariner fans that were looking at the results and I think worried about Munoz not being the same. I never saw that. I saw a couple bad outings from a guy that couldn't find his slider. Were you ever at any moment worried that Andres Munoz is no longer Andres Munoz?
No, never.
Yeah.
I think that's such a far end of the spectrum thought process for someone who has a long list of success in the major leagues. And imagine having these 2 just incredible weapons and losing one all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then the fastball that you do have, people are on, they're hitting it, and it's 100, but dudes are still barreling it. Like, the questions that are happening internally are starting to spiral. And I think the questions that have happened in Munoz's head this year, we're seeing happen in Cal Raleigh's head a little bit. Cal just has a lot more opportunities to succeed or fail being a hitter than Munoz does being the back end of the bullpen.
All right, Ryan Healy is with us. I've already warned our audience what it is that we're going to break down with you. I'm charging you with fixing Cal Raleigh, so no pressure. But
price just went up.
Yeah, yeah. Get our superstar back for us. 0 for his last 36. What is wrong with Cal Raleigh as you can see it, and what steps should he take toward fixing it?
Okay, I'm gonna start with this though, because a lot of listeners are youth baseball coaches. Maybe there's some youth baseball players listening. Either way, I want this message to get passed along to the youth that love this game. This is one of the best players in the world that is struggling beyond belief and is still showing up, is still working hard, is still finding that motivation to just show up for the Mariners because this is bigger than Cal Raleigh, and he knows that. But this is also a great human example of how hard this game is. And no matter how much success that each individual has throughout the course of their career, everyone is going to have this type of moment. Mm-hmm. And Cal has confirmed this multiple times. There's a quote that says, for me, it's more mental. It's the mental side than it's trying to physically change something. I'm trying to battle and compete and not worry about the rest of the stuff and try to get back to being more process oriented. But let's talk about what that process looks like, Chuck, from a hitter's perspective.
Right.
Step 1, go through your routines that you do all day long, from the moment you wake up to the moment you step in the batter's box. Cal's doing that and having control over the controllables and doing those things well. But baseball's a funny sport, Chuck, because the minute you step in the batter's box, you have an opportunity to strike out and you have an opportunity to hit a home run. Which one of those two things happens more often just for a baseball player?
Striking out.
They're gonna strike out. Cal hit 60 home runs last year and still struck out 150 plus times. So the 3, almost 4x at the time, he was punching out more than he was hitting a home run. Career year. Now, think about Cal's season so far this year. It's been a roller coaster. You know, the World Baseball Classic didn't get a lot of bats, crammed it in, really struggled the first 10 games, then found himself, looked really good. Then the side injury happens. Oh, no, setback. Step one in Cal's process, and I would say 90+% of hitters' process when you step in that game batter's box is get on time for the fastball, correct?
Yes.
If we can get on time with a fastball as a hitter, then I can go to step 2 of the process, which is now compete to what secondary pitchers in the zone. How many times have you seen Cal Raleigh be on time for a fastball this year early in a count?
Very rarely.
So when step 1 of your process gets punched in the mouth, guess what every other step after that means? Chaos, pandemonium. Your brain is spinning. You have no idea what to do. You're trying to repeat step 1 of the process over and over again, but now the pitcher's not throwing you fastballs. And then he does throw you fastball, but it's above the zone. You chase it. And if you notice, the league is pitching Cal completely different this year than they did last year. Cal got on top of the plate last year on both sides of the dish, righty and left-handed hitters, to take that middle way fastball and make it feel more middle in so he can actually do damage in the air pull side. Okay, great. That worked for him tremendously, but the league figured that out. So all these 0-0 fastballs, where are you seeing these pitchers throw it? Up and in.
Yep.
They're up and in. They're trying to speed them up. And if they can visually and physically speed him up in the 0-0 count, the rest of it, they can throw whatever they want because they know he's off balance at that point. So it's a lot of just that struggle right now of Cal of, I want to get in the process. I want to stay focused. I want to compete and I want to execute. But these pitchers are not making mistakes 0-0. They are not. And even if they do, Cal's not able to capitalize on it, and unfortunately, that is what baseball can look like.
Jay Buhner said last night during the broadcast that, you know, when you're in one of these slumps, you just have to look fastball. So what happens, Ryan, when you've already know that, you've already taken that step, that I am trying to look fastball. That's why I keep fouling balls 450 feet down the right field line, but that's not working because now I'm too quick with my hands to the ball, and now I'm in a hole. And you're right, chaos. You can see it. I mean, he's swinging at balls and he's taking strikes at this point. It's like he's facing Greg Maddux every at bat right now. So once you feel like in your head you've made the adjustment and you're not getting the results, what then?
You start asking yourself a lot of questions that you don't have the answers to. Why? Because when you're on the offensive side of the game, you have zero control over anything. You have no control over what pitch is being called, what pitch is being thrown, where it's being thrown, when it's being thrown. And this spiral of things out of your control can take you off of that process you're trying to execute, which is why Cal is battling on a nightly basis to get back to that process. And I loved his quote here, just to give the fans some perspective. He goes, you could go around and ask all 26 guys in this room, and at some point they have been frustrated with the results. And then they start to look at the results more than the other stuff that actually matters. It's human nature. Nobody on that team wants to succeed more than Cal Raleigh. Especially coming off of the year where 2025, where Cal can probably look himself in the mirror and say, I reached my full potential that year.
Yeah.
But when you look at the macro of a player's career, how many seasons do you think that those players reach their full potential, what they mentally believe they're capable of?
Very few.
Very few.
Once. Twice?
I can count 3 seasons in my high school, college, minor league, major league career where I felt like I reached my full potential. The other 12 of those years, I was fighting for my life, battling day in and day out. And one thing that I didn't like that Cal talked about, he's like, well, I've been trying to look back at last year and find something that clicked. And hitters are tricked into chasing former versions of themselves when they are not that anymore. Cal may never hit 60 home runs again. He may hit 65 home runs. Nobody knows. But for me, if you're looking in the rearview mirror, you're spending a lot of time just a little bit just sad because you're looking at your former version of yourself saying, man, why can't I be that? And if you look too far ahead, then you get a little anxious of all the things, the gaps in between right here and there where you're trying to get to. instead of how do you just stay a little more present? And trust me, Cal knows this. He is working his tail off to become more present, execute on a daily basis. But they're in a 13 games and 13-day stretch right now, and that's going to be a whole lot of at-bats that Cal has an opportunity to succeed or fail. The way he's able to control his mindset when he steps in the batter's box to ultimately break this 0 for 34, 35 streak that he's in, maybe 36 now. I don't even want to count.
Yeah.
Once he breaks that, the clock can reset a little bit for him. But right now, he's stepping up to the batter's box with a backpack on with 34-plus bricks in it and trying to catch up to a 100-mile-an-hour fastball in the major leagues, and that is a tall task.
Yeah, well, we know he's aware. We know he's working at it. And we also know he has the same people in his ear that he had a year ago, Seitzer and Martinez, that led him to his historic season. So now it's just about that trigger moment where everything clicks back again. Anybody that's played baseball at any level, you don't know when you're going to come out of a slump. I can go back to high school, and one time I was in the big slump, and I bunted, and the ball landed between 4 infielders, and it was the flukiest hit ever. And then all of a sudden, I went on a tear. I mean, that bunt didn't get me going again. So you never know what's going to trigger it. But I would just ask, as we're talking about Cal, and we're all concerned to a degree about Cal, I mean, you don't have any lack of faith he's going to come out of this, right?
No, and you want to know why?
Why?
Because I have access to Baseball Reference, and I can look at what his entirety of his career looks like. And this is someone that has hit 27, 30, 34 homers and 60 home runs over the last 4 years. And every single season has found a way to hit around 220 to 250. He's going to end up, and I will go on record and say this right now, he will end up hitting around between 220 and 230. He will end up with 25 to 30 home runs, and he will end up between 75 to 100 RBIs. Not a doubt in my mind. It'll end up being one of those average seasons for Cal in the 600-plus at-bat spectrum. It might not be the 60 home run season, but what's fresh in all the fans' minds right now in baseball's mind? The 60 home run season. So everyone's going to compare him to that. And if that's what Cal is doing internally, then he's already playing a losing game.
Ryan Healy is with us, former Mariner, and part of our show every week to talk some Mariner baseball. Great stuff on Cal Raleigh. Let's talk about a success story so far this year. I mean, I think Luke Raley was left for dead by a lot of Mariner fans this offseason, Ryan, and now all of a sudden he's your home run leader. He's your RBI leader. He sets the tone really with the hustle that you saw last night, be a big part of the game. This is a crazy sport, crazy league, and it is amazing who the heroes are from year to year. And Luke Raley should not have been forgotten about because he's making a huge impact. Why?
He's mentally tough, and he's been through adversity his entire career. He's a D2, maybe D3 player coming out of Lake Erie College. Didn't sign for much money, was a 7th rounder, was overlooked his entire career coming up with the Dodgers, ended up getting shipped over to the Rays, and I spent a little bit of time with him there in camp for spring training in 2022. And you can just tell he was just that Midwestern calm and just really enjoyed the grind of the game and knew that at some point he was going to break through. Probably hadn't shown his full potential yet, right? Like a lot of players feel like they probably retire and never reach his full potential. But I also know that Luke has gone through some real life transitions of having a baby, getting married, having things maybe a little bit more important than baseball become the forward-facing focus for him. And the opportunity presented itself this spring training for him to step in. And if you remember watching Luke hit at the end of camp this year, I was saying live on the broadcast that last week, I said, box him up and ship him to Seattle because that man is ready to go play some baseball. And that's exactly what he's doing this year. He is a rare bat in the level of Major League Baseball that can change the course of a game with 3 or 4 bats. And we saw that in the White Sox game on Friday when he had 7 RBIs. He had a grand slam and a 3-run homer. There's not many players out there, not just on the Mariners, but in the major leagues that can change the course of a game. And Luke Raley is doing that. And there's also things that Luke Raley could be doing better, but no one's talking about that. They're talking about the highlights because there's more of those right now than we're seeing of, the bad stuff. And I love that.
Yeah, and he's yet still stuck in a platoon, still gets pinch hit for when the lefty comes into the game more often than not. It drives Mariner fans crazy. What's a former major leaguer's thoughts on platoons in general, and then specifically our platoons as they stand today?
They're consistent with it.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, the players that are being platooned in and out are all pretty consistent major leaguers throughout their career in that type of role. And the platoon roles have become way more relevant over the last 5-7 years or so. It used to just be, like a utility guy or so on the bench and a couple backups. But nowadays it's way more like, hey, this is what our righty lineup is. This is what our lefty lineup is. And we know that the Mariners haven't performed great against left-handed pitching this year. And I think a big reason for that is the opportunities to do so. You look at the bats right now for a guy like Connor Joe, who hasn't been up all year. And then you also look at someone, Rob Refsnyder, he's got like 58 at bats so far this year compared to 175 or 182 for Julio leading our, it's a lot less opportunity. I don't think that Luke Raley is thinking externally or vocalizing the frustrations of this like the fans are, because the organization crafted this roster. Luke Raley did not. So they're going to trust what the decision is and also trust the players in this roster until it gets to a point of the season where it's been, hey, that's a long enough leash for you. We're going to have to make a change. But early May is not that time.
All right, last couple of minutes. Let's at least talk a little bit about pitching, because that was our primary topic of conversation last week. And you said you're fine with the 6-man rotation, and that's what we're going to get initially when Bryce Miller gets activated from the IL tomorrow. So I trust you haven't changed your mind. You're good with this decision to keep all 6 guys in a rotation, at least for the short term.
I've been reading a lot of articles on this, listening to interviews, and you can hear it in the tone of the answers. There's not a whole lot of certainty and conviction in what the future is going to hold. And I think they're, as an organization, just trying to make the next best decision. And during this 13-game stretch, the next best decision is let's run the 6-man out there. It's been really nice to see Logan Gilbert get hot. Brian Wu looks like himself. George Kirby looks like himself. And we know what Emerson Hancock is and has been this season. And I was reading something about how they want to increase the opportunities for those 4 pitchers in particular to throw. So after this 13-game stretch and after getting Bryce Miller back out there, who hasn't thrown more than 61 pitches in a rehab assignment, what is he capable of doing at the major league level? They're going to have a better understanding after this Wednesday-Thursday game, when Miller goes on Wednesday and then Castillo's going to go on Thursday, of how they move forward. Maybe it's the piggyback. I've heard that thrown around. I don't know what the answer is, and I think, quite frankly, the Mariners are telling you that they don't know what the answer is either. They're going to let baseball do what it's supposed to do.
But you still think Castillo, you still believe that he's got it? Because I'm seeing a guy that doesn't have the same stuff. They're saying differently. Pete Woodworth was just on with us Friday. He says he's the same old Rock. That's why he's nicknamed the Rock. I'm not sure I'm seeing that. What are you seeing from him?
I'm seeing flashes of it. I think the results are showcasing something that can't be ignored in regards to how often he's walking people. But this is, I would pool Luis Castillo and Munoz into a bucket and say they both have struggled to find their secondary pitches. And when they feel like they have those weapons, then they can pitch a little bit more aggressively with the fastball because they have the secondary to land for a strike. They can locate that slider below the zone. But Munoz and also Castillo haven't had those sliders this season. Seen flashes from Castillo, but not consistency. How well Bryce Miller throws when he comes back is going to give the Mariners that final push to say, yes, this is the direction we're going, or no, we're going to continue to keep these guys healthy for October baseball.
Ryan Healy with us. I got to give you a lot of credit because, we've only done Zoom calls when we had Ryan on, and he was not able to make eye contact. And sometimes that throws people off a little bit, not to be able to have the eye contact during a conversation like this. But you were great today. So we'll try to get the cameras fixed. I know we prefer that, but nice stuff. Way to break it down. You didn't get thrown off at all by the weird variable we threw at you today.
What'd you call me when the show started? A media mogul?
I think I did. Something like that, yeah.
I'm a professional. It's just what I do, you know.
I'm there now. I'm a seasoned pro now with my 17 minutes of experience. Look at me.
Look at me, everyone. Look at me, guys, on the radio.
No,
Big time.
yeah, phenomenal stuff. Nice breakdown. We appreciate it. We'll bug you again next week. All right.
I can't wait.
All right, Ryan Ely joining us right here on Chuck and Buck, and he's got a brand new sponsor. It's Dino's Pub in Renton. You know it. You love it. You head on out there, and the next time you go and you have your next beer and sandwich at Dino's Pub in the shadow of the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, I want you to think of Ryan Healy, and I want you to say, you know what? Ryan Healy persevered.
Through a Zoomless.
Through a videoless Zoom call. And it reminded me of how delicious the beer is at Dino's Pub in Renton.
And then you can turn to your left and cheers John Schneider because he'll probably be there.
Yes, exactly. To Ryan Healy. Here, John, clink me. To Healy. Nice work.
Cheers.
All right, coming up next, first time we've ever had this Mariner on our radio show. Cooper Criswell's going to join us. Chuck and Buck Sports Radio, 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, it is Chuck and Ashley with you here this morning on a Tuesday, coming off a Mariners win last night, and our next guest played a significant role in that. He pitched a scoreless seventh inning, high leverage situation. Cooper Criswell, I mean, how many things have already changed since Cooper Criswell became a Mariner? And he has never, ever, this is also going to change in his life right now. He's never been a guest on the Chuck and Buck radio program, but he is now, and so we welcome him to the show. Cooper Criswell of the Mariners. How are you, sir?
Doing good, Chuck. I appreciate you having me on.
Well, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it. I appreciate what you're doing for the Mariners. Seem to be off to a really impressive start thus far. How have you settled in with this team?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a pretty good start for everyone. Obviously, I wish we were going to get this thing rolling here soon, but yeah, just kind of diving into their pitching philosophy and really attacking that. Obviously, I feel like it's not a secret. Just getting ahead with strike one and attacking the zone, and obviously not walking guys. And I feel like that's been a huge success, not only for me but for everyone on the staff.
Well, I would hope that the reputation is out amongst major league pitchers of how successful the organization has been with pitchers here over the course of the last few years. When you got the news that you were going to the Seattle Mariners, what was your response to that inside your own head? And was there some excitement of being able to play for an organization that really has kind of got its finger on the pulse of developing pitchers right now?
Yeah, for sure. I think my first thoughts were, wow, that's far from home. And then after that, like you said, the history and how well they are known for their pitching and ability to develop guys. I feel like there's just never an age where you can't develop and get better at things. And yeah, once that settled in and, seeing, like I said, the track record, it was excitement and excited to get out there to spring training and just more so than anything throw in front of everyone and just allow them to see what I came in with, and then kind of let them pick my brain a little bit from there and see how I like to pitch guys and see what they thought that I could add potentially or change as far as pitching ability, pitch shapes and stuff. So it was good. Had a good spring training and honestly didn't really change too much as far as pitch shapes and stuff. Just more so really zoning in and attacking the zone with all four pitches. And then recently added a four seam that we thought would be good too as well. So that's been pretty fun just to play around with some and just trying to change hitters' eye levels. But mainly the discussion was just, attacking the zone and then trusting all my stuff in the zone and not trying to nibble on the edges.
Cooper Criswell is with us here on Chuck and Buck, off to a terrific start as a Mariner and now in what looks to be a complete, relief role and maybe even some high leverage situations here going forward. I mean, when in Boston and Tampa Bay and L.A., your previous stops, I mean, you've started some games, you've long relieved, you've short relieved. So when you came here knowing the starting rotation that the Mariners had, what was your expectation of what role you might fill for the team? And now where are you mentally with the role you are filling with the team?
Yeah, coming into spring, obviously, they wanted me to stay built up as a starter just because, obviously, never know with injuries and stuff. But obviously, we're doing great as far as that goes right now with the rotation. And I feel like that's credit to our, medical staff and our strength staff, you know, they go above and beyond to keep us on the field. And then, so going into that, I obviously knew that would be the case going into spring. And then from there, I felt like, obviously, as spring played out and stuff, I was built up for the long relief role. And I felt like you would rather be built up as a starter going into that role and, you know, getting some multiple ups and innings in during spring training. And then obviously, you know, we had a few hits with Brash and Gabe to the IL and the bullpen, and felt like that kind of opened up some more spots in the high leverage situations. And then, you know, just trying to be available for any role. I feel like I made that clear during spring training to Dan and the staff that, you know, I'm available in any role that you guys need me for. I feel comfortable doing any role, so just want to do anything I can to help the team win. And right now, yeah, that's the case. Getting some more high leverage situations, and then obviously it will be good once we get Brash and Gabe back to have those guys back.
Are you liking it? Do you like the juice of coming into a game like last night in the 7th inning with it being close? Compare it to the juice of being a starter and you know, and trying to base your outing on longevity.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like I try not to even think too much about it as far as the situation. Just trying to go out there, no matter the situation, honestly, whether it's a high leverage situation, a start, or long relief role, when you're just out there eating innings, I feel like it's the same mentality every time, and it's just go out there and, you know, attack the strike zone and let the defense work. Obviously, I'm not a huge strikeout guy or anything, but, you know, try to keep the innings quick and keep the defense active. I feel like every defender loves a pretty quick inning, and that's really the goal whenever I go out there, no matter the situation.
Cooper Criswell is with us. How did you land on number 88? That's like a hockey number. Why did you choose 88?
So, funny story, the first time in pro ball after with the Angels, you know, the draft year, whatever, most guys go short season. Well, they shut us down. Me and some of the other pitchers shut us down for the rest of the short season in 2018. So 2019 went to spring training, and then went to Inland Empire, who's now obviously a Mariners affiliate. And the manager was just like, hey, jerseys will be hanging up. Just pick whatever number you want, and make sure you let the club know, and he'll write it down. So we go in there right before the first team meeting, and I show up, and there was probably about eight to 10 numbers left. And one of them was, I thought in my head it was 88. And it was, you know, some of the minor league numbers, they're like, have the funny like lettering and numbers and stuff. So I was like, okay, this one looks pretty good. Like, it looks like my size. And I thought it was number 88. Well, it turns out it was double B's for Bat Boy. So I took it to the club. He was like, hey, I want this one. And he informed me it was double B's for Bat Boy. So, and then I always said if I had a chance to get 88, I would get it. And it also kind of hand in hand with some of my velo in the past. So I thought it kind of fit me.
I did not see that coming. I really didn't. I'm like, how's this going to end up? And I did not see the Bat Boy jersey coming. Great story. That's funny. So how far is Carrollton, Georgia from Emerson Hancock's hometown in Thomasville, Georgia? And is everyone in Georgia just a Georgia Bulldog fan? Or do you root for somebody else in Carrollton?
So first I'm going to get out there. I'm a huge Alabama fan, so roll Tide.
Okay.
Yeah. And then me and Emerson are about 2.5 hours from each other. And then he obviously is a huge Bulldog guy, him and Wilcox. And then, but Carrollton is actually closer to Auburn. Alabama.
Oh, okay.
In Athens, Georgia. So I would honestly say there's probably more. I would say it's maybe even, but I would say there's more Auburn fans in Carrollton than Georgia potentially. But if not, pretty close. And then there's a few decent amount of Alabama fans. But my dad said growing up he only had 3 cable channels, and one of the shows every Saturday was the Paul Bear Bryant show, and he woke up and watched it and just fell in love with him and them since then. So ever since we were, young and grew up, it was Roll Tide, watching the Bama game, cooking out, and just hanging out. And then luckily, when I met my wife at junior college in Alabama, her and her family are huge Alabama fans too. So it just was a match made in heaven.
Ah, well, perfect. Yeah, his son stayed with his Alabama Crimson Tide, and he became the hardest throwing bat boy ever. So that's awesome.
That's right.
Everything worked out. Well, Cooper, hey, thanks, man, for joining us. We appreciate it. Enjoy Seattle. Enjoy being a Mariner, and we can't wait to watch you play some more.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it, Chuck.
All right, Cooper Criswell joining us right here on Chuck and Buck. Coming up next, one last thing to close us out on a Tuesday. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. segment of our program here on this Tuesday, and then we're going to hand things off to Greg Bell and Christopher Kidd here at the top of the hour. I do want to let you know, major golf challenge going on all week long, 93.3 KJR.com. Make sure you're filling out your regions, your brackets. There's 9 groupings. You pick one from each grouping, and it could lead to some fabulous prizes. It's PGA Championship Edition, the Major Golf Challenge, brought to you by PNW Golf Academy, also Gamble Sands. First place is PNW Golf Academy 2-hour full game assessment plus 2-month membership. You get lessons in there. And then second place, a foursome at Gamble Sands. So you know how it works. Make sure you're playing. Make sure you got all your picks done by Thursday. Tomorrow, we'll do a lot on the PGA Championship to preview it. Brady Cannon's going to join us at 8 o'clock for his usual pre-major conversation with us. And then we will have a Green Jacket draft tomorrow as well, with Dick Fain being our celebrity. Oh, he loves himself some golf.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, boy. He might wrestle Ashley in public for the belt of
I was like, for what?
Well, the person at KJR that loves golf the most.
And that's fair.
You might get in an argument. You might get in a fist fight over it. I don't know.
Okay, but did he name his child after a golfer? Either one of them. He did not.
I don't believe that he did.
Or his dog after something on a golf course.
No, he did not. So, hey.
Or is his husband's middle name after a golfer? Doubtful.
No. Or his nickname, 5-Iron.
Right?
I don't think that we call Mrs. Fain 5-Iron Fain.
Speaking
Pretty
of
sure we
5-Iron, he's winning a lot of points right now. He's at the PGA Championship shop sending me pictures of things to see what I want.
Oh!
I'm like, oh, you're winning so many points.
Look at 5. Oh, the romance.
The romance.
The fire is strong in 5-Iron.
Yeah, it is.
Send him to a major golf tournament and watch him just fall in love with you all over again.
Oh, my gosh. Or me fall in love with him all over again.
All right. What's your one last thing here today?
Well, I'm sure you were listening to the Mariners broadcast yesterday, and I thought of you in the, I believe it was third inning, when Naylor got a strike called against him and was like, now I got to tap my hat on that one. That's definitely a ball. And it was definitely a strike. And the announcers immediately but when he just tapped his head, the announcer goes, that's a bad challenge. And it wasn't because the ball was so clearly a strike, but it was your situational awareness in this moment for the challenge. Bad idea. So after the challenge, of course, after Naylor lost it, the announcer goes, the one guy asks him, so even if he would have won that, you still think it's a bad challenge? And he's like, absolutely. What are you gaining from it in that moment? And I thought, see, these are the conversations you and I have had a lot of.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Was that on the Mariners broadcast last night?
It was, yeah.
Or the FS1
because they were on FS1. Yeah, that's right. That's what I had it on.
Okay.
Because when I put on my Fubo, that was the one that popped up first.
Yeah, sometimes I like to hear the national. We hear our own guys so often. I probably should have done that myself.
Yeah, but it was nice to hear that conversation ongoing.
I think he's right, too.
I agreed. Yeah. I said, yes, this is not where I would have used it either.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
I felt validated.
Another thing from last night that we did not bring up today was the Julio batting practice.
Oh, yeah, the sandals.
Where he bet the guy with the shoes he was wearing. The guy said, I bet you can't hit the sign over the wall. You know how hard that's impossible. And he did it on the very next swing, and the guy literally left him his dirty, ratty old flip-flops. And Julio took them. He didn't keep them, but he did take them.
I love that everyone was like, oh, and then he gave them back. I was like, well, wouldn't you give them back too? I mean, first of all, then the guy has to watch the entire game barefoot, and what are you going to do with someoe's dirty sandals?
Yeah, he even said, I'm not going to have him hop around.
Yeah, hop around. That's what you have to do if you have no shoes on. You got to hop.
So, yeah, he gave him his dirty, ratty flip-flops back, but how about that? Bet you can't hit that sign, and then he hits it on the next pitch.
Imagine the skill.
Unbelievable. But that's not going to be my one last thing. My one last thing was I gave my top 10 list for the Reckless at Breakfast, greatest NBA players of all time. And I just want to mention one other guy, because I would put him 11. Joker.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he gets he always gets credit for today. He's always in the conversation of today's players being the best player today. But I don't think that he gets brought up enough as one of the greatest players of all
I
time.
never hear him brought up as in that conversation.
I'd put him just outside the top 10. I'm going to put him at number 11. And so even though he rips on him all the time, I'm putting him ahead of you, Shaq. How about that?
Sick burn. Take
Yeah,
that. There's
take
some
that.
shade, Shaq.
Take that, Shaq.
There's some shade.
How I recognize greatness.
It's not a bad Shaq impression.
If I compare greatness, you were great. He was greater.
I mean, you have better impressions, but I won't hate on that one.
I got Hakeem Olajuwon ahead of Shaq, too. Sorry about it, Shaq.
I thought you were going to say you have a Hakeem Olajuwon impression. I was like, do
No,
ya?
no, I
That would be
actually
different.
don't. No, I don't. All right. Well, I think that's all the damage that we can do today. So we're going to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning. So enjoy your day. And, of course, keep it right here because you got Greg Bell coming up next. We got schedule release. He's probably got nuggets. He's probably got leaks.
Leaks everywhere.
We got Christopher Kidd coming your way next, and we'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Thanks for joining us. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Light, choose, chill. The Mariners beat the Trash Cans in Houston last night the way they often win, a home run and pitching. 6 singles plus Julio Rodriguez's 7th home run of the season onto the train tracks. Plus RBIs at the bottom of the lineup from Dom Canzone, Cole Young, George Kirby, and 4 relievers escaping jams. Andres Munoz struck out Jordan Alvarez with a man on to end a 3-1 Mariners win. Much more coming up about moments from this game that hint what the M's need to do going forward. Talk about that in a minute. Game 2 of the 4-game series in Houston today. Brian Wu starts for the Mariners, 5:10 first pitch. The NFL and ESPN announced this morning that the first Monday night game of the 2026 season will be Chiefs-Broncos. So that eliminates another possible foe for the Seahawks in the league opener at Lumen Field Wednesday, September the 7th. More about that during the show. We'll talk about later on all the games we know for sure, confirmed, and the full schedule release is Thursday. Nobody does the NFL schedule release like the NFL schedule. It's hilarious how this is drawn out. The Seahawks made official their contract with veteran pass rusher Dante Fowler Jr. We learned about that last week. 1-year deal. Believed to be worth more than, or up to $5 million with incentive bonuses for Fowler's age 32 season. The Sounders host San Jose tomorrow night, 6:30 at Lumen Field, right here on your home of the Sounders, 93.3 KJR FM. NBA playoffs. The Thunder swept the Lakers right out of the playoffs, ending 41-year-old LeBron James's record 23rd NBA season. James said about playing next year, quote, "I don't know what the future holds for me." Could that have been his last game? Cleveland won at home over Detroit last night to tie that series at 2 games each. Tonight, Minnesota at San Antonio in Game 5 of the Western Conference semifinals, tied 2 games each. Stanley Cup playoffs, the Avalanche won at Minnesota to take a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference semifinals. Tonight, Buffalo at Montreal. The Canadiens are up 2-1 in the Eastern Conference semis. In the West, Anaheim-Vegas, Game 5 tonight. That series is tied at 2. And former Cowboys and Broncos Super Bowl starting quarterback Craig Morton passed away at the age of 83. Former Cal Bear was the first quarterback to start at the Super Bowl for 2 different teams. Super Bowl 5 for Dallas, Super Bowl 12 for Denver against the Cowboys. The only other quarterbacks to ever do that after Morton, Kurt Warner, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady. And now for the Tuesday show. Good morning. Return to the Mac. Mark Morrison greets you on a Tuesday, May the 12th. Greg Bell, the News Tribune, and Christopher Kidd with you. Hello, Chris.
Good morning, Greg. How are things?
Good. Things are great, man. Sunny, 80-degree day in the Pacific Northwest. Christmas kind of day.
It's going to be a nice one. I'm excited.
Why Chris was born and raised here for days like this.
Exactly.
It's gorgeous off Elliott Bay already. Beautiful. Hopefully it's beautiful wherever you might be. Listening on the iHeartRadio app for free, or 933kjr.com, or on your good old-fashioned radio on the FM dial, or YouTube. Hello, I think the cameras are working again today. Good morning. You can watch live on YouTube and leave comments on the YouTube page as well. We give you a chance every weekday, every hour, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. 6 p.m. we cut it off because Dave Softy Mahler, Dick Fain are done by then at 7. The Grand Slam Cash giveaway. You go to 933kjr.com, enter a national keyword to win $1,000, or your chance to win $1,000. Don't just enter the word and you get $1,000. Not that easy. You'll be in the pool to be drawn potentially to win. Today, the keyword for 10 o'clock hour is deposit, D-E-P-O-S-I-T, in case you need to spell that. Deposit. I'll have another word for you next hour. This week, the PGA Championship, one of golf's majors, gets going Thursday morning, early Seattle time. So now until Wednesday, tomorrow, end of day, I assume 11:59 p.m., you can go to our website, 933kjr.com. We have the Major Golf Challenge PGA Championship Edition. You pick a golfer in each of the groups to predict who you think is going to be the top performer of all 9 groupings in the tournament. And then they'll score total to par, lowest score wins. You get rounds at Gable Sands. You get Pacific Northwest Golf Academy passes. Cool stuff. A foursome at Gamble Sands and 2 full assessments and 2-month memberships at the Pacific Northwest Golf Academy. Go to our website, 933kjr.com, to enter the Major Golf Challenge PGA Championship Edition. You got to do it by the end of day Wednesday because the tournament starts on Thursday. On the show today, we're going to skip around a little bit. We're going to win the Mariners. When they win, it's better to talk about the Mariners. We're going to talk about why they won last night, encouraging signs from a bullpen that's really in disarray. Had a paternity leave with their best reliever last night, now away from the team for a week and a half or so. And that's cool. I mean, baseball never used to do that. When I was covering as a baseball beat writer, Chris, if you had a baby, on to the next.
Back to work with it, huh?
Yeah. Art Howe, manager of the Oakland A's I covered for the Sacramento Bee in the early 2000s, talked about how he missed the birth of his first child because the Pirates, who hometown team he was playing for, they might have been the Astros by then, said nope. I don't even know if he even bothered to ask back in the 70s. We've come a little way as a society by then. But another departure from the bullpen, Ferrer leaves on paternity leave, and then some dudes last night that weren't even in their plans to start the season showed up big in a high-leverage situation. Of course, the trash cans are in last place. That helped, too. We'll talk about that. The Kyle Raleigh situation continues. We'll talk about that. 10:45, we're down to 4 possible opponents now for the Seahawks in the opening game, thanks to what the NFL and ESPN announced this morning for Week 1's Monday night game. And now we'll run down all the known matchups that have gone out so far. Official, not rumored. There's some rumors out there. We're going to talk at 11 o'clock about one of them with Mike Cadlick. He is the Patriots and NFL writer for Sports Illustrated based in New England. We haven't heard much about the Patriots, have we? Nothing's been happening since the Super Bowl with them.
What an organization, man.
We're going to talk to Mike Caddick about that and a lot more. He thinks the first game should be Patriots at Seahawks in a Super Bowl rematch. I'm going to ask Mike why he thinks that.
Really?
Yes, he does.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to need a thesis on this.
Yes.
This is quite why the Patriots? What do they? I mean, I guess I'd want to see Christian Gonzalez again. That's it.
I think the cachet is just a Super Bowl rematch, right?
You could get that in Week 10 or something.
That's what a lot of people are saying.
You don't need to do that for your first game.
The showcase first game.
Yeah, no.
And most people, now, of course, we in the Pacific Northwest celebrated Super Bowl 60 like no other, like maybe only one other Super Bowl ever. But the rest of the country thought that game was an absolute bore. It was a punt-a-thon for the first 3 quarters. Remember, the Seahawks only had like a 9-point lead, 9-0 or whatever it was into the third quarter. And then the Patriots did absolutely nothing against Mike McDonald's defense and just punted about 10 times in the first 3 quarters. So nationally, that Super Bowl is like, nah, no more of that. There are a lot of people saying, nah, I don't need Patriots Seahawks to kick off the NFL season on a Wednesday night. But Mike Cadlick thinks that's what it should be. We're going to talk to him at 11 o'clock. 11:30, we'll read back your text, 49451, as we do every day on the Tacoma Dodge text line. First time, we'll just ask, who do you want? Not who you think it'll be. Who would you like? I guess what's left and remaining for the Seahawks to play Week 1, Bears, Cardinals, Chargers, Patriots. Those are the only remaining teams they could possibly play Week 1 because everybody else is accounted for after the Chiefs-Broncos announcement today that they're going to be the first Monday night game. ESPN and ABC announced that. So no Chiefs. They're not going to roll the dice with Patrick Mahomes. Now, Mahomes and Bo Nix is coming off an ankle injury that he got in the postseason. So those are 2 quarterbacks coming off somewhat substantial injury. Of course, Mahomes was much more significant, an ACL. But apparently, Chris, remember we talked about would they risk Mahomes coming to the Seattle showcase game? Would he even be ready? Apparently, they're not worried about that for the first Monday night game.
Yeah, because they're playing against the Broncos, who was another nasty defense that's really talented, got a good pass rush, good linebackers, and a great secondary. So, yeah, I guess they're not worried about it. But, hey, we'll see how it all unfolds during training camp when Mahomes is, for the YouTube folks, officially back. So, yeah, I'm excited to see that. I'm hoping the Seahawks face the Bears. Chargers would be my second B. I think the Chargers, I know I was pretty harsh on them yesterday, but looking back at it, that could be an intriguing matchup.
You felt bad? Your conscience bothered you?
Yeah, I was up at night looking at the ceiling like, dang, I just pooped all over the Chargers like they were just some 4-13 team when they're actually not that bad. They're okay. So that would be an interesting matchup. So, yeah, Bears 1A, and then I guess number 2, I'd have to go Chargers. Everything after that, I don't know. There's no way that they can have the Cardinals unless Jeremiah Love is running for 250 yards week 1. That is the only okay.
But yes, of course, he wouldn't have run for that by the opener time. And, of course, they have to decide that by tomorrow. So
I just don't see that happening. So, no, Cardinals and Patriots, no chance in hell people want to watch that in Seattle.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see that for what it's worth.
A lot of people in the country agree with you about the Patriots.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Then you have the whole Mike Vrabel thing. Do you really
whoop his ass? And then, hey, man, sorry about the situation. Give me the shot where Mike McDonald and Vrabel embrace. Does McDonald say, hey, man, tough times. You're 0-1 now. Or, like, what is that exchange? I would love to.
Of course, given Mike Vrabel's offseason, maybe you don't want to embrace him at this point.
You just give him a little,
maybe a long, extended arm.
That's the luck the rest of the season, bud. Hopefully you make it through the season.
Salute from across the season, from across the field. The Mariners, Cal Raleigh, fourth again yesterday. Second time in 2 games, second time this season. He went 0 for 4 with a strikeout. He didn't walk, so now that's 0 for his last 40 plate appearances with only 3 walks in that span. He's 0 for 34. It's the major's longest hitless streak this season. His batting average is 157. The close runner-up to the American League MVP is hitting 157. The last season's MVP. That's the second worst in Major League Baseball. 157 is only ahead of Tampa Bay's Cedric Mullins has hit 143. He has about 25, 30 fewer plate appearances than does Cal Raleigh, and that's part of the point. We mentioned it yesterday. I don't know why they don't do it other than they haven't gone to him and asked him or told him. But they need to put him on the 10-day injured list for a break and give his physical break, give his aching side that Ryan Divish on Sunday in Chicago reported he's still getting daily treatment for. But maybe more, Chris, is a mental break. And just to be done with trying to get his timing right. I saw Harold Reynolds on Major League Baseball last night talking about he's just a little late. A tick late is what Reynolds said, former Mariner, of course, who believes Raleigh is not that far away. But just a reset. I mean, it's May 12th. You could reset for 10 days and be back before Memorial Day. We made this point yesterday. That's still 110-plus games remaining in the season, and the AL West is not going anywhere. I don't know why they're dragging him through this. Honestly, they're dragging him through the pain of his side that he's getting treatment for, and they're dragging him through having to see 157 up on the scoreboard every time now it's plummeting every time. I get it. You defer to the player. The veteran player faces the franchise. You want to go? You okay? I'm going to go. If you ask a guy like Cal Raleigh, and that I've known him and talked to him in the clubhouse, he's not going to say, yeah, I'll just take 10 days off and skip. Give me 10 days off, please.
Let me ask you this, Greg. Do you think Cal is pressing because of last season when he had 60 home runs? Did that raise expectations to maybe something that could be impossible to reach again, and he's just searching for that anomaly that he had?
Sure. I mean, once you reach that plateau, what's next? For the team, of course, the World Series. But for him, 60 home run seasons don't just come around and fall out of trees. That he will likely never get 60 home runs again. So it's an expectation that's unattainable, but now he knows what he's capable of doing. I mean, honestly.
How do you find the balance, though, I guess is the question. I think that's what the coaches got to be emphasizing. Hey, we don't need you to do what you did last season.
Right. At this
point, we just
point,
need you to do 30.
Or just get on base.
Okay,
Jay Buhner, especially if you're going to bat at the top of the order, Just get on base, walks, be more patient. But pitchers are getting him out with pitches that are not strikes often. Low and away, some off speed. But Jay Buhner made the point last night as the guest analyst with Dave Valley and Aaron Goldsmith on Mariners TV during the broadcast about how he talked to Cal Raleigh before last night's game and said, "You're still on pace for 30 home runs, bro. That's I'd take that. Everyone would take that." But that's really not the point because the Mariners have home runs. They won last night because Julio Rodriguez hit one on the railroad tracks. That's how they win. They won tons into the next to the last game before the World Series last year because Raleigh hit so many home runs. But with their pitching staff, they don't really need another home run hitter, honestly. They need Cal Raleigh to drive in runs and get on base and be a productive part of the order so that Rodriguez, who we're going to talk about in a little bit, the start he's off to, all of a sudden, by the way, we spent a lot of time in this area and on this station ripping Julio Rodriguez for his starts. He's off to the best start of his career. And he started in the 150s with Cal Raleigh in April. And now he's got the best number. We're going to talk about it in a few minutes. He's got the best numbers of his career so far into May. And this year, he's batting .350 this month with an OPS of 1.15 and a .775 slugging. As much time as we spend ripping Julio Rodriguez, we should be praising him for what he's doing because he is way above his career average for the middle of May. But with Rodriguez hitting behind him as he's hitting, they just need Raleigh on base, honestly. But to your point, Chris, he's not thinking, I just need to get on base.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's accurate, but I felt watching him, I feel like he's just trying to get back to where he was, which not trying to say you can't do it, but that's just if you're in the NBA and you're averaging, one season you average like 17, and then the following season you average 27. That third season, like, is everyone expecting you to average 27?
Right.
Like, I think if you can get 24, like, who's going to be mad at that? It's not what you did in year 2, but damn, it's still really good.
I'm dating myself, but when I was first covering Major League Baseball as a beat writer, covering the A's, and Jason Giambi won the American League MVP in the early 2000s, the next season after that, the pitchers did not throw to him. They just off-speed away, some of the stuff we see Kyle Raleigh get.
Yeah.
But they did not come into the strike zone. You know what happened the next year? He led the league in walks, Giambi did. And we all made fun of it on the beat. We talked about how he would say after games, I just took my walks. And like my dad always tells me, just be patient. He would say that all the time for like 162 games. He led the league in walks. The A's were one of the best teams and best offenses in baseball, went back to the playoffs. And that was the adjustment Giambi made was, okay, this isn't going to be a 40, 50 home run season. This is going to be on base and have Matt Stairs and his brother Jeremy and John Jaha and all these other dudes. The Mariners had sluggers at the time. They hit the home runs. And that's what the Mariners are as an offense. We deride them for just singles, strikeouts, and home runs, but it's who they are. They're not really going to change. So they have other home run hitters. Cal Raleigh doesn't need to be an even 40 home run guy on this team. We talked about this yesterday, too, and I know Ian did on his show after ours. This team's going to win a division. If they have just a modicum of offense with their pitching, their bullpen has struggled, but this division is so bad that the Mariners are going to win the division. For Cal Raleigh to get the Mariners to the World Series, I submit he doesn't need to be a 60 home run, a 50 home run, or even a 40 home run guy. He needs to be an on-base and drive-in run machine, a guy who hits singles, doubles, and walks. And let the rest of the lineup get the pitches will give them because Raleigh's on base. Name of the game in baseball, get on base so the hitters behind you have to face strikes. You don't have to face strikes when the bases are empty. And if Raleigh's getting a 157 batting average, Julio Rodriguez and all the guys behind him are hitting with empty bases. Raleigh on base, everyone else will hit their strikes, and then you play offense. I'm simplifying this, I know, to a fault. But the bottom line is give him a 10-day break to rest that side, to rest his head, and it's still only May 22nd or 23rd, and you got 110 games. Let's see what a refreshed Cal Raleigh would be. They won't do that because they will not go to him and tell him that. At least there's no precedent here that says Hollander, DePoto, or Dan Wilson's going to say, we're shutting you down. That would be a precedent they have yet to set on a major player like this. But I think that's what should happen. I don't know, other than them just not wanting to cross that Rubicon of not having a player and telling him he's sitting. I don't know other reason why you would not do that. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line for your opinions about that possible solution to Cal Raleigh. Or maybe it just works itself out, huh, Chris? Because there's still 120-plus games left.
I would think.
And that's what it looks like they're banking on.
I would think that Cal could get out of his own funk. As you mentioned, he talked a little bit about it. It's up here in the head.
He did say that Sunday.
Based on that, sure. I know he's banged up, but I think he can play better with being banged up. That's just how I feel. I believe that Cal is not a bad player that just had an outlier season and he won't be as good ever again. I think he's just mentally trying to figure out why he's playing so poorly and how he can help his team. And as a team, they're not playing well. So I think all of that is just a challenge for him at this point in the season. And maybe that 10-day rest would benefit, but I also think if you take him out those 10 days, there's a possibility that he's leaving rusty now because he hasn't played in any games. He's just been resting, which isn't a bad thing because there's still time for him to amp up, get back to just being a better overall player. But that would be my one concern. Like, damn.
Well, send him to a rehab assignment in Tacoma for
That's true as well. You can get him,
Stadium.
you can easily get him going, sending him up there, popping some homers. Okay, I feel great. I'm ready to go back to it. So there's definitely a way to do it. But even then, I'm just like, I think he's capable of just playing through it. I think that because they need some adversity, and boy, are they facing it right now. But as you mentioned, the AL is just not that good. But even then, you're sitting at 20-22, not great for your standards and where you perceive your team to be. But I think for Cal, that would be a good test. Going through this fire of dealing with pain, injury, whatever you want to call it, not playing your best, still playing, you get into July, you're as close to healthy as you can be, you're feeling good, you're hitting better.
But if he's still getting treatment daily on his side, and it's May, how's that going to rest and get better?
You'd hope that maybe it's an injury that over time it's going to get better.
Yeah, that's what the Mariners are counting on, it appears. So here's the thing. Raleigh's down, but Julio Rodriguez is way up.
Yeah.
And again, we need to spend some time in Seattle talking about that. We love to bang on him when he's hitting 200. Well, I mentioned 350 this month after the home run last night. He's slugging 775 in May. He has an OPS of 1.156 this month. His average in the 270s here in mid-May is way, way above what it usually is this time of year. He's hitting 274 with a 790 OPS. The kids love the WRC plus. His WRC plus is 127. Those are far and away his highest numbers of his career through May 11th. I mean, he's 20 points higher than his rookie season in batting average, let alone. He's 140 points higher than his OPS of his rookie season through May 11th. He's 33 points higher in WRC plus. By every metric, he is way up hitting-wise, and he's still giving you the defense he gives you. Julio Rodriguez is the guy we ought to be talking about a lot because we talk about him when he's down, and now he's way, way up. He hit the home run last night, made it a 3-run lead for the Mariners. They win 3-1, and that's pretty much all they got. Again, singles and home runs. The bullpen did it last night. When we come back, we're going to talk about a bullpen that has been in disarray. The closer last night, Andres Munoz, also did something different he hasn't been doing that we've talked about on the show he needs to start doing. He did it last night. We'll talk about that next on 93.3 KJR FM. First base after a 2-out single by Jose Altuve. You heard the final out there. You did say Dave Valley made a good point, and during the inning itself, how much more he was using the fastball last night. Chris, how often have we talked about Andres Munoz getting hit by his slider getting hit for game-crushing, home runs and game-winning hits, and we kept saying, go back to the fastball, go back to the fastball. Last night he did. Yet that final pitch was a changeup, which he rarely throws. He's almost fastball, slider. And he threw Alvarez a changeup that he was waving at. That pitch was 3 feet outside, and Alvarez was so fooled by seeing a pitch in the low 90s, not diving like a slider does, that he just waved at it. And it was because he had used the fastball so much earlier in the inning. The Altuve hit was a high and away fastball, 100 miles an hour. And when Altuve hit that, I was like, well, there's only a few guys in the league that could hit that pitch for a base hit and elevate it like Altuve did. Okay, fine. That Alvarez had to be thinking that, and then he gave him a few more fastballs. He threw a couple sliders to Alvarez, and then he got him with a changeup to end the game. That was the best Andres Munoz. That was all-star closer Andres Munoz. And, that was what he needs to do, get back to the fastball. He told Adam Jude of the Seattle Times in the clubhouse in Houston after the game last night, Munoz did, quote, a lot of emotions. I've been working on a lot of stuff, and as soon as I got in, I said, quote, I'm going to do my best, and that's what I did. His best is the fastball. It's 100+, and it's what everything else feeds off of, and he was really slider-dependent early, and he was getting torched, and often. He had many scoreless outings as well, but when he lost big with the slider. Last night he won big with the fastball, and it ended a changeup ended up tying up Yordan Alvarez. But that wasn't the only guy that Alvarez out last night. I was really impressed, Chris, after 99 pitches. You could see in third inning, Kirby was into the 70s, and you could see, this is going to be a bullpen game on a day that Jose Ferrer, their best reliever, most consistent reliever, left on paternity leave. And that's on top of Matt Brash, of course, and Gabe Spire, their primary setup guys, on the injured list. So now the bullpen's in shambles. Three key guys, the guy you traded for, Harry Ford for, the veteran reliever Ferrer, and then your two primary setup guys are all gone. Nick Davila, come on down. 27 years old. He was a non-roster invitee to spring training. He had his 2024 season at Single A Everett, interrupted by injury. Chris, do you know where he began this season, last month, where who he was pitching for?
Yeah, wasn't it Double-A Arkansas?
Double-A Arkansas Travelers.
Yeah, third MLB appearance.
That's right.
High-pressure 6th inning, all on the road, and you know what he did? Handle business. So
he did.
Bullpen was the real story, as you mentioned earlier. Like, these guys stepped up, not to mention everyone's favorite, Edward Bizzardo. He bounced back after Sunday's mishap, but tossed a scoreless 8th inning. You needed that, obviously. And then was pitching for, I think, the third time, in 4 days. So, yeah, shout out to the bullpen for sure.
Davila in the 6th inning after 99 pitches, and George Kirby, who, by the way, loaded the bases, had a couple guys on in a couple innings. He got out of a lot of jams. Fortunate in some ways that he gives up just one run, but that's what he does against the trash cans. His career ERA in 11 outings is now down to 2. He had one bad game last year against Houston, gave up like 5 runs in 5 innings, 4 innings or something like that. Other than that, his ERA is a 1 against Houston, and he gave up 1 run in 5 innings last night. Davila comes in against 6, 7, 8, 9 against the trash cans lineup. Got a ground out, a called strikeout, a ground ball single, and a line out to Rodriguez. And it was a bridge inning to get to the back of the bullpen. That may have earned him more opportunities. You're going to see Davila, I would think, in leverage situations, especially as long as Brash, Spire are out, and while Ferreira is going to be a dad. He threw only 14 pitches, but here we go. The Mariners have their rules, right? You can't start a new inning. They don't want to start a reliever starting a new inning. So out goes Davila after just 14 pitches, and here comes Cooper Criswell, who was on with Chuck Powell about an hour ago. Criswell comes into the game. He's been in the Dodgers. He was a starting pitcher for a while, and he's been in all kinds of roles around the major leagues. They got him in the offseason. He comes in the 7th inning of a 3-1 game, and he set down the top of the cans order, 1, 2, 3. Criswell struck out Yordan Alvarez on an 87-mile-an-hour slider that completely fooled Alvarez because he didn't swing. It was center cut down the middle, called strike 3. He just did not he was completely fooled and didn't expect a slider at 87 right down the middle to end the inning. 13 pitches for Criswell. Well, what's that mean? He's done. Can't start a new inning. Mariners rule. Here comes Edward Bizzardo. Bottom of the 8th. Leadoff. Remember, Bizzardo had given it up in Chicago the day before with the 2 runs late in the game when they lost 2-1. He comes in, as Chris mentioned, 3rd time in 4 days. Leadoff walk. Really bad mistake in a 2-run game. Then strikeout, strikeout, strikeout. 2 of them called. I loved how Bizzardo stomped off the mound after the inning ended too, man. He was pretty pumped up. Still 3-1 M's. Meanwhile, the offense, 18 batters in 19 plate appearances made outs in that stretch after the home run in the 3rd inning, I think it was, by Rodriguez. 18 of 19 retired by Houston's really bad pitching staff. So the bullpen had to do this. Then we talk about the bottom 9th. Munoz comes in. Okay, Anders, I'm going to take a poke at the new dad. He loves to talk about how J.P. Crawford's defense is killing him. And sure enough, the first run of the game last night for the trash cans was off the backhand glove of J.P. Crawford, although I will tell you that hit scorched. There are very few shortstops that would have picked that and kept it from going into the outfield and prevented the run there. But in the 9th inning, Chris, I don't know if you noticed it, fans may have noticed, that play to start the inning with the first out, charging hard and taking a short hop cleanly into his glove and then throwing on the run to get the first out of the 9th was splendid. That is a hard play to make. You have to make a decision as a shortstop. You stay back, and if I charge and commit, I got to commit charging to this, meaning I can't wait for a hop. If I'm going to charge this, I got to glove it wherever it gloves. And if it's a short hop, and that was a really short hop, like a couple inches, and he got it and threw in one motion, that changes the inning, of course. There's all kinds of statistics to tell you what happens when the leadoff man gets on versus when he isn't, and whether a team scores a run or not. They needed 2, of course, and the rest was history. But, yeah, we've also given J.P. Crawford grief on this station for his defense. Time to give him some props for what he did in the 9th inning to get Andres Munoz off to the start.
Sweep coming.
Here we go. 4-game series against the last-place team. You may be right, Chris.
Maybe.
Brian Wu is starting tonight.
Sweep coming.
Brian Wu starting tonight. Bryce Miller makes his first appearance of the season tomorrow off the injured list. He has he has not this spring thrown more than 61 pitches in a minor league rehab assignment. So it may be another bullpen night tonight. It would behoove the Mariners to get another Brian Wu-esque start, in that he's usually a 7-inning plus guy. He's something of an anomaly in Major League Baseball this year, or this era. But if Wu gives you a Wu-type start, which he bounced back last time and did, then you set your bullpen up for what should be a bullpen day, at least half the game or a little less than half the game tomorrow, when Bryce Miller's coming back off the injured list. And then Luis Castillo in what is mounting up to be a pretty important start on the Thursday afternoon, maybe it's morning our time, I think it's 11 a.m. Thursday morning, series finale and road trip finale in Houston, because they are doing this 6-man rotation deal, and they really are looking at, okay, what's Luis Castillo look like in this 6-man rotation? Are they going to piggyback starters? Are they going to stretch everyone out with 5 days rest with a 6-man rotation? How Castillo does Thursday in Houston, we'll probably have a long say about that. The other thing this 6-man rotation does, of course, is it changes the dynamics of the bullpen. And guys may not pitch as often as they would, or they may have to pitch if starters don't take to this. Anyway, the most encouraging thing last night to me was the bullpen getting guys that they did not have in their plans in high leverage situations and succeeding. We saw what happened earlier in the season when guys had been forced into high leverage situations and did not succeed. Casey Beans is gone. Lagomina was DFA'd after failing in those situations, but not last night. Davila and Criswell, nails. Of course, again, that's a last-place team, and to Chris's point, they need to capitalize this and win 4 games. So,
and you're back right in it.
Right.
You're number 1.
Probably.
Not even.
They're 2 games back right now because the A's won last night.
Damn
but
it,
we're
that
not that we're watching the standings May 12th, but the point is, it's worth watching the standings. The point is that the AL West is not going anywhere. So the Mariners last night off to a good start because of their bullpen. And how often have we said that this season, that it's been the other way? 49451, your feelings about the Mariners after just one night, but the positive signs of the bullpen and what they can continue to do your opinions. We're already getting some on the text line about Kyle Raleigh, and I submit again, they should put him on the injured list, give him a week and a half off, a mental and physical break, and then you still have him for 110 games. And although there is someone on the text line from the 206, I think it was the 206, who said you need him for the pitchers. The 253 rather. Kyle is valuable as a catcher to the pitchers. That is true. And if you put him on an injured list, that you'd be missing that. Now, Garver has had a pretty good season as far as he's really good at challenges, by the way. But the now that Garver's been here for a year plus, a couple years, the pitching staff knows him and trusts him more. I would submit it would be worth losing Raleigh to the pitching staff for 10 days for what you'd get back in a refreshed Raleigh and hopefully healed Raleigh and rested Raleigh. So 206, I did not see Alvarez. Munoz threw one fastball to Alvarez. I don't know that he threw one fastball to Alvarez. Maybe he did.
Go back and watch, but
maybe
I'm
he
not
did.
sure.
But
I
he
think did.
the point was the entire inning he was fastball, and the changeup after an inning full of fastballs is what completely fooled Alvarez with the game on the line. I mean, it's easy to go back online and see what he's missing. The 206 is missing the point here. The point is that he went fastball to start that inning, including the single by Altuve, far more than he had all season. And that set up the game-ending changeup that, of course, Alvarez was not expecting. So thank you for the errata on that. Munoz is going to take this team a lot further the way they play one-run games with the offense they have. We'll read back your text on the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Up next, back to the NFL and back to the scheduling. No sports organization does scheduling like the NFL does, trickling it out. This morning, NFL and ESPN announced the first Monday night game, how that affects the Seahawks for their league opener Wednesday, September night. We'll talk about that, and we'll give you all the known games so far on the schedule. Tomorrow, another announcement that affects the Seahawks potentially. We'll talk about that next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back to the Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd on 93.3 KJR FM. We've been talking a lot about the Mariners, their bullpen rising up with some unlikely heroes. Kyle Raleigh and his situation and what we're suggesting the Mariners can do about his hitless streak, which is now the longest in the major leagues this season. 0 for 34, 0 for 40 plate appearances. If you missed that, you can go to the iHeartRadio app, 933 KJR, or 933KJR.com to listen to our podcast post after the show. Tomorrow is the next iteration of the NFL scheduled drip, drip, drip. They're going to announce the international games early tomorrow morning. There's a possibility there's two possibilities the Seahawks could play international games that are left based on what's already been announced. They could potentially play the 49ers in Mexico City, though I'm not sure that they'd give the 49ers a division game in Australia against the Rams and then another division game internationally in Mexico against the world champion Seahawks. And the other possibility remains a Commanders game in London. The Seahawks have a road date scheduled and will play a road game against Washington, and Washington is a home team for one of the multiple London games the NFL's putting on. Of course, the Seahawks in 2018 played in Wembley. And in London, I was there, pitch side. Outdoor press boxes in Europe, Chris, they're great. The atmosphere, your load is right on the field. It's pretty cool. Munich was the same way. But Seahawks played in Wembley, what's now almost 8 years ago. It was the week Paul Allen died. That's the only other time the Seahawks played in England. Their only other international game, of course, was in Munich, as I said, against the Buccaneers a couple years after the London game. And that's it. You would think the Super Bowl champions would be an international attraction. They are. And the Seahawks have been expecting to be an international game this coming season. But now there's only 2 chances left. We'll find out tomorrow if the Seahawks get Mexico City against the 49ers or the Commanders in London. We also know that the Seahawks are not going to play the Chiefs. It was announced this morning, as we mentioned earlier, Chiefs-Broncos, the first Monday night game on ESPN ABC, going to be week 1. That's that matchup. So the Chiefs won't be coming here. It's down to 4 possibilities for the Seahawks to open the season, the NFL season, Wednesday, September 9th at Lumen Field. It could be the Bears. It could be the Cardinals. It could be the Patriots or the Chargers. And we've talked about a couple reasons why we think it's going to be the Bears. Mike Cadlick, Sports Illustrated reporter for the New England Patriots and the NFL at large. He's going to join us at 11 o'clock on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. He thinks that it should be Patriots Seahawks. I think that might be a little bit of a homer bias there from New England, but he thinks it should be a Super Bowl rematch for the week 1 game. Here are what we know as the known games. 49ers, Rams in Australia, Thursday, September 10th, the day after the Seahawks open the NFL season on the first Wednesday opener. Cowboys at Giants is the week 1 Sunday night game we talked about yesterday, why ridiculous that was. Ryan Dunleavy from the New York Post even agreed that was kind of ridiculous that the Giants got the Sunday night game week 1. Chiefs Broncos is the week 1 Monday night game. Lions at Bills. That is going to be the second week Thursday night game, week 2. That is the Bills opening of their brand new Palace Stadium. Lions at Bills on the second week of the season, Thursday night on Amazon Prime. That stadium, by the way, is not in downtown Buffalo. It's way out in Orchard Park, just like the current one. It's built in the parking lot of the current stadium, or now the old stadium. So it's not any closer to all the fans on the downtown Buffalo on the east side of Buffalo. It's a trek. It's a half hour or so, and it's a 2-lane road, and it's usually snowing. But once you're there, it's a great environment in Western New York. The 2 other known games involve Chris's dad's team, the Cowboys. They have 3 known games already.
All primetime, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Sucked butt last year, but somehow have 3 primetime games. I love you, Dad, but the point still stands. They should have 1.
Ravens, Cowboys in Brazil in week 3. So the Cowboys will be the featured game in the very first game, NFL regular season game in Brazil in Rio de Janeiro against Baltimore.
They're going to lose that.
Probably. With that, unless they get to fix their defense. And then Thanksgiving, they always play on Thanksgiving. They're going to play at home in their traditional game, but it's against the Eagles. We know that now.
That's a fun matchup. Okay.
Yeah. Eagles at Cowboys, Thanksgiving, week 12. And as I said, the international games to be announced tomorrow. You would think the Seahawks are going to be in a lot of primetime games, potential holiday games. They're going to be up to 3 Christmas Day games. There's going to be a primetime Thanksgiving game. I would think the Seahawks are in play for all of that. Now that they won the Super Bowl, they should be getting max primetime and spots, holiday spots. Christmas is on a Thursday this year, is that right?
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
We'll just go with it, you know? The text line will let us know.
Yeah. It is on a Friday. So that's not as bad as Wednesday that the Christmas was on a couple years ago, but bad for the players, that is. It was a short week. But Friday for Christmas games, the Seahawks are definitely in play for that. And I will tell you just anecdotally, the league loves for their primary games the crowd noise and the weather factor that is Seattle. And the later in the season, in particular, they love to feature the Seahawks at home because of the environment, how it plays out on television nationally, the noise and all of it. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Seahawks have a Christmas Day game, a Friday this year, at home. I sure would love it to be at home, selfishly. I had to travel on Christmas night to Chicago. Not that I'm complaining. I love my job, and I'm cherished and privileged to be there. But getting on a plane Christmas Day is not fun.
I don't think anyone would be upset that you didn't want to travel on Christmas Day.
That plane was not full to Chicago on Christmas Day.
I bet it wasn't. You were probably with people that weren't too excited either.
That hotel was not full in the Miracle Mile in Chicago
Greg,
either.
you are on the list of people that are right there with you. Christmas Day, and I got to do something called work?
Yeah.
That's tough.
I'm not complaining. I once missed my plane in Dallas. They had a day before the day that – you remember when Earl Thomas, after the game, went over to the Cowboys locker room and said, come get me?
Mm-hmm.
That game was December 24th, and I stayed up all night to write 3 days' worth of stories, so I had nothing to write when I got home Christmas Day for the kids and the family, and the only time I've missed a plane in my career. I got up, I don't know why, I just laid down on my bed and got up, and my flight was at 6 out of DFW, and I woke up at like 5:20. And I ran like crazy to get driving. I think I left the rental car running at the drop-off place, and I ran to the airport, and I got there as the gate was closing. Christmas morning, 6 a.m. I said, come on, ma'am, please. I'm trying to get home to see my kids, my family. Sorry, 10 minutes before departure. And the plane just sat there for like 15 minutes. And I watched it just sit there. And I spent half my Christmas Day in DFW airport. That was I had coal in my stocking for my wife when I got home from that. Up next, Mike Cadlick knows about the NFL and holiday games. He covers the Patriots and the league for Sports Illustrated in New England. He joins us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline next. And 11:30, we'll read back your text. All that's coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. KJR-FM. This hour's keyword to win $1,000 in our Grand Slam cash giveaway is WIN, W-I-N. Enter that to 93.3KJR.com for your chance to win $1,000. Mike Kadlick, Sports Illustrated in New England, covers the Patriots in the NFL, will join us next. He's already taunting Pacific Northwest people. When I posted on Twitter X that he was going to be on the show at 11 o'clock, he responded by posting a GIF, is that how the kids pronounce it, of Malcolm Butler's interception in the Super Bowl 12 years ago. A little more ancient history, but Mike will be on next. You guys, maybe we should open the phone lines for Mike Kadlick after that post. 206-286-9595. Chris is in there going, do we want to do that? Michael Kadlick will come on from New England right after headlines real quick. Mariners beat the Trash Cans in Houston last night. Julio Rodriguez's 7th home run of the season. RBIs at the bottom of the lineup from Dom Canzone and Cole Young. George Kirby and 4 relievers escaping jams. Andres Munoz struck out Yordan Alvarez with a changeup as the potential tying run to end it. 3-1 Mariners win. Game 2 of the 4-game series in Houston today with Brian Wu starting for the Mariners. Remember, Bryce Miller's season debut is tomorrow. He has not pitched more than 61 pitches in any of his minor league rehab starts. So tomorrow's going to be a bullpen day. It would really be great if we got a normal Brian Wu tonight in Houston to save some of that shuffled bullpen. The NFL and ESPN announced this morning that the Monday night game for the first week of the 2026 season will be Chiefs Broncos. So nope, Chiefs aren't coming to Lumen Field September 9th for the league opener. The guy we're about to have on says the league opener should be Patriots and Seahawks. We'll talk to Mike Kadlick in a moment about that. Seahawks made official their contract with veteran pass rusher Dante Fowler Jr. Of course, we learned about that last week, the one-year deal believed to be worth up to $5 million. It'll be Fowler's age 32 season. The NFL Players Association is saying it wants high-quality grass fields, like the ones NFL stadiums, including here in Seattle, are installing for the World Cup next month. We've talked about that, too, and why owners don't want to do that. Sounders host San Jose on the grass tomorrow, 6:30 at Lumen Field, right here at 93.3 KJR. The Thunder last night in the NBA playoffs swept the Lakers out of them, ending 41-year-old LeBron James' record 23rd season. James said about playing next year, quote, "I don't know what the future holds for me." Cleveland won at home over Detroit to tie that series at 2 in the East. Tonight in the West, Minnesota at San Antonio in Game 5 of the conference semifinals, tied 2-2. Stanley Cup playoffs, the Avalanche won at Minnesota to take a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference semis. Tonight, Buffalo at Montreal with the Canadiens, up 2-1 in the East. Western semis, Anaheim, Vegas. Tonight, Game 5. That series is tied at 2 games each. And former Cowboys Broncos Super Bowl starting quarterback Craig Morton passed away at age 83. Former Cal Bear, the first quarterback to start a Super Bowl for 2 different teams. Super Bowl 5 for the Cowboys, Super Bowl 12 for the Broncos against Dallas. The only other quarterbacks to do that after Morton did it, Kurt Warner, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady. Brady, of course, first for the Patriots. Mike Kadlick knows a lot about them. He covers them and the NFL for Sports Illustrated, SINow.com. He joins us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, presumably from New England, unless he's remote. Hello again, Mike. Haven't talked to you in a while. How you been?
I'm good, Greg. Thanks for having me. We are in New England, just outside of Boston. Actually, living closer to Foxborough these days. So, thanks for having me on. Let's get to it.
Yeah, save the commute there. First, let me ask you, for selfish reasons, I'm seeing a forecast weather midweek next week of 78, 80 degrees in New England. I'm going there for the Coast Guard Academy's graduation. Our daughter is graduating, and we are praying that it's outside so that all 8 of our family members coming can attend. But it looks like it's been a cold, wet New England spring, and it looks like it's going to get nice next week. So
it was, the winter was brutal, very cold early. A lot of snow mid, and now we're getting some boomerang weather. We've had a couple nice days, a couple cold ones, but like you said, it's getting up there. We're getting closer to summertime, so looking forward to it. And congratulations to your daughter. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you. We go up and down I-93 and 95 quite a bit, flying into Boston and driving to London. So I go by your house all the time in Foxborough, where a couple things have been going on since we last saw the Patriots in the Super Bowl against the Seahawks. Let me ask you about the Mike Vrabel situation. You were at minicamp last week with the Patriots. You said you were going to look for what his coaching demeanor was. What was it?
Yeah, it was. It really did look business as usual, Greg. I did not see any, and there had been some reporting from people who had spoken to folks inside the building that Vrabel hadn't been himself for obvious reasons after what's transpired over the last month or so. A little bit more down, not as robust or vibrant, if you will, like the regular old Mike Vrabel that we've grown to know and love here in New England. But from what I saw watching the hour and a half session of rookie minicamp on Saturday, he was the Mike Vrabel I knew from last season, smiling, laughing, a hands-on approach on the field. Had the bags out with the guys and making them shed tackles off or shed blocks off of him and what have you. So no, he looked comfortable and ready to go, and it kind of made me realize, Greg, and not to diminish the situation off the field and what's happened, because obviously it's personal, but it's also real life stuff.
Yeah.
I do think that what it did to me was be able to almost separate the two and be like, okay, Vrabel, the Patriots, and what's gone on with the Rossini saga, what they need for it to blow by is the football season to happen, because when there's nothing going on and when it's, you're kind of sitting there waiting for the next shoe to drop, if you will, that's the focus. Whereas once the pads are on and, you're inside those white lines, that ends up being what really matters here.
Those of us that have covered the NFL for a while, I've been doing it for 27 years, we tend to think nothing's going to happen to Mike Vrabel here, and it's a personal matter and the league will treat it as such. Mm-hmm. Is there an expectation's the wrong word. Is there any belief or idea around New England or around the team that if more shoes, to use your word, more shoes are to drop and this gets even more of a mess, that he could possibly be disciplined either by the league or by the Patriots? Or what? Is there anything that's going to come out of this if it got worse?
Yeah, I don't think so. I definitely, to use, what you just said, I definitely don't think it would be a punishment from the team or a punishment from the league, unless there was, again, some sort of longer form investigation that found that there was like significant tampering going on, which I don't necessarily believe that to be the case. The one thing that I'm continuing to sort of keep my eye on or watch for is, again, when more shoes drop or if more stuff comes out, and if things off the field with Mike and his family and his wife and his two kids, if that starts to, I guess if this starts to continue to bubble up and doesn't go away, what are your priorities as a person, right? Because I said it before, but people think of Mike Vrabel and these coaches as celebrities and as athletes and as coaches, but they're also real people just like you and I. And when things happen outside of work, you got to go deal with that. And sometimes you have to put your family and your well-being and, your own mental health as well as others is first. And clearly, and I'm not trying to make Mike Vrabel as, a sympathetic person here. I mean, he made his own bed and what decisions he made with this, but sometimes it may come to a point where, okay, I got to step away and I got to figure out my own personal life before I worry about the New England Patriots and football. And I don't get the sense that that's going to happen. But I do just think that, I'm sort of, I guess, waiting to see what more comes of this, what more damage could be done off the football field. And if he has to, continue to put his family before the Patriots, which again, as you know, you say you cover in the league forever. It's a full-time job times 2 being an NFL coach and being in this industry. So, there's a lot of layers to it, but from what I understand, I don't believe the team or the league wants to punish Mike Vrabel for this. It would be more so his doing if he were to step away.
This is the voice of Mike Kadlick. He's Sports Illustrated's Patriots NFL writer, talking to us from Massachusetts on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline on 93.3 KJR FM. You've written recently, at least I saw online, you said the first game you think should be Patriots-Seahawks in a Super Bowl rematch. Why do you think that? And do you have any indication that that's what they're going to announce by Thursday?
So I do not have any, hard reporting on that just yet, as far as who it will be. I think, just looking at the remaining opponents that Seattle can take on in week 1. I mean, the Chiefs got crossed off the list today when it was announced that their week 1 game would be against, the Broncos on Monday Night Football. So you're down to Cardinals, Chargers, Bears, and Patriots. And what I'll do myself is cross off the Cardinals, and I'll even cross off the Chargers. I don't think the in-division matchup with the Cardinals is all that intriguing for the league. And then Seahawks-Chargers, I mean, while it could be a fun game, I don't think that's going to bring the added intrigue that the league wants. So when you look at Patriots and you look at the Bears, and I just think, and the Bears are a fun matchup. You have Caleb Williams, you have Ben Johnson in his second year. They obviously, made waves and had some fireworks games for themselves last year. But when you look at the possibilities, you look at the implications of a Super Bowl matchup. What it can really do, Greg, is look at, okay, what has Seattle done since the beginning of February? What has New England done at the beginning of February? And what changes have, really, I look at it from a Patriots lens, being from around here and covering the team. It's okay. Did they do enough this offseason to get to the level they needed to last year and to beat a team like Seattle? So there's obviously a lot of storylines woven into it, as well as the rematch. And, you put Mike Vrabel on the first game of the season after what's gone on as well. I think that adds a little bit of added intrigue as well. Drake May, the MVP runner-up, and then a Seattle team who let's call it like it was, they blew their doors off at the, in the Super Bowl last season. So I just think that of the remaining opponents, it makes a lot of sense. And the only real devil's advocate I would throw out there is, okay, well, it was the last game we just saw. Our fans, are we going to be bored of them trotting those two teams out once again for the first game this season? But, other than that, I think it's a slam dunk. And I think the idea of a rematch of the previous season is a fun one that we could potentially see.
Let me ask you the question you just posited there. Did they do enough since the Super Bowl with their roster to fix what the Seahawks exploited?
Yeah, the two things that I've sort of we sort of looked at here is, okay, Drake May didn't play his best football in that game or really down the stretch of the entire postseason. And left tackle Will Campbell was hurt as well, and he clearly got ate his lunch against that Seattle front seven. And so I do think with what the Patriots have done, they've added on their offensive line. They signed Elijah Vera Tucker. Will Campbell will be healthy. They draft Caleb Lomu in the first round as sort of a developmental tackle that, you will see if they can either find him, if he can beat someone out on, either side of the offensive line, or he ends up just being a depth piece and somebody who you groom to be your next right tackle. But I think they've shored up the offensive line a little bit. I think when you look at a one-for-one swap between Romeo Doubs and Stephon Diggs, I kind of look at that as a wash. But then we have this, impending A.J. Brown trade that it feels like is all but inevitable once June 1st hits. And I think that's really, that can be as good as done. You can write that in ink that A.J. Brown's going to be a Patriot, barring anything unforeseen. So you look at the weapons they've brought in for Drake May. They've added more protection. They help him. And then on defense, you swap out Jalen Hawkins for Kevin Byard. I think that's a win in the safety book. Harold Landry should come back healthy, and then they add a guy like Draymond Jones to that edge room as well. And so they've definitely added. They've definitely improved. Not as well versed as in what Seattle has necessarily done, and I don't think it necessarily means the Patriots, if they were to match up against them, would win easily. But I think they've done enough and fixed the holes they had on their roster to at least be able to compete with the best of the best in the league.
Much of the Pacific Northwest just chuckled when you mentioned the name Draymond Jones. This is Mike Cadlick here on 93.3 KJR FM talking to us from Massachusetts about the Patriots.
Mike, I read your article about best potential landing spots for Stephon Diggs, and you mentioned that Diggs evolving from a big play receiver into more of that security blanket. Which team on your list do you think would maximize that version of his game the best?
Yeah, so the three teams I had was the Raiders, the Titans, and the New York Giants. And out of the three, I would say I really like the idea of him going to Las Vegas and playing for the Raiders. I mean, you have a young quarterback in Fernando Mendoza who you're trying to, kind of groom to be that next guy. You signed Kirk Cousins, who worked with Stephon Diggs in Minnesota, so they have a rapport there. So if Cousins is the guy to start the season, that's a turnkey QB wide receiver matchup that you have in place already. And outside of a Diggs signing, their wide receiver room isn't really that great there in Las Vegas. I mean, they signed. Forgive me. They signed one of the more Jalen Naylor, I believe, from Minnesota. But really outside of that, they have Dante Thornton and Trey Tucker. So I'm not sold on what they have at wide receiver. And I just think that you said it there. I said, he was sort of dependable and was someone who Drake May was able to kind of rely on in crunch time and clutch moments, and helped him, become an MVP runner-up. And Diggs has been that guy for, teams in the past. Look what he did in Buffalo for Josh Allen. And I know it was only 1 year, but he really was able to take it in stride as being a part of a wide receiver room by committee in Houston with C.J. Stroud. And so, yeah, I think Diggs is a good player to kind of have around a young quarterback and to help them grow. And out of those three, I would just say that I think the Raiders make a ton of sense given where their room is and how important the development of Fernando Mendoza is going to be.
Sticking with receivers, one playmaker who ended his season early with an injury, Tyreek Hill. Has there been any chatter around the league about him? I know he's been in court for some issues off the field, but have you heard anything about the future of him playing football for anyone next season?
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. I haven't heard much on Tyreek Hill at all. I know that and his season ended early last year with a pretty gruesome knee injury. It doesn't seem like he's going to be available at least to start the season. So I wonder if, that turns into more of let him get healthy, wait and see obviously what happens, like you said, off-field situation with Hill, which, is always up in the air and a question mark with that guy. But, as far as on the field, he's obviously getting older as well and coming off an injury. So, perhaps the team wait through training camp, maybe guys get hurt, late in the season or mid to late in the season. If teams wide receivers room has some attrition, Tyreek Hill could maybe be a guy to help get a team closer to a Super Bowl championship or a Super Bowl berth, get over the top. But for now, it doesn't seem like there's any momentum on the Tyreek Hill front signing anytime soon.
Mike, Drake May, is there a chance that he doesn't approach what he did in the regular season, which was pretty meteoric and almost an emergent breakout? And what has New England done? Oh, concern's the wrong word. What has New England done around him to perhaps not have to rely on him to be as good as he was last regular season?
Yeah, it's a good question. We batted this question around a little bit yesterday on our podcast that I do for CLNS Media here in Boston, and talked about sort of could he take a step back? And we kind of put a step back versus a slump into two different buckets, right? Because a slump would indicate you're playing worse football and you're not you're not performing like you did the past year and making more mistakes, and obviously that turns into poorer stats in turn, and then winning less games. But so a slump I don't think is something that would happen with Drake May. I think he works too hard. I think he has too much too much good around him, frankly, in the coaching department for a slump to happen. Now, a step back could be different because, again, he was the MVP runner-up last season. He led the league in yards per attempt. He led the league in passer rating, led the league in completion percentage. I mean, across the board, he was the most efficient player the league saw in 2025. And the only way you don't step back from that is if you improve on it and win the MVP. And I think, frankly, that's that the expectations for that's a silly expectation. And you asked about what New England did around him this offseason. What they did was try and help and build up their run game. They signed Julian Hill, one of the better blocking tight ends in football. They beefed up the offensive line, as I mentioned, bringing a guy like Elijah Vera Tucker. And so they've sort of made and even a guy like Romeo Doubs, not that he's necessarily an X factor in the run game, but someone who enjoys to block and give it his all and help out in the run game just as much as he does in the pass game. And you obviously have Mac Hollins, who's a great run blocking wide receiver. And so I think they're going to rely more on the ground game, and Reggie Gilliam as well from the Buffalo Bills they signed. So I feel like they're going to help Drake May on the ground, and that'll just open up the passing game even more. And so with that, maybe a step back statistically, and with a little bit tougher of a schedule this year, maybe they take a step back and wins. But, as far as Drake May playing poorer football and looking like a worse football player in 2026, I just don't see that. I think he's too good of a player.
And it's still Ramondre Stevenson and Trayvon Henderson probably duo like they did last year.
Yeah, I think so. Hope to see more from Henderson. He was someone who was kind of a, one speed pony, if you will. I mean, he didn't really read blocks too great. He was kind of a home run hitter at a couple 50-plus touchdown runs, which was incredible. But he needs to improve between the tackles and kind of finding running lanes. But which is why I just, not that I push back, but I think it's still Ramondre Stevenson as the starter and Travion as a spell guy, and maybe his carries continue to creep up and they can use him in the pass game a little bit. But definitely look forward to seeing Ramondre Stevenson, take a a fair share of the carries and continue that. But yeah, it's those two in the backfield and should be a pretty good 1-2 punch, two-headed monster at that.
I can tell you the Seahawks coaches think a lot of Ramondre Stevenson. He is a load, and they schemed a lot of the Super Bowl in trying to make sure they corralled him. So, Mike, we will. We'll call you again whenever they play the Patriots. We'll find out in 2 days whether that's September 9th or not. Thanks a lot for coming on.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Greg. Thanks for having me.
Give me
Appreciate you guys.
Sun in New England next week, please. Thank you. Mike Cadlick.
All right. Well, I'll speak it into existence.
Yes, thank you, sir. Mike Cadlick talking to us from Massachusetts. He's Sports Illustrated now and CSLN in Boston. He joins us. We've had him on the show before talking Patriots, but a lot to talk about. And he thinks Patriots-Seahawks is going to happen for week 1. He admits it's probably Bears or Patriots against the Seahawks for the very first NFL game. If you missed our talk, you can go to the iHeartRadio app, download that. He talks about what they did around the offensive line to try to bolster what the Seahawks exploited in the Super Bowl and Super Bowl 60, and Will Campbell, the left tackle in particular. 49451, a couple comments about the Patriots, and a couple of them I agree with about the NFL not wanting to put a spotlight on the Vrabel story in the signature game to start the season. We'll see if they do it. We'll find out by Thursday. We'll read back your text next on 93.3 KJR FM. Sailing song when it came out. This week on 93.3 KJR FM, Sounders against the San Jose Earthquakes tomorrow night at the stadium in Soto, 6:30 right here on the station. You're going to have the PGA Championship on the air, 11 a.m. on Saturday. Then Saturday night, Sounders play the LA Galaxy at 6:25. And then on the 17th, Sunday, again, the PGA Championship live on our air. Remember the PGA Major Golf Challenge. Go to our website, 933kjr.com. Your chance to win cool gifts, including from Gamble Sands, rounds of golf from Gamble Sands, and golf lessons from the Pacific Northwest Golf Academy. You know what time it is when you hear that music. It's time to read back our text on the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451.
We start off the show talking about the Seahawks schedule and who their first opponent could potentially be. Greg and I agree it's got to be the Bears, hopefully. And then from the 206, give me the Bears for the first game. I'm sick of Caleb talk. Would be nice to shut him down. I also feel like Caleb is overrated.
The Bears are a fun team to watch, though. They throw the ball down the field. They have an attacking defense.
Their defense, I think they led the league in interceptions,
Yes,
right?
they did.
Yeah, they just had
Takeaways.
takeaways. Yeah, that was their thing.
Coulda, shoulda won that playoff game against the Rams.
That was an epic game.
That was a really good game. They are fun. I think the Bears, for those reasons, and they're an up-and-coming team. Not that it would be a storyline for television, but Ben Johnson against Mike McDonald, an offensive mind against defensive mind. Remember, Ben Johnson was on the list of the Seahawks people they wanted to talk to for the head coaching job, and then he took the Lions job instead, and then here comes Mike McDonald instead of that. Yeah, I just can't see them putting the Patriots in the Mike Vrabel story.
Well, maybe it's to try to get past that, right? Wouldn't that be a good distraction?
Except that leading up to the game, that's all people are going to probably talk about. But yeah, you're right.
What if they trade A.J. Brown then? Would that cover up, mask it a little bit?
Well, the way it's come now, it's in this tabloid phase of this story that the New York Post and TMZ are going to continue getting people submitting them videos and pictures and boat
You want
rentals.
to get paid?
Yeah, right. That's
Yeah.
journalism, huh? Yeah, exactly.
That's not journalism the original way. This has been
not the
remixed.
way I was taught the journalism. That's right.
This is from the 206. First choice, Bears. I think it would be an amazing start to the season. Second choice, I'll take the Patriots. It would probably be one of the most viewed games of the year for all the reasons, honestly. Okay.
It could be. 425, thank you. Says, congrats to your daughter from USCG O'Day grad. There you go. You got us both in that
There
one.
we go. Yeah. Saw a lot of prepsters. Been real quiet on the text line. Good job. Good job, O'Day gentlemen, stepping up to the plate.
Well, thank you for that. Yes. We're excited to get back there. We rented a house. Going to be like 10 of us in the family coming back
That's
right on
dope.
the water in New London. It's supposed to be 75 degrees and sunny, it looks like.
Greg shirtless. You guys ready for it?
We'll keep that up. President Trump is scheduled to speak at our daughter's graduation. If he does what he did at West Point, he showed up, and then left. I shouldn't even say politically. I'm just stating fact here that he was the only commander-in-chief to ever attend a West Point graduation and not stay to hand out the diplomas to the graduates.
I got better things to do.
He was golfing before the ceremony ended. He was back on his golf course in New Jersey. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be political. I'm just stating fact. I got my diploma from Bill Clinton.
Well, that's cool.
Saluted him. He saluted me
Shake his
back.
hand?
Shook his hand.
Ah, what'd it feel
He
like?
did that for 1,000 graduates.
It was a regular hand, Chris. Nothing special.
I had to take. I did.
Did you whisper in his ear?
I took the white glove off my right hand and shook his hand.
I would have asked him that.
At the time, he was very unpopular in the military community because he was cutting everything left and right, including budgets and positions. And dudes got out early after a year and a half at West Point during that era. We'll never have a two-front war. Why are we having all this in the military? Yeah, but yeah, I did receive mine from Bill Clinton. I have a picture in the
That's
Poughkeepsie.
cool.
The Poughkeepsie Journal took a picture of that.
Met BC. All right, all right.
Yeah, so my daughter's
What else?
doing that.
What
next
else has
week.
Greg not told us about
Yeah,
his?
see, just little things.
From the 425, you talked about Julio and everyone burning his feet, literally, when things don't go
Man,
well.
they sure do.
So from the 425, there are receipts where I said Julio will start earlier this year because of the World Baseball Tournament teams. So that's interesting.
Ian talked about that yesterday on my drive home from our show about how the World Baseball Classic did Cal Raleigh no favors and how that all went down. Remember, he got benched for how poorly he was hitting in the World Baseball Classic, and then we all in Seattle were up in arms about how he didn't even get the pinch hit in the final game and all that. Well, he was basically idled for most of that time he was away from the Mariners and at the WBC, and that could be a contributing factor, a trickle-down effect. 206 said, it was very obvious to me Brendan Donovan has been working on his third base defense, making excellent plays and looks better on routine ones also. Feels like the team is playing with more confidence. I thought the White Sox bullpen and pitching in general are way better than people think. Thanks to the 206 for inputting.
From the 425, even more confident the Seahawks will win by double digits against the Patriots whenever they play them. A developmental offensive line and Draymond Jones? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
When he said Draymond Jones, you and I just looked at each other.
I was like, yeah, there's a reason why he is. Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
51 million didn't do anything.
Yeah, he was just a number running around. It's like, what is Draymond doing? Aren't you supposed to be going after the quarterback or stopping the run? And you're not doing any of that.
No, he wasn't.
And Mike McDonald said, yeah, we're good off that. But thank you for your time, sir.
Michael, 253, friend of the show. I agree that Cal is extremely all caps valuable to our pitching staff, but Cal needs to unlearn what he has learned and take a deep breath, as do the fans. Act accordingly and act as if we've been here before. This start is not anything new, and with the weather warming up, so will the bats. Go M's and get Coach Holmgren in the Hall of Fame.
Man.
Here.
Sheesh.
Michael covered a lot of ground there.
That needs to happen yesterday, so we'll see what happens. Yep. Here we go again.
253, good point here. What if the 10 days away don't change anything? Is there more of a chance he finds whatever is bothering Cal while he's playing instead of while he's sitting? That's true. That is a possibility.
All right. From the 253, sit Cal for a bit. Number 2, find more consistency on offense. 3, send Castillo to the bullpen. He is a veteran, and his desire to win a World Series should be bigger than his ego of being a better than average starter for most of his career. Number 4, Dan needs to not really lean on analytics so much and go with the gut feeling like old school baseball. 5, and most of all, just win one game at a time. That was a lot. But
you know what number 4 is? If he didn't go with the analytics, he wouldn't be their manager anymore.
I think, yeah, you touched on that quite a bit yesterday. I think there could be a lot of truth to that. Like the Mariners had it all set up for him to do it this way, and if he doesn't do it this way, you're not getting hired. And they're looking for that coach that will look at analytics and take that and try to win games. So will Dan Wilson ever admit that? Who knows?
I really think that's why he's here. I'm convinced of that.
No, I hear you. I think that's fair.
206. I think I remember that kid guy from 14 months ago when he got a chance to speak on air. Welcome back, Chris.
Oh, boy.
I had to read that.
I'm sure you did.
That
Greg.
makes me laugh.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
That was part of my objective when I came back to the show, just to let you know.
Oh, fair enough. This is a good one from the 603. Not much to talk about except go Navy beat Army.
Oh, tit for tat, huh? Okay. Yeah. Those of you on YouTube supporting my Army West Point lacrosse. A good friend of mine, captain of the Army lacrosse team, had his jersey number 42 retired by Army lacrosse. Gave me this. Steve Heller, outside Philadelphia. 253. Kyle is valuable as a catcher to the pitchers. Too valuable to sit him. Good point. 360. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
360. When Kyle Raleigh first started using the torpedo bat, I felt like he relaxed his swing. Do you recall that? Maybe he needs a double torpedo bat now.
You know what, Kyle? Just get out of your own head. I think you'll be fine. Maybe take Greg's advice and take that 10-day rest period. Obviously, it'd probably have to come from you. I don't know if the Mariners are going to say, hey, yeah, go sit down for 10 games, bud. So we'll see how that plays out. Maybe he does do that.
253 says, I want to see the Bears and what color nail polish Caleb uses that night.
Hey, I know that's a...
I have friends of mine who have young daughters, and they have their nails painted by their daughters, and they get a roaring kick out of it. I mean, they love it.
Yes, but I understand. As a grown man, for me, I wouldn't do that. I'm not saying it's wrong to do or you should and should not. That's just not how I get down.
What if you have a little girl?
Well, then I'll do it at home. But when I leave the crib,
But then if you take it off when you leave the crib,
I'll
then,
explain to her, hey, baby girl, daddy
but
doesn't
she'll
want
be
to.
like 4 years old. She'll be
She'll
crying.
understand. She won't cry.
Crying, Chris.
She's a tough kid. Get it?
says the to-be parent, perhaps. Take it from a dad with 23-year-olds. She will be crying if you did that.
And you know what daddy will say? It'll all be okay. I'll put it back on as soon as we get home, honey. And she'll be like, okay. Hopefully. Or to your point, she'll continue crying and not just L for Chris, right?
253, fire the iPad. And meeting the Mariners, how they follow analytics. Yeah, fire the iPad. That's the organization is definitely wedded to it. It's the analytics. The next time they pinch hit Luke Raley for Connor Joe, I think I might just throw the TV away.
Don't do that. I don't know if the wife would agree with that.
She would be happy to have my TV gone.
Oh, there? Okay. Well, then do it, Greg.
We are not allowed to have televisions anywhere near the bedrooms.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's just now that my wife
That's
has
a good text question. How many of you have? Yes.
Everyone.
My wife said, "No way in hell."
My wife cheated. She brings a big ass projector, so we have a projector in the room.
Oh, like movie night in the room.
But I try not to because I want to go to bed. If I go into that bedroom,
that's what my wife says.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm not about to be projecting a film.
Right.
Because sometimes we'll be on the couch. Oh, I'm getting tired. Oh, let's go finish it in the room. No, that's
you and my wife think exactly. Like
yeah, I'm like I'm not going in to finish the movie. I'm going in to go to bed. You see, I'm falling asleep on the couch.
We have one TV in a 2,500 square foot house in Green Lake. That one TV is like 30 inches, maybe 28 inches. I get made fun of all the time by my sports loving buddies who come into our house.
Oh, why your TV?
Yeah, I've had Super Bowl parties and they're like, I'm not going to Bell's house. The TV's too small. But
fine.
My wife does not like television. She just doesn't. She thinks it's a waste of time. But she sure as hell doesn't want one in the bedroom.
Yeah.
But I do know that's a very common thing.
Yeah, I'm guessing everyone that texts, I was like, yep, I got it in my room. Yep, I got it in my room. And I'm just like, nay, not a fan of it.
Yeah, I agree.
So
we are.
That's me yelling at the clouds today.
Yeah.
I hope you guys are happy.
Yeah, that's the 30-something guy yelling at the clouds, not the 55-year-old guy.
Seen the mayor?
He is outside the door. I'm just making sure there's nothing else we should really, really run. Oh, there is some I did want to talk about. 425 asked, what's your take on these rumblings lately about the Hawks needing a new stadium? Glad you asked. That was one person, Seth Wickersham of ESPN, putting that nugget in a story about the Seahawks' potential sale and potential bidders for it. I believe that came from an owner of another team, perhaps a one team such as the Patriots, who have built these stadiums to have these entertainment / shopping / living districts and complexes right with it. The Patriots Stadium in Foxborough has a bunch of restaurants and bars and apartments right there that the Patriots get all the revenue from. And the new Bills Stadium, for instance, is outside Buffalo. The reason it's staying outside Buffalo is so they can build one of those districts around it. There's not that district, of course, in Seattle, because outside of the stadium in Seattle is Seattle, not like Foxborough and Orchard Park, New York, and things like that. So I think that has come. Seth Wickersham is parroting what an owner from another team believes a new owner can come in and want to maximize profits. And I will say this: when you sell a team, this is part of what you get when you have a buyer that can come in and do what a buyer that spent billions. If they're going to spend 8 to 10 or 9, $10 billion, they can do what they want to do. That's what owning a team is all about. And that is some of the risk that happens when you sell a team and there's transition. That's some of the change that could happen. I will state this. I have gotten no indication, any of my reporting, any of my connections with the Seahawks whatsoever, that they are going to build a new stadium with new owners. A freshening up of some kind of Lumen Field is not out of the question, but there's nothing that I know of in my reporting and knowing of the Seahawks that says there's a new stadium coming. I think, again, that's positing by a new owner, or excuse me, a current NFL owner to a reporter who put it in his story. So I'm glad we got to that one. So that's the only time I've mentioned this on our show so far. The mayor of Maple Valley, Ian Furness, is up next to chat with me before his show, 12 to 3 on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back to the Greg Bell Show with Christopher Kidd, which now includes Ian Furness, because he joins us before his show starts from 12 until 3. Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
All swell.
Yeah.
All swell. You said you listened with some interesting...
Yeah, that was interesting, the conversation with the reporter from Boston about Mike Vrabel. I guess I didn't expect anything different. It's just... I don't know, I don't even know where I stand 100% on it, to be honest with you. We don't have any skin in the game, so to speak. But man, a lot of places, if that was like you or me or a lot of other businesses, and something like that was that public, and we don't even know everything yet. I don't think it feels like there's a lot more to the story, a lot more salaciousness. I don't know how you keep your job, especially if you're a leader of men.
Yeah,
like you're just not just a guy on the for all due respect to the blue collar world, you're not just a guy on the line. You're a guy that's supposed to be leading people.
Well, I will tell you from that perspective, in my former life in the Army, if this happened, you are subject to a court-martial. But having said that, if you're in New England right now,
and every job, every profession, every business has its own set of ethics, rules, bars that you can't, things you can't do. But yeah, right. Like, and like, I don't root for anybody to lose their job necessarily. It's just, I mean, she's lost her. She's never, I don't think she can bounce back. Right.
She may have a tell-all coming sometime.
That's how she's going to make her money. Right. That's how you're going to make up for whatever you've lost in terms of cash money is
Barstool will take her.
Yeah. But maybe. Probably, but man, that just perpetuates what we're all thinking, right?
It does.
Right? I mean...
What if, I ask you this off the air, and I want the listeners to think about this. What if, I don't even want to say what if this was Seattle, because I don't want to disparage Mike McDonald, who I really like and is an upstanding individual, and he's a great family. But if you're in New England right now, you're thinking, wait a minute, Mike Vrabel just took us to a Super Bowl, an unexpected one with a second-year quarterback. We're not firing him for this.
Well, that's kind of that just listening to the conversation. I mean, that's a guy that's in it every day. He's like, whatever, we move on. And I think there were times probably nothing like this necessarily, but gosh, when we had big personalities and things were happening here, I think the perception always was different. It's from Seattle, from the outside looking in, than it was for us on it every day.
Sure.
What's Marshawn like, Sherm, whatever. Is it really that bad a relationship here or there? Different things going on. It's like, it's business as usual. This is how we handle things, right? So you also have an owner that's had his own issues over the years, right? And Robert Kraft, right?
Who allegedly, in a report, tried to kill the story with the New York Post and had a crisis manager at the time it was about to come out, called the New York Post and asked it be killed.
Smart move.
He obviously was anticipating the fallout that has since happened.
Yeah. So I think if it really is no big deal, then does the NFL, why wouldn't you just do Seattle and New England to open up the season and play it back? But I think you mentioned earlier that Super Bowl for anybody not named a Seattle Seahawks fan was nothing compelling about it.
That was like one of the worst.
Right?
That was like Broncos 49ers back in the day in the Super Bowl.
It was not good. So why would you want to run that back? And really they're probably, if we're being honest, New England's not a favorite to get back to the Super Bowl from the AFC. I mean, they benefited from Bo Nix's injury and some other stuff that happened, but I would say, Chicago seems to be the logical pick, right?
It would seem so.
Yeah. I mentioned to Softy yesterday. I'd rather just be Arizona. If you're a Seahawks fan, just give me a team you're going to kick the crap out of.
Everyone's going to watch anyway, really.
Right. Everybody's going to watch anyway. Give me Arizona, get a W to start the season and move on. Right?
What do you have? Chris is going to tell me I got to go. So what do you have today?
Okay. We got coming up. We're going to check in with Joe Sheehan, weekly visit coming up at 1:20 today. And 2:00, John Lund, his weekly visit as well. As Howard Schultz trying to torpedo a chance for the Sonics to come back in his own greasy way. We'll hit on that.
Howard Schultz talking about Seattle.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit in the 1:00 hour also, or in the 12:00 hour also. We'll touch in on the conversation we had with Gary Parrish yesterday. Worst ideas ever in sports. And that would be the expansion of the NCAA tournament. There's got to be other ones out there too, so we'll kind of try to wriggle that out of our listeners along the way.
That's a good one. Real quick, Craig from Fox Island, 253, a good friend of ours on the show. Big question is actually, what would be happening with Vrabel right now if he had a mediocre season in New England versus playing in the Super Bowl? Shouldn't be a double standard, but I bet there is.
Timing's everything, though.
Yes.
If it would have happened earlier in the offseason.
That's true. That's true. The timing does matter because now they're well on their way to planning the following season. Chris Kidd, Greg Bell, thank you for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon. We will do it every day, 10 a.m. to noon. Next, Ian Furness and his gang on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill. M's win the first game of their series against the Astros 3-1. Julio with a home run. Bullpen really good. 4 shutout innings. Cal 0 for 4. Game 2 of the series tonight. Brian on the mound for Seattle. Golf. Florida State judge granted prosecutors' request to subpoena Tiger Woods' prescription drug records during a Tuesday hearing following his March arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence. NFL. While NFL players watch some of their stadiums get new grass fields installed for upcoming FIFA World Cup games, NFL PA Executive Director J.C. Treader says players strongly want high-quality grass fields, not turf. Note on this. We need to touch in on that.
High quality?
Well,
I think we should always.
I think if you really truly had 100% poll of players, you wouldn't find 100% or even a massive majority. I'm thinking on that. NHL charges against Sean Higgins, driver accused of killing NHL player Johnny Gaudreau and his brother, will stand after a motion to dismiss was denied on Monday. Oh, Buffalo Sabres making a goalie change, going back to Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for Game 4 against the Habitants Montreal Canadiens. By the way, Colorado will win last night. They are in control of that series against Minnesota, looking like the wagon they did all year. Sad news out of the NBA. Former Gonzaga star, Memphis Grizzlies player, 29-year-old Brendan Clark, has died. No cause of death released.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go on a Monday, Tuesday, whatever it is, Tuesday. Monday's a Tuesday, Tuesday's a Wednesday. It's actually a Thursday for me because I'm off on Thursday and Friday this week. Yay. So my Thursday, your Tuesday. We got Joe Sheehan coming up at 1:20 today. At least that's the plan.
You sound like Pete Carroll right now.
Yeah, no, that's a John Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh. Monday's a Tuesday, Tuesday's a Wednesday, Thursday's a Friday. During the whole, I think I was like talking about Thursday Night Football. But anyway, Sheehan, 1:20 today. John Lund scheduled for 2 o'clock. Your thoughts in between. 49451. Tacoma Dodge text line. Here we go. Oh, Mariners. Let me get this out of the way because I got some stuff I want to kind of get going a little bit. Did you do postcast last night there, fella? You did? Okay, good. So, win the first game of the series 3-1. Munoz, great. Julio hits another home run. Bullpen, 4 shutout innings. I mean, that's kind of the story.
Yes, I did do the postcast last night.
You did.
Sorry
Okay.
about that. I had Terry Ryan.
I know. He has stuff going on.
What, who? A magical engineer?
You know what I'm really starting to enjoy? And just for the, I guess, if nothing else, just the entertainment value.
Oh, boy.
The Edward Bizzardo experience.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you don't, I'm just looking back. So his last 5 games here. All right. So last night, perfect. 1 inning, 3 strikeouts. Did have a walk, so not quite perfect, but you're fine. Of course, before that, 1 inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned. Takes the L in that game. The other White Sox game, 1 inning, 1 hit, but no runs. You're okay with that. Atlanta, 1 inning, 3 hits, 1 run. And it was earned in that 1 inning. And then Atlanta, the other game, he was perfect in that, had a strikeout. Bizzardo is fun. You're going to be entertained by the Edward Bizzardo experience every time he's out there.
This is reminding me of Rodney.
It is very Fernando
right.
Rodney experience-like, in a sense.
Or just relievers.
It's except for minus the bloodshot eyes that Fernando Rodney
Fair
had
enough.
24/7.
I just liked his hat. I like the way he did that.
But I love Bizzardo, man. I'm a Bizzardo fan. Just count me among the fans. The guy, you're not going to be perfect as a reliever. You're in, especially when you're a high leverage guy.
Such a volatile position.
So volatile. Yeah. And I mean, I'm a fan. I love the dude, 30 years old. I remember a few years ago when he was about to make his debut up here. And like, is this guy ever, and he's evolved, man. He's improved. I love the story. I think it's great.
He went into last year as like the mop-up guy.
Yes.
And then by the end of the year, you used him in the highest leverage situation of the year. But we won't talk about that.
his fault.
No.
That's a damn thing.
Yeah.
So the other part of it, Cal goes 0 for 4.
Yeah.
And it just continues. I mean, that's buried in the lead somewhat. It is, whatever. But that's get the win though. That's like you take at least 3 or 4 in this series, you're feeling a lot better about yourself.
So I wonder what the pushback on fans would be if Cal was hitting like Julio is, and then Julio was hitting like Cal.
Oh, it'd be awful.
It would be so bad.
It'd be so awful because Julio just takes a beating in this town. Yeah. And now I will say,
that's what superstars do, though.
No. He takes an unfair. And we've talked about it. It's been a mollywop discussion point for 4 years.
Yeah.
And it's less this year.
Because he's playing well.
Because he's playing well.
Heating up early.
Although his defense is awful.
It's not good right now.
like you just can't win. It's like, dude, you went from being an elite gold glove caliber, at least, defensive player.
Yeah.
So but he's hitting the ball.
Yeah.
Cal does have a little bit of a Teflon factor. Like a little Ronald Reagan going on here. Just like slides right off. No big deal. Nothing to see.
He'll be fine.
Well, I mean, considering what happened last year,
Right.
he's kind of got that grease.
Yeah. Now there are people nationally. I love the narrative now. Well, how was this guy ever considered to be an MVP? Well, that was last year and this year. They don't do MVPs based on a cumulative, accumulation of years. It's last year he was an MVP. Period. Like he had an incredible year. This year he's struggling. 0 for 4 last night. We talked about that yesterday. He's got 3 games left in that ballpark against bad pitching. He's got to get going. Like, if you don't get going against these guys, who are you going to get going against? Right?
Right.
Like, that's the thing. Let's do this real fast. PGA Championship Major Golf Challenge is taking place. PGA Championships is this weekend. So go to 93.3 KJR.com and enter your total score to par. Basically, it's all there on the website. Big thing you want to know is what are the prizes. First place, PNW Golf Academy, 2-hour full game assessment, 2-month membership at the PNW Golf Academy. Also, the second place winner gets a foursome at Gamble Sands. Big thanks to PNW Golf Academy, Western Washington's only indoor-outdoor training ground built for the grind. Backed by TrackMan, no more excuses, and by Gamble Sands. Here, golfers enjoy the feeling of pure golf with panoramic vistas, the beautiful Cascade Mountains and Columbia River meandering through the distance on every hole. No planes buzzing overhead, no traffic rattles in the background. It's your playing partners in golf the way it's meant to be played. Book your tee time at gamblesands.com and the Boeing Classic. Boeing Classic coming to the club at Snoqualmie Ridge August 11th through the 16th. For tickets and all information, go to visit boeingclassic.com. Jess has a word for this hour.
Yes.
Okay.
It's for $1,000. It's
Let's do
not
it.
just a word.
Not
but
just a word. No.
All you have to do is enter this word. And the 12 o'clock hour word is family. If you enter it at 933kjr.com, family, take your family on a vacation.
There you go.
Yeah.
That'd
Or
be fun.
just use that towards, I mean, if you're going to Disney, that'll just buy you dinner. But yeah, the word of the hour is family. And that's your shot at $1,000.
I was talking to somebody about this the other day. The football or the Disney experience and how expensive it is. And I am so glad my kids are old and I don't have to worry about that.
I'm about to jump into that category. soon.
Yeah, you are. It's stupid.
It's not worth it, man. Like, do not introduce Mickey Mouse to your child.
I can't
because
stop that.
Yes, you can.
Well, you
Just
can.
Don't show it to
you can.
him.
He doesn't.
Like,
He doesn't know that there's a place to go see him.
exactly.
You know what?
Just
Actually, there is.
Erase it.
There is. Every year, it's called Disney on Ice. You just take him down the ShoWare Center, and away you go. That's all you need.
What about when he goes to school and then his classmates are like, "Yeah, we went to Disneyland. It was so much fun. All the rides."
Screw them, man. The comparison is the thief of joy.
But your other classmate eats his boogers. Do you do that too? No.
That's true.
Parenting 101. Away you
That
go.
is
You're done.
way better than the jump off the bridge comparison
Yeah,
I grew up with.
You're all done with that. Okay. I'm going to get into. We had Gary Parrish on yesterday at 2:00, and just a great conversation. I'm going to turn into a little bit of a topic for you guys today in just a couple seconds. I want to hit this first because thanks to our buddy Jake Wittenberg over at King 5 Television, he actually he cut and pasted basically the story that I wanted to. I didn't necessarily want to read it, but it was kind of like one of those things you can't look away from it. Howard Schultz penned a piece on Seattle, and basically it's an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. It was behind a paywall. Jake posted it for everybody to read. Seattle turns hostile to the great businesses it made. And so Howard Schultz wrote this op-ed, and I looked at it, read it, and here's the thing. I mean, there's a sports element to it outside of the fact that we all hate Howard, and rightfully so, because of what he did to our baseball or our basketball team, which is sell it out from under us. He basically talked about how hard it is to do business in the city of Seattle and in the state of Washington these days. Now, at the risk of making some people here upset or mad, I don't think you can deny that we have become a very unfriendly city and state for big business. I think we should be able to agree upon that for a variety of reasons that is for other radio stations and formats. But there's no doubt when you see things moving out of here and companies that have built their backs on this city and this city's workers, that we have issues in this state that are by and large being ignored by the two most prominent leaders in our state, which would be the mayor of Seattle and the governor of the state of Washington. Hell, the highest gas prices outside of California in the country. I have a hybrid, $60 today.
Same. Yep.
Just stupid.
I'm
57.
Jealous. I'm jealous of you for getting $60.
Well, luckily you don't drive as far as I do.
I
but
don't.
yeah.
That is correct.
But, Howard wrote this, and again, he made some great points in there. But he had a line in there, and Chris Daniels from Como brought up something, and this is where I'm going to get to the sports element in a second. Because outside of me just reading this going, Howard, I wish it wasn't you writing this. I wish it was someone that mattered writing this. You're the former CEO of Starbucks, not the current. You live in Miami, not here. But you did build Starbucks from the ground up here. You did. Credit where credit's due. But he had a line in there. Quote, we invest locally, pay taxes, and support civic institutions. Talking about big businesses. Let me read that again from Howard Schultz. We invest locally, pay taxes, and support civic institutions. What? Huh? Whoa, buddy. 41 years of history. You didn't care about a civic institution called the Seattle Supersonics. You did not want to invest in it. You did not want to invest in Key Arena and partner up with you wanted everything handed to you. But this is what got me, because I'm thinking, okay, I don't like you, Howard. You piss me off. And what does it really matter, though, what Howard Schultz says or writes, even in a thing like the Wall Street Journal? Chris Daniels pointed this out on a tweet. You can make an argument as op-ed is attempting to prevent that public trust from being returned, i.e. the Sonics. Howard Schultz sold a Seattle public trust to Oklahoma City. You could make an argument as op-ed is attempting to prevent that public trust from being returned. I don't know if he's attempting to do it intentionally. Only he knows that. But what Chris wrote is true. If people that you're reading that, the Wall Street Journal is read by people that do kind of matter in, like in the business world. And when Howard Schultz says, hey, you can't do business in Seattle or Washington anymore, does that hurt our chances for the NBA? I don't know. I hope not. But two things jumped out. One, the absolute gall for a guy that sold a public trust to Oklahoma City to call out our city and state. And again, he's right on a lot of levels, but you're not the guy. You're not the messenger we want to hear from. I watched NBA basketball last night. Yes, I did.
Admission?
I did. It was an admission of guilt in a lot of ways, but I did because, first of all, Mariners game was done early. Hockey game was done early. Basically, about those time those things were done, it was the Lakers and
yeah, there it is.
bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I did watch the NBA last night. I watched Oklahoma City and the LA Lakers. God, did I feel dirty on so many levels. God, did I feel dirty.
And you're rooting for the Lakers.
That's why I felt dirty.
I know.
But I was too.
Everyone is.
Well.
Everyone was.
Everyone, well, not everyone. There's people that don't care about Oklahoma City.
So much that they would root for them?
No, I'm not saying in our city. I'm saying just across the country.
General. Okay.
Yeah, because there's still people. Beat LA is still a chant in every NBA arena in the Western Conference. So, but boy, I've said this before. Officiating Tony Brothers and the rest of that crew. Wow.
Scott Foster. You kidding me?
Oh my God. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Chet Holmgren's basically game-winning dunk in the paint. How many steps are you taking shuffling in the paint? Like, why do we even have rules in the NBA?
I don't know.
And the fact that
there's rules for some for thee, some for me.
That and Dwayne Wade on the analyst role. Oh God, I feel so bad for Kevin Harlan. Yeah, I feel so bad.
And I loved you,
Wade. But Harlan did so well.
No, Kevin's fine.
I'm just saying.
Kevin,
I think he can ride a broadcast regardless of his surroundings.
Yeah, but he's stuck with two people, and one of them is incompetent, and that's Dwayne Wade.
Wait.
Candace is okay.
He's a name and not.
And that's just, there's nobody in the NBA that's a good analyst. There just isn't. Like, you watch their studio shows. Yeah. If we're being honest.
Studio shows are awesome.
How?
Because they're hysterical.
Which ones? Because that post game on Prime's awful.
Inside the NBA's.
I've got one with that later. We'll get to that at a different date.
Okay.
All right.
I think someone's.
My favorite television
I think
show.
we've jumped the shark there, but that's just me.
Got it.
Their post game is god awful.
Whose?
Prime's.
Yeah.
It's awful.
You mean Peacock?
No, it was on Prime last night.
Prime.
It's Prime.
Okay.
But Dwayne
They
Wade.
jump around all the time.
Dwayne Wade's not good. Like,
I
he's
love Wade as
the master of the obvious.
Yeah, he's very much the guy.
One of the most critical plays he didn't even figure out. Luckily, Candace did. It's like, why is Rui not in the game right now? He's 4 from 8 from 3, and they need a 3.
Yeah.
Which JJ Redick, how much do you get paid to make dumb decisions? You brought a guy off the bench, hadn't played all day. Like, what do we do? Anyway.
Candace is actually.
So I'm
really
watching.
good.
I'm watching the game, and I'm thinking to myself, "There's so many things." Chet Holmgren dunks the ball, ends up being the game winner because he's allowed to shuffle his feet in the paint 18 times. No call made. SGA he's an embarrassment. Great player, unbelievable player, like unbelievable skill, and it's just a joke.
It's so boring to watch.
It really is.
It's so boring.
I did. I watched three and a half quarters. But we don't have the NBA. Why do I force myself to watch something we don't have? Go on, nothing else on, and what the hell? But I'm watching it and thinking, do I really want this back? Yes, the answer is yes. I do want it back. But Howard, you're the reason, dude. So you're telling us the public trust? You sold a public trust to Oklahoma City. Your former company is trying to move. Why are they moving? It's because of what your op-ed piece said. I was just so conflicted reading this. And again, thanks. I'm glad Jake posted it. I retweeted it so you can read it there. He just cut and pasted it. Screw you, Wall Street Journal. No one's going behind your paywall. It's like you're reading this thing going, okay, yeah. Who is this guy? Because he's got great points about what's going on in our city. It's him. It's the guy that sold the public trust. It's the guy that now, by writing this as a former NBA owner in this town, could hurt our chances in some ways. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. There's always been this weird thought with Howard that maybe, just maybe, he's trying to get himself back involved. Minority owner, maybe, part of the group.
Oh my God,
Jess,
no.
I'm telling you,
No.
Jess, I'm telling. We all say that. There are a lot of feelings behind the scenes that this is a guy that's trying to position himself.
Is that to make amends?
I think
make more money.
No, he make money off of it. Yeah. He's making like that's
Like gave out the team for like $40 million.
And then all of a sudden you buy back in, you have like 5%. We're all the same.
Yeah. Okay.
But I have heard this a lot.
Don't like it.
Nobody does.
I know. I'm just saying my opinion.
But then I read this today and it's like, well, he doesn't care about the NBA here because he just basically told people not to do business in the city of Seattle and the state of Washington.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he tells people to do.
Sure did.
Well, why would the NBA want to do business here? He just wrote this piece in the Wall Street Journal. Will it really affect a team coming here? No. If someone has $7 billion or whatever it might be, I'm sure the NBA will still come. But it doesn't help. I thought Chris Daniels nailed it. All these years later, Howard Schultz still haunts us. He just does. He haunted me last night when I'm watching a league where we don't have a team. He haunted me when I read that story this morning.
You have your own personal ghost.
He's just there. He's overhead. But he is right. We just don't need to hear it from him. Like if that was coming from Andy Jassy at Amazon, hey, we need to do a better job in this city and the state to support our big businesses. If it was coming from him, okay, you can live with it. Andy's already got a part of a team here. He's part of the Kraken ownership group. That'd be fine. Not a guy that sold a public trust, a civic pride in 41 years of history, then moved to Miami and also no longer runs Starbucks, but the company he did found and wants to take credit for on a day-to-day basis, they're moving out of this city too. There's so many conflicts of interest here. There's so many things that just make you just go, oh, where are we at? What's going on? He's right, but he's wrong. He's the wrong guy to say it. That's a simple way. He's right, but he's the wrong guy to say anything. And damn you better not screw this thing up for us. You better not. All right, when we come back, we talked to Gary Parrish yesterday. The worst idea in sports that I can ever remember is coming into fruition. I'm going to challenge you guys. We're going to hear from Gary Parrish, 49451, Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. I'm going to challenge everybody on the text line, even talkbacks. What is something comparable to this? The worst idea in sports. And I think, and we'll explain a little bit more in detail when we come back. 93.3 KJR FM.
I just turned the camera on. Do that again.
Oh. Hey, YouTube. Say hi to YouTube, Anders.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Ian Finesse Show.
If you're not watching on YouTube, go ahead and watch. It's really fun. People sitting there talking.
You can see our facial expressions. You can see when Ian's disgusted with Howard Schultz.
Disgusted with a lot of things in this world. Our city, our state, our former Sonic owner. I go on and on and on. Anyway, the NCAA. Let's get to them. I'm trying. Actually, let me do this. We're going to play this from Gary Parrish. It's about 6 minutes. Just a little clip from yesterday. And we had Gary on, our NCAA basketball guy, March Madness guy, of course, CBS Sports Inside College Basketball. Big thanks to No Lie Brewing. Look for it in your local grocery store. I love those guys. I had Gary on. We've been waiting to make sure, okay, here we are. We're at that point now where it looks like for sure this 76-team tournament's going to happen. And instead of having 4 play-in games over 2 days, which wasn't that bad. I mean, for some of us, we would go to Snoqualmie Casino, and there's nothing like betting on Texas A&M Agriculture State against Southwest Louisiana Tech or whoever the hell they're playing in a 16-16 matchup. Nothing wrong with that. That's fun. Good times. 12 of those, way too much. Listen, the tournament is big for a lot of reasons, but part of it is because it's so interactive. Nobody that I know of wanted this. So I asked Gary Parrish yesterday who and why wants this expansion of the tournament.
Well, you can always figure out the why by figuring out who wants it. So who's the first person, of prominence, of power, who started talking about this in any sort of public way? It was Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner. So don't ever let them trick you into thinking the West Coast Conference pushed for this and wanted this, that the Missouri Valley Conference pushed for this and wanted this. They might not mind it, but they didn't push for it. And in fact, even if they did push for it, it wouldn't matter because they don't have the power. The truth is the SEC and the Big Ten, the Big 12 as well, but really the SEC and the Big Ten have made their already super competitive leagues more competitive in recent years by adding big-time athletic departments. In the SEC, Texas and Oklahoma. In the Big Ten, as you know, Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA. And what that does in both of those leagues is push every middle of the pack and below program in the sport of men's basketball down a notch. If you used to finish 6th in the SEC, now you might finish 9th in the SEC. If you used to finish 7th in the Big Ten, now you might finish 11th in the Big Ten. Simply put, Greg Sankey and the Big Ten commissioner, they want to have a higher percentage of their teams in the NCAA tournament. They figured out a way to get more money out of the television networks to make it a profitable endeavor. And then they held the leverage of, if you don't do this, we could just break away as soon as these contracts are over and do our own tournament without you. That's how you get the little guys to go along with it. That's how you go from 68 to 76. Simply put, it's a net negative. We don't need this. We haven't left a good team out of the NCAA tournament, and as long as I can remember, we put average teams in every year. We don't need to put more average or bad teams in, but it's a money maker, and the most powerful people in college sports wanted it to happen. Whenever you get powerful people, give them a way to make a little more money, they're almost always in college athletics going to walk right down that path, whether it's good for the big picture or not.
Gary Parrish joining us. Gary, do you this is something that I've never quite understood. We talk about in the NFL a little bit too, because as an NFL city, when they start doing stuff like, well, we're going to play a Wednesday night opener with the Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champions, and we're going to have a Tuesday game or a Thursday and Fridays and Saturdays and going to go head to head and all these things. And I bring that up because I think that sometimes the people in charge are detached from why their particular sport, or in this case, why this tournament is popular. And I'll explain by saying this. In the NFL, it's about 2 things. Gambling, which is then tied to the second thing, and that's the 100 million people that play fantasy football that are invested. It's interactive. The NFL is a very interactive, I think you'd agree with me, sport for fans. Anybody can be involved with the NFL. Even if your state doesn't have sports wagering, you're probably playing with your buddies in a fantasy league, or at least the majority of people are. It's interactive. Make it easy. That brings me to, of course, March Madness. Close to maybe even more than 40 million brackets were filled out last season. We have 350 million people in this country. You do the math, that's a pretty large, significant number. That's one of the biggest reasons I believe March Madness is kind of a catch-all. It's big for everybody. You're watching the second and third weekends because you might make $20 or maybe a lot more. Do they not realize that this kind of screws stuff like that up?
I think they realize it, but not enough to where it prevents them from actually doing it. So think of it as, perhaps as a poor analogy, but they have read the warning label on the pack of cigarettes. They know what this could potentially do, but they're still going to open the pack of cigarettes and pull their lighter out. I don't think you can overstate the point you just made. Like, my young boys do not watch college basketball every day of the year, but there's something about they got to print out a bracket or fill out a bracket online to see if they could beat dad. And by the time they flew into Indianapolis for the Final Four, they knew pretty much everything you needed to know as a basketball fan about Arizona and about UConn. And they knew about Braylon Mullins, and they'd watched The Shot. That bracket gave them a reason to care, and then they started caring. And when I was a child, when you were a child, or at least let's just take it back to the mid-'80s, it was 64 teams. And it fit so perfectly in the newspaper when it came out on Monday morning. And then everybody would cut it out and you'd fill it out or you'd print it out and it fit on a perfect piece of paper. And I want to be clear, I'm not trying to sit here and sound like I'm 97,000 years old. I understand nobody's going to print stuff out. I have a 23-year-old son. He doesn't even understand the concept of printing something out and holding it and putting pen to paper. But my larger point is that on Selection Sunday, we used to have a show. And if you were a Washington fan, they said, this is Washington. This is where they're seated. This is where they're playing. This is who they'll play. This is when it's going to be. And you could wrap your head around the entire thing immediately. If we win, this is who we play. If we win that one, we could play here. We will have to travel there. It was all right in front of you from the jump. And now more fan bases than ever are going to watch the selection show, and they will immediately say, okay, I guess we're in, but where are we playing? Who are we playing? When will we find out? It just delays the understanding of everything. It's complicated, at least for, people who don't follow it closely. And it'll delay people, filling out brackets in a way that will prevent people from even caring enough to fill out brackets. And if we can both agree that part of the popularity of the tournament is the bracket that's attached to it, when you make the bracket more complicated, delay the time with which you have to fill it out, it takes something away. Maybe big picture, it won't be that big of a deal, but I tend to think you're closer to right than wrong. I think it matters. To what degree, we'll see down the line, but I think it matters.
Yeah, great stuff with Gary Parrish. His podcast, he and Matt Norlander really broke it down extensively, and I think there's a lot of elements to it. I bring it up today because, it's not college basketball season. We're not a huge college basketball market, but I do know this. People in our area care about college hoops. We see the TV numbers. We see the numbers in terms of the casinos and what they do. I know Snoqualmie has a huge bump every year. I assume the other ones do as well. There's a lot of interest in it. We get a bump. It's something that we carry the games on Thursday and Friday all day, starting at 9 a.m. And barring a cracking game on one of those 2 days, it's one of our biggest couple days of the year, in which people are driving around, they're listening on the app, the iHeart app, or listening on the radio station to the whip around coverage. And let's head to Jacksonville right now. It's a 3-5. It's a 5-12 matchup. Virginia coming down the stretch. They got some problems.
Yeah.
Check in with Kevin Kugler. Here we go.
The whip around.
And Westwood runs an incredible job
Really
with it.
good.
And but why is it so popular? Because it's so neat and tidy. Now, maybe by the time we get there, it's fine. I'm just trying to think of something, and 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text. I'm trying to think of something in sports that a league, a governing body has done that has been as widely unpopular and not wanted by everyone as this. Because you can look at it and say, okay, maybe it's baseball. We'll ask Joe Sheehan this. It used to be you'd have division winners, and that was it in the playoffs, right? And then they expanded the playoffs, wild card system. Then didn't they expand it by one, right? It was two.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now it's three.
Now it's three.
Right.
There's people that hate that. But really, end of the day, 162 games, it keeps everybody kind of invested, right? I don't have a hard time. I don't think any of us have a hard time with that. And if you get to the playoffs in baseball, unlike if you get in as a whatever seed on a play-in game on a Tuesday, and you're Auburn this year and you have a 500 record, your coach could still get fired, right? In baseball, you're not getting fired. You're celebrating the fact you got in.
Right.
Hockey playoffs have, 16 teams out of 32 are in, 8 in each conference. So, yeah, it's 50%. But you know what? Everyone's engaged. Basketball, I would put, again, I feel like I'm always a guy beating up the NBA. I think the play-in games, I think are kind of goofy. But then if you said, hey, we're going to do that for the NHL, maybe I'd be okay with it, right? Whatever. Maybe it kind of keeps you more. But really, 16's enough, right? And the NBA, 20 out of 30 teams get some sort of postseason taste. That's too much. But none of those are on this level in my mind. But there might be something else. Doesn't have to be playoff-wise. Realign, whatever. What's the worst thing? What's the worst idea in sports? 49451. It's a hard question.
The worst idea of this.
Well, no, just in terms of what we've seen recently, like a change. Like a change.
I was just saying that's
like
a loaded question.
Like a change. Like what's the worst thing that's changed for you, like in sports, that nobody wanted to see happen yet did? I'll give you one more. And this is where Greg and I will disagree all day long. I think we have way too many foreign games in the NFL. Somebody just wrote a column, I think it was in The Athletic. Like, if you're a Sunday ticket guy or woman, like, it's worthless now. It really is. Because all the international games are nationally televised.
Right.
And you got Thursday night football, Sunday football, Sunday night football, Monday night football. Now you got Wednesday, Thursday, this opening weekend. I mean, you got all these things going on. Double headers sometimes, blah, blah, blah. Like, really, your chances of missing an out-of-market game are not really large.
Christmas Day games,
all the primetime games. We can live with those. Too many European football games. How about this? Too many international football games because we're in Brazil and Australia, Mexico, blah, blah, blah. I heard today, like Greg was talking about, is there a chance that Seattle, San Francisco could be in Mexico City? Because I guess, wait, so you're going to send the 49ers on the road internationally? I'm all for screwing them. But would you do that really twice? Two divisional games, whether it's a home game or away game. At this point, it's almost moot.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter.
It's like if we are going to play international games, why are we playing them as division opponents? Like, that should just be your out of conference game. If you're going to play, Andrews, you're a soccer fan. It feels like it should be relegation. Well, the worst teams should have to play in Europe.
Yes, yes,
internationally.
That's what I mean.
Great way to sell the product there, Jess, to the rest of the world.
But you know what, Jess, you're not. You know what? I might agree with you. You know what? Your punishment is you're playing overseas.
Yes.
You know what?
How
about this?
Should
play
the
better.
Best teams have to go over and do that.
Play better.
Yes.
Play better.
Play better.
Yeah,
otherwise, guess
NFL
what?
relegation.
And they'll tell us that, like Lund will tell us, he told us a couple weeks ago, we were talking to him, it was like when he went to cover the game, one of the games, like they're wearing jerseys for everybody. They don't care. They don't care who's there.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Right?
And, that was
the Ireland game every year for football. Like college football has like a game. I think it's in Ireland. It's not like it's Notre Dame necessarily. It's like they'll play Boston, whoever play. Right. They don't care. Wake Forest is in town. Super.
When I went
Jake Dickert's here. Who's that? I don't know. But it's a college football game, Division I. They're playing a D1 college football game in Toronto this year. I think it is actually Wake Forest playing up there.
Okay.
But it's like they don't care. So yeah, if it's the Titans and it's the Raiders, who cares? It's NFL football. Yay! I get to watch, Fernando Mendoza and Cam Ward. In a sense, that's not a bad matchup.
That's actually a pretty good matchup.
Two number one overall picks, whatever, but like two really bad football teams.
Right.
That's what it should be.
When I was in Wembley, that was the one, 2018. You were there too, right?
I did not go.
Oh,
no.
you didn't?
No,
It was the
lucky.
Seahawks Raiders.
I begged out. I don't want no part of it.
Oh, man.
I stood on principle, Jess.
Good for you.
Actually,
I did not.
Actually, they sent Aaron Levine instead. But
I flew my butt out there just to be there.
We got some good ones.
it.
We got some good ones coming in. We got some really good ones coming in. 49451. We'll check those out coming up at 2:30. Talkbacks are welcome as well. We'll take a quick break, come back, wrap up first hour next. away from the schedule release of the NFL. I asked Softy yesterday. He and I are the same. We're not always on the same page. Shocking, I know.
What?
I just don't care who they play, the Seahawks, in the first game. I just don't.
Yeah.
I really, really don't. If I have my preference would be that they would play Arizona and kick their ass. That'd be great. Like, I don't need it. I'm a Seahawks fan. I want that to be a celebration.
And remember last year what their first game of the year was?
It was the 49ers.
And they lost.
It was awful.
And they still won the Super Bowl.
But I don't like having the hardest game or a really hard game. Like Chargers and Herbert, no thank you. No. Especially regular season Justin Herbert. No, I don't want that. Bears, playoff team last year. No thanks. But that's who's going to be. So far we know this. Seahawks will open up against a TBD opponent Wednesday, September 9th at 8:20. Rams 49ers the next night, 8:35. So that's 5:30 here on that Thursday. Rams 49ers Thursday night game. That's on September 10th. Giants Cowboys get the first Sunday night football game on Sunday, September 13th. That's the first full Sunday of football. Chiefs Broncos. Nobody knows who the home team is, but that's the Monday Night Football opener. So it's either going to be. So everyone must be assuming that Knicks and Knicks, I think, is fine, but that Mahomes is going to be okay if they're showing the Chiefs and Broncos as the first Monday Night Football game on that Monday the 14th. Week 2, the Bills will open their new stadium at home against the Lions on the first real Thursday Night Football game that's on Prime and not in a foreign country. That's Thursday, September 17th. We know the Cowboys and the Ravens are playing Sunday, September 27th. That would be in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Yay. And
Safe.
Safe, yeah.
Really good food.
And then
Really good food.
Cowboys, Eagles, Thanksgiving Day, Thursday, which is Thanksgiving, November 26th. So we already know that the Cowboys have 1, 2, 3 primetime games already that are listed out there of the 5 that they're capable of. We don't know the Christmas games yet. I think Greg mentioned he thinks that the next 24 hours we're going to hear international games, maybe the Christmas games as well. We'll see. I'm kind of with Fane. You know, Dick was bringing this up yesterday, and this also pains me to agree with Dick, much less Softy.
Wow.
In the same segment of the same show.
Oh my God. We
Really?
have.
Yeah.
Do we have some breaking news?
No breaking news. It's just. But I'm with Dick, man. Like, if we're gonna have schedule release day, let's just do it on that day. Like,
I agree.
Here's what the NCAA does do really well, like really well. At 3:00 Pacific on Selection Sunday, they reveal what the tournament looks like.
Mm-hmm.
They do that. They do a really nice job. They also, even though the NCAA is not involved with it, it's college football playoff world, which is some sort of separate entity. They also, when they reveal the college football playoff teams, they do it on one day. They don't leak it out over the course of 5 or 6 days. I like that. I'm with Dick. Just get me to Thursday, 5:00 Pacific time. Here's the schedule, and away we go.
You don't like the leaks?
I hate the leaks. I hate them.
All,
They're not even
all
leaks.
I heard is I'm with Dick.
They're not leaks. First of all,
they're like reports. Yeah.
First of all, they're coming out from the league. So it's not a leak.
Yeah.
Well,
Second of all, there is no such thing as a leak because anytime
it's a 24/7, 365.
well, it doesn't matter if it's politics or
sport.
sports. A leak is done for a reason. Someone has an agenda, they want it out there.
Duh.
Like a leak tells me that there's something that's an accident. Like I had a leak in one of the pipes in our hot tub that we had to fix.
I'm so glad you said that and not something
Yeah,
else.
no, we had a leak in the hot
Okay.
tub. And luckily I've got a kid that knows how to fix things. So we fixed it. It was a leak. That was a true leak. It wasn't something that we planned on or wanted to have happen.
That you are correct.
When you
correct.
leaked that Dante Fowler 2 weeks ago was going to sign with the Seahawks, that's not a leak. That's, hey, we want to
That
get
was
that
an
out there.
agent saying,
Stop
hey,
calling
sign
me. It's already a
him.
done
Yeah.
deal. Blah, blah, blah. I got this
Or
done.
we want it to be a done deal.
We didn't mention that, by the way, in the update. My apologies. It's official. They made it official last night that Dante Fowler Jr. is now a Seattle Seahawk. So they have basically put their roster together to defend their Super Bowl championship next year. The one glaring need that they kind of had, again, was that. It was finding a pass rusher, an edge guy to replace Boye Mafe, or just an edge player to replace Boye Mafe. And I don't know. Time will tell if it's an upgrade or not. It certainly is far, far more of a value than what they were going to pay 53 to stay here, who had a high, yes, Corbin, had a high win rate, didn't put the quarterback on his back all that often.
Yeah,
So,
and Corbin's been kind of the champion on our Seahawks squad show on Locked On Seahawks of saying that there's a reality that Dante Fowler is better than Boye Mafe this year. So I think especially in terms of value, you got the better deal here.
That was a solid move by you to slide in that little promo for
I was going to say
Locked
that
On
was good.
Seahawks.
Shameless plug.
That was
Here
a
we go.
really solid play by you. I liked it. You
I
know what?
always like validation.
Young Anders has learned a lot over the years.
Yeah, I learned from the best.
Indeed. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. 1 o'clock hour at 1:20 today. Our friend Joe Sheehan will join us. He'll talk all things baseball. Cal, Castillo. How bad is the American League? Is Houston toast? Blah, blah, blah. We'll get to all that with our friend Joe Sheehan coming up at 1:20. John Lund, I do believe, he texted me back something completely different. Never could say, yes, I'll talk to you too, but he did text me back on something unrelated. So I'm assuming he's at least conscious today. So that's good.
Good.
So we'll expect to hear from Lund at 2 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM.
The Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's win the first game of their series against the Astros 3-1. Julio hits a home run. Bullpen 4 shutout innings. Game 2 tonight. Brian Wu on the mound. Golf. Florida State judge granted prosecutors' request to subpoena Tiger Woods' prescription drug records during a Tuesday hearing following his March arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence. That's not going to end well for him. PGA Championship, by the way, this week starts on Thursday. Make sure you check it out. We've been telling you about it. PGA Championship Major Golf Challenge, 93.3 KJR.com. Win golf lessons at PNW Golf Academy or golf at Gamble Sands. Go fill out your entry and pick your golfers right now. Well, NFL players watch some of their stadiums get new grass fields installed for upcoming FIFA World Cup games. NFLPA Executive Director J.C. Tretter says players strongly want high-quality grass fields, not turf. NHL playoffs last night. Anders, it's becoming inevitable.
I know.
Colorado Avalanche
versus
rolling along.
Seems like they're going to face.
I don't know if
Carolina
they'll face
Hurricane.
Carolina.
You
We'll
think so?
see. Carolina tonight, or Carolina keeping an eye tonight on Buffalo and Montreal. Buffalo making a goalie change. Alex Lyon is out. Pekka Luukkonen is in for Game 4. That series, if you're just even a casual hockey fan, if you're around the TV, 4 o'clock tonight, tune in on ESPN. It looks like Ducks and Vegas afterwards at 6:30. But that Montreal-Buffalo game is an absolute bloodbath.
Which is great.
It is awesome. That's why hockey should be played.
Yes.
Last night in the NBA, the Lakers got swept 4-0 by a team we shall not name. Is it LeBron's last game in LA with the Lakers? Let the drama begin. Let's go.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Joe Sheehan will join us coming up at 1:20 today. John Lund at 2 p.m. today. The story that Anders had in the, and I've seen this, and NFLPA Executive Director J.C. Tretter says players strongly want, quote, high quality grass fields, not turf in the stadiums. All these NFL stadiums. How many stadiums is FIFA using?
Of the NFL?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I'll do some research.
Seattle for sure. MetLife for sure. Kansas City for sure. I think Soldier Field. I do believe. Maybe 4. What else? LA. Oh, LA's like, are they playing in SoFi? There's 5.
Yes.
So at least 5 that we can think of off the top of their heads.
All right, I have the list here.
What is it?
There's actually a bunch. MetLife, AT&T, Arrowhead, NRG,
NRG is Houston.
Yep.
Okay.
Mercedes-Benz, Lincoln Financial.
Mercedes-Benz is Atlanta.
Correct.
Okay.
Lincoln Financial, which is Philly.
Okay.
Levi's Stadium, Hard Rock Stadium, I believe is Miami's.
That's Miami, yeah.
Yeah.
That's, God, there's 8.
Toronto, Gillette Stadium, 9. Lumen Field, 10. SoFi, 11.
There's 10, 11. There's 11 U.S. venues for the World Cup.
Yeah.
Wow.
New Jersey, Dallas, Kansas City, Houston, Los Angeles,
So
Seattle.
some of those already have grass.
Yeah, I don't know exactly which ones.
Yeah.
But yes.
I'm just on top of my head. MetLife does not. I mean, here's the problem. When they say that, and I mean, I just casually watching a little bit of Sounders. It looks awesome.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Just looks.
Soccer on grass is, or let me rephrase it this way. Soccer on turf sucks.
Yes.
It's awful to watch.
Right.
And play in.
It's. How much different is the touching of the ball for you?
On turf?
Yeah.
A lot.
Okay.
It's a lot. Okay. Not just how the ball rolls, because it like with grass it kind of skips a little bit.
Right.
It's really bouncy because of the rubber underneath it.
Well, and the problem is every field's different.
Yeah.
Like if the rubbers and some of that rubber is going away, some of that technology is going away. But
then also think about how much you're sliding and like you're
right. Well, it ain't like buddy. Let me introduce you to the former Memorial Stadium.
I know. But we don't have to be in the 1970s and 80s there.
playing on basically a rug.
Yeah.
No, I get that. Soccer, I get. I totally understand it. The football thing, when Treader says that, I've talked to enough guys over the years. I don't think that there's this unanimous feel that grass is better than turf for football. I think it's a very easy and convenient, hey, a guy gets hurt, we're going to blame it on the turf. You can find plenty of instances where guys get hurt on grass. I'll just take you back. The year was 2013, but it was the 2012 season.
RG3, yeah.
In that particular game, RG3, Chris Clemens, Steven Hauschka.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been more, but those three all had their legs destroyed on what they were calling grass. Now, that wasn't, what does he call it? High quality grass fields? That certainly was not.
No.
But good luck growing a high quality grass field in a lot of these East Coast, even out here in the dead of winter.
Yeah.
Like, good luck with that. There's a reason they went to this technology, and they're trying to improve it, JC. The two ones that I think of, Green Bay does a great job.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how, but I've been on that field, and it's
pristine.
But I've been on that field in 4 or 5 times when it's been snowy. Or it's been, snow has happened, and it's just slick. Carolina a few years ago when they had natural grass, I don't think they do anymore, but when they had natural grass, we had a playoff game there in 2017, I believe it was. And I remember talking to Bruce Irvin before the game, and was it Bruce or Frank? One of those two guys. We were talking and doing pregame. They're walking around. They're like changing cleats 5 or 6 times. I go, and they're just like, this is awful.
Yeah.
Like it was like kind of a slick, kind of hard mud type of thing. And guys got hurt that game, if I remember right. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool looking right now. It'd be awesome to have Lumen Field, whatever, having grass all the time. I just don't think it's a feasible thing there, JC, especially if you want to have these indoor stadiums, megaplexes like SoFi and Mercedes-Benz and all this. You know why they have those? So they can pay you guys a ton of money.
Is Dallas grass?
Dallas is not. Dallas is indoor. It's indoors.
There's indoor grass fields.
Right. But yeah, no. I mean, and think about Dallas. They have a lot of stuff going on there. The other thing is a lot of these places are multi event venues.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
you roll in a concert in there, you're going to destroy your grass. You're going to roll in motocross or whatever. You're going to destroy your grass, right?
Well,
I just don't think it's I think it's a fun thing to say. It's just not realistic.
Sure.
It just isn't. And guys get hurt on grass just like they get hurt on turf. And the turf technology gets better and better. I think it's one of those things. You know what? When you're complaining about things in the NFL, that should be not near the top of the list.
I mean, you've got to find something if you're the NFLPA.
Yeah, you got to find that. We threw a topic out at you in the last hour. We'll get some texts. We'll read those coming up at 2:30 today. It was pretty fun. We're just talking about the worst idea that we've seen in sports in a while. And I'll take your help on it. I can't think, and maybe somebody can top me on this. I can't think of a worse idea than expanding the NCAA tournament. One that is universally disliked by fans, by most media, most coaches. Mark Few coming out, obliterating it. Tom Izzo, the exact same thing. Nobody likes this except for Greg Sankey, as Gary Parrish told us, the commissioner of the SEC, because maybe he can sneak a couple more of his really crummy teams in the SEC into the tournament. It's not going to help the smaller teams. It's not going to help the mid-major teams. It makes what ends up being a really cool, fun week, getting your bracket ready and all that, a lot less, because you're going to have 6 games on Tuesday, 6 games on Wednesday, and then you're going to have, I mean, it'll work out, but people, 36 million to 42 million, depending on whose numbers you want to look at, brackets were filled out last year. People want it nice and easy. And it doesn't reward good. You know, I heard Dick and Softy talking about the other day, and they're right. Like, if you get in, like Washington hasn't been in the tournament in a decade. If you get in, but you're playing in a game on Tuesday, and then you got knocked out, did you really have anything to celebrate? Feels like kind of an extension of the Big Ten tournament or a conference tournament, doesn't
Exactly.
It doesn't feel like it was the actual tournament game. The tournament starts when you see, oh, God, the late, great Greg Gumbel used to be the guy, but now I think it's Adam Zucker last year, maybe Ernie Johnson at 9 a.m. on a on a Thursday morning on CBS, and here we are, and da-da-da, let's go out, and 9:12 is the first tip-off Pacific. That's when it starts.
Yeah, it is.
But find me another one that's just awful. Like, just find another one, another sports idea. I've seen a couple good ones out there, 49451, that are actually damn good.
Yeah.
I'll throw this one at you just for fun.
All right.
The MLB Ghost Runner.
Oh, it sucks.
Someone wrote that in. That's from the 206.
We got a couple of those. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Ghost Runner. Do you hate the Ghost Runner?
Yeah. It's not my favorite thing in the world.
Because baseball has kind of been, if we want to think about it, baseball's maybe been weird to say because it seems like it's so stuck in its ways. Baseball's kind of been at the forefront of a lot.
Well, last 5 years especially.
Right?
Yeah. You
Right.
have the ABS this year. You got the pitch clock.
Pitch clock, bigger bases.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I think most people in almost all of those situations would say the changes have been good for the game.
Right.
Ghost and like I see what they're doing with the Ghost Runner. They're trying to make the games faster.
Right.
But that's the one where you are sacrificing the quality just to get to the end result that you're looking for. The other ones I think have been actually good changes for the quality as well.
Yeah, the Ghost Runner might be at the top of the list. I mean, maybe people do like it. I've never been one that says a game's too long. If I'm going to a game, it's going to be however long it is.
Yeah.
I don't really worry about that as much. But the Ghost Runners, see, the thing with the Ghost Runner, it's kind of like the shootout in hockey.
Yeah.
It's not a representation of who won.
And you don't have it in the postseason. So
Which is the same as a shootout in hockey.
Exactly. It is the shootout in hockey,
Yeah,
right?
it
So
is.
like I kind of understand you don't want to avoid these marathon games.
Like basketball, overtime is 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, but when you have that much scoring,
Yeah, it's easier
You
to
can
do.
say that,
Yeah.
right? Versus in hockey, you can go a period without scoring.
I went to the epic game, Sunday Night Baseball in the Kingdome, Yankees Mariners 91, I think it was, 90 or 91 on the Sunday night game. Pee Wee Bradley finally ended it with a home run. I want to say 18 innings, something like that. Unbelievable. Phenomenal game. Like just the bat. And there was like runs scored before he finally won it. Like Yankees scored, Seattle counters. I mean, it was an incredible game.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I got a chance to go to that.
It wasn't the 18-inning 1-0.
No, it was not. It was not the horror show that was Houston a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
No, not at all. All right. Joe Sheehan Newsletter joins us coming up next.
Letter, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call at 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with our weekly baseball fix from Joe Sheehan.
Got a long list of stuff to discuss with my friend Joe Sheehan today after I missed him last week. He, of course, probably had a better time with Chris and Anders and the crew, but I appreciate you making time for a little old me today. Joe, how are you?
Good, man. Hey, look, I did get to talk to Chris last week, and that was great. I just want to throw a little shout out to him. I know he's going through it a little bit, and does some great work with you guys. Does great work for the Mariners, and I just want to let him know we're all thinking about him.
We are. Chris is a great dude, man. We love the guy. All right, let's get. I want to ask you just a question. A story just came out from The Athletic, and I don't think it's breaking news, but it's out there. MLB and the MLBPA are holding their first CBA meeting in New York today. At the top of the list, according to The Athletic story and others, is the first discussions truly about a salary cap. It's going to be probably the number one topic that they go through over the next lengthy, however long these discussions take, and I'm assuming we all believe probably goes into the next calendar year. Joe, what does the salary cap accomplish, or does it accomplish anything in baseball?
It raises franchise values a lot because you've capped competition, you've capped labor costs. And if you look around sports, the leagues that have broken their unions through winning strikes, winning lockouts, the NBA, the NHL, the NFL, they all have payroll caps. MLB has never been able to break its union, so it doesn't have a payroll cap. The purpose of a payroll cap isn't competitive balance or anything like that. It's just to cap competition for labor. So MLB owners want that because it will raise their franchise values, and pretty much any time you can get your competitors to agree to only spend so much on labor, it's a win for management. So that's always been the center of it. I know that there's a lot of conversation about this particular topic. You'll see a lot of people say, well, why doesn't MLB do this? And people argue it'll be better for the players, which is not true. Because let me make this simple. If a payroll cap system was better for the players, management wouldn't be proposing it. They don't propose things that are better for the players. It's not the way negotiations work. So it's a complicated topic. And obviously, MLB has a long history with this. Because the other leagues have successfully broken their unions, we have a lot of sports fans who just think this is the way it should be. And as somebody who's been covering these things for a long time, I can tell you that it's not about making things better. It's not about competitive balance. It's entirely about capping labor costs for management, locking in certainty as far as costs are concerned, and raising franchise values.
Joe, I know that we don't know an answer, but you've covered it, you've talked about it, you've written about it for forever, as you said. So it's sort of a hypothetical. I'm not a huge fan of those, but I'm going to ask you just in this regard. If I look at the other leagues in sports, and I think the NFL may be the best example because the NFL just hates any thought of a dynasty. They just do. They don't want that to ever happen. They want everybody to have competitive balance and all that stuff, and that's why they have a hard.
Sorry, you're telling me the NFL hates dynasties? The NFL's been nothing but dynasties since I was in high school.
I know, but you think about it, back-to-back Super Bowl champions don't happen. They don't, unless the name since they started free agency. I think the Patriots, the only ones have gone back-to-back since the true free agency they're in with the salary cap.
Chiefs go back-to-back?
The Chiefs went and didn't win, right?
No, they
go back-to-back.
Right,
so it's two.
But 9 teams have accounted for most of the spots in the conference championship games in the last 25 years. We can draw the lines wherever we have, but when you actually sit down and say, okay, who wins the championships, who makes the finals, who makes the conference finals, the NFL, NBA, and MLB have basically the same data, the exact same data.
I bring it up for this reason. The Green Bay Packers play in a small market. They can compete with anybody. The Seahawks, I think, could have had a dynasty. They couldn't pay anybody. At some point, all those contracts came true at one time. I bring it up for that reason. Well, Oklahoma City's a great example. Like the salary cap saves the Thunder. No one's gonna stay there or play there, right? But they've got these young guys that are all going to be fine and for a certain amount of time. Do you think that Major League Baseball would have, and maybe the answer is 100% no, that's why I'm asking you, any kind of type of different competitive balance with a salary cap?
No.
Okay.
It gets into a very complicated conversation to do on a 20-minute radio segment. One of the reasons the NFL has the system it does is that, again, the broken union, but also because think about where the money comes in. The NFL doesn't have markets, Ian.
Yeah.
The NFL,
Yeah.
the team that sells the most tickets in the NFL sells about 700,000 tickets. We laugh at baseball teams that sell 700 tickets. There are no local TV contracts. Everything comes through the national. That's really the difference. 2/3 of the money in the NFL comes through the national media. You're never going to get to that. So, whereas the NFL is sharing NFL money 32 ways, for MLB to do that, it's got to take money from the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Mets,
Right.
who have you, and give it to the Royals. That's locally generated money. And I'm not just talking about TV. I'm talking about the Dodgers draw 4 million people a year. And this is, well, no, you got to take some of that money and give it to the Royals. And my answer is what? You get a lot of this. Well, Green Bay and Oklahoma City, all these examples. Let me ask you this. Why is it good for the teams with the smallest fan bases to have most success? Like, why have we decided that that's the measure of the success of a league? Because, like, the NFL, the Jets and the Giants are terrible, always terrible. And it doesn't matter. LA didn't have a team for, what, a decade?
Right.
And now they have 1.5 since the Chargers are basically a barnstorming team. Nobody cares about them. I'm like, why has that become the measure of, like, why is it is good for the teams with the smallest fan bases to have the most success? Because if you look at it, you talk about this dynasty idea, and no, when dynasties are great for sports. It gives the fans something to root against. It's a great story. It brings people coming back. This idea that the NBA or the NFL don't want dynasties, it's just wrong, man. Dynasties drive interest. And when you just have random teams popping up all the time, that actually takes interest away. So a lot of the things that gets talked about are simply not true if you look at the behavior of fans. If you look at the revenue, the overall revenue, look at the interest. Dynasties drive interest. They don't take interest away.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree. I've done this. I've done this job for a zillion years. I mean, the Lakers are always good for business when they were great. Patriots, I think, were good for business. Yankees, Chiefs. Nobody wants to watch the smaller market teams. Last year's NBA Finals with the Thunder, very low rated. You're preaching to the choir, and I also think, like, for me, you're right with the NFL. The NFL is a hard one to make an example of because of what you just said. It's not a normal league where it's based on, your market and what you can do in your true ownership. It is a made-for-TV event. I think here,
It's
I
30
think,
TV
yeah. And Seattle is a great example of that because up until, well, now they're selling it, but when Paul G. Allen was alive, it was the greatest thing in the world. Like, if we always joked about it here, if it was just based on your market size, or maybe more specifically on your owner, well, Paul G. Allen, I don't know what they would have done, but they wouldn't have lost all those dudes to free agency and the salary cap situation. He would have just paid them. Hell, he showed that when he was in Portland. The luxury tax meant zero to Paul. Like, I'll pay whatever. It didn't always work out. They didn't win a championship, but so I'm with you on that. And yeah, anything that screws Oklahoma City, I'm even more for. So yeah, good for that. Joe Sheehan.
I didn't think about that aspect of it. Yeah.
Well, Joe Sheehan, Joe Sheehan newsletter. I mean, we'll all be keeping an eye on this thing because negotiations are probably not going to go well, at least initially. We'll see if they can get something done. I think you were the one that I was thinking back to our conversation. This is like 3-4 years ago when we talked about that revenue share in baseball. Like, there's no excuse for teams not to spend more money, owners not to spend more money, because don't the Pittsburgh Pirates, for example, or the Kansas City Royals get money from other teams in baseball?
This is a very closely held piece of information by which we don't have a list of the revenue sharing transfer. And I think it's important that MLB doesn't publish that information because I think they know it would change the conversation. If we could see, and estimates from about 5 years ago are that the top teams put in $80 to $100 million, and the bottom teams collect about that many, and then it's a sliding scale towards the middle on both ends. So if you knew that Bob Nutting of the Pirates had been getting $90 million a year for the last 10 years, or that the Dodgers had been kicking back $100 million a year to these teams, I really think it would change the conversation.
Yes.
Because this whole woe is me idea, look, if your payroll is less than you're getting just from local revenue sharing. I'm not talking about national TV money or anything else. I'm talking about just local revenue sharing is higher than your payroll. That would change the conversation. I've tried to get this information. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get it. But if you had a piece of paper that showed you, wow, since this program started in 2012, this team has collected $1.6 billion just in local revenue sharing money. Why are we giving it to them?
Yeah. Well, I think it would change everything. Well, maybe it comes out during this process because, like I said, it's probably going to get ugly. Joe Sheehan joining us, Joe Sheehan newsletter. We're about the quarter pole of the season. Before I get to some Mariners conversation, you did write about this a little bit. What have we learned about what pitchers, catchers, hitters are doing with ABS right now?
Yeah, I think we're going to see pitchers basically cut out of this conversation pretty soon here. You had the rate of pitcher challenges was only about 2% in April. It's actually down under 2% now. By the end of the year, I just think you're going to see pitchers not allowed to challenge. Think about it. Pitchers are in motion, so they're going to have the worst angle. They're going to be, the head's going to be moving basically at the end of their wind up, their stretch. So they have the worst idea of where the pitch actually was. Catchers, when they challenge, they win at about 60% rate. Pitchers are about 37%. These are numbers from Baseball Savant over at the MLB. So there's just no reason to let pitchers waste your challenges when your catchers are converting at 50% higher rate. Batters, pretty much the same. The one thing I noticed looking at some data at this site called Cap to Challenge is that hitters are leaving more challenges on the table than catchers are, which is to say that catchers are doing a better job of saying, oh, that pitch was close, I'm going to challenge it. And they get the ball flipped to a strike. Where hitters seem a little more timid as the season goes on about making that challenge. Now, I wanted an automated strike zone because I thought it would help make the batter-pitcher battle a little more fair. It would force pitchers to stop getting that strike 2 inches off the zone. And if catchers are going to be challenging more and converting more challenges, that's not going to happen. This is going to be something else that helps pitchers and catchers take runs out of the game, take offense out of the game. And right now, baseball needs all the hits it can get. So if ABS challenging turns into something that takes offense out of the game, it's going to be a net negative for the game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the numbers you posted. Just pitch batters, catchers, pitchers on Sundays and different. I mean, the catcher has the best rate, and it's not. They're up by anywhere from 5 to 6% even over batters right now. So, yeah, they've got the best look at it. Joe Sheehan joining us. Joe Sheehan newsletter. Where does Joe Sheehan stand on a 6-man rotation? Joe, you'll be shocked to know that's a big topic here in Seattle.
It's kind of a 5.5 thing where they're going to piggyback the two. It's a little bit weird. I will say that I don't like 13-man pitching staffs. I don't like, I had to be talked into a 5-man rotation 30 years ago. So, I think there's not enough, there's too many pitchers throwing not enough. So, and then they don't want to move either one of these guys to the bullpen. Emerson Hancock has earned his rotation spot for the moment. 90% of the time, this gets solved by injury. Somebody has an oblique or a blister or something goes wrong and goes on the IL for 15 days. So we'll see how this works out over the next 2 terms. But, Castillo's okay. I do think, though, if I was going to move one of these guys to the bullpen, it would be Castillo. I will say that between the injuries to Brash and Spire, and I guess Jose Ferrer's having a kid. Well, Jose Ferrer's partner's having a kid.
Yep.
I looked at the bullpen that you guys are running out there. I was literally just looking at roster resource before the game, and I do this for a living, and I don't know who 4 of these guys are. I literally don't know who they are. It could be 4 people who have never been in my kitchen. I have no idea who these guys are. So putting Castillo into the only the Gen X people are going to get that job. But no, it's a tough. So maybe moving one of these guys to the bullpen right now wouldn't be the worst idea. And I think it should be Castillo. He's still sustaining velocity. He throws 95. Maybe picks another kick or 2 in the pen. I want to see what Bryce Miller can do. I was very excited about him at the end of last year in the playoffs. I don't really want to mess with him. I would like to see him in the rotation every 5th day.
Well, I think that's with Bryce coming back, and he goes tomorrow, right? Anders goes tomorrow.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, he goes tomorrow. Thursday. Okay, yeah. I mean, with that, we'll see what he's got first start of the year. I think the other part of it is you just said it. Like, there's always natural attrition. It's a rotation that has been, knock on wood, healthy so far this season. That was not the case last year. It's not the case normally, right? Where a rotation stays healthy the entire season. There will be something naturally that takes its place along the way, and it feels like they have him. One of those guys, and we've called it now. We used to have the Fernando Rodney experience here. The Edward Berzotto experience is starting to rival that. It's either really good or, oh God, it's one or the other. I find it highly entertaining, Joe. I really do. It's fun.
And they need him now.
Yes.
I mean, the one thing about him is he is susceptible to left-handed hitters, and because of the way the bullpen's structured right now, he has to face more lefties than you would normally have him do if Brash and everybody else were healthy. So it's a tough spot for him. He's got to be used a little bit often.
Joe Sheehan joining us, Joe Sheehan newsletter. Let's Cal Raleigh situation. That's the other big topic here right now. He goes 0 for 4 again last night. I hesitate. I got the numbers. I don't want to look at them. It's not good right now. 0 for what? Enters 40 now? Are we at 40?
I think we're close to 40, if not there.
0 for his last 40. You do this for a living, as you said, sir. Should we at all be concerned about Cal Raleigh yet?
See, a question like that, I want to say I'm just a hobbyist. I'm just a fan with a newsletter. I don't have great answers for you. Ian, what's your superpower? Everybody's got a superpower. What's yours?
Good question.
God, great question. Let me think about it because I don't think I have one. But if you say everyone has one, I guess I got to think of one. So let me think about it. What do you got?
Okay, I'm gonna skip past it.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh's superpower was hitting fastballs. He threw a fastball for a strike last year. He crushed it. He slid 730 on fastballs in the zone last year. And it wasn't a fluke. 45 barrels, a whole bunch of the home runs he hit were fastballs in the zone. This year, he's hitting 180 with a 460 slugging. Now, 460 sounds good, except it's fastballs in the zone. You should be crushing those. Last year, if he got a fastball in the zone, he was about twice as likely, a little more than twice as likely to swing and miss as he was to hit a barrel. That's a great ratio. This year, he's 7 times as likely to swing and miss as he is to hit a barrel. Barrel being like a really well-struck ball by StatCast standards. So he's completely lost his superpower. He now is getting challenged in the zone by fastballs, and he's not doing anything with it. That's killing. And, of course, it's leading to other things. He's pressing. He's got a higher chase rate than he had last year. But the real thing is he's turned into somebody who just can't hit fastballs. Now, if he was 4 years older, it would be simple, right? 34, he's up there in age. This is what happens when you get into your mid-30s. For a player still as young as he is, who had the year he had last year, completely suddenly lose the ability to hit fastballs in the zone is terrifying.
I'm just looking. Yeah, that's the part. Yikes. Yeah, I'm just going to go back to that. So just to reiterate, last year, Cal Raleigh gets a fastball, really good things happen. This year, Cal Raleigh gets a fastball, things aren't happening very well at the same rate. Like he just isn't hitting that, and that's. And if Joe Sheehan, I'm guessing if you know that, so does every scouting staff and managerial and every coaching staff in baseball.
Well, there are no secrets. I mean, anywhere. I mean, this was the case forever ago when it was just, guys going to games and scouting and taking notes. Now we have perfect information on every pitch a batter sees. So this is getting around very quickly. And until Raleigh starts hitting those fastballs in the zone and turning them around again and turning them into barrels, turning them into home runs, he's just going to continue to see velocity in the zone. These numbers are incredibly strong. I was doing the research for the spot, and I'm just like, this can't be the answer. And it really is the answer to it. He's not hitting fastballs. So, I would get his eyes checked. I would make sure, did he have some oblique thing?
Yeah, soreness in his side or something, yeah.
Maybe you give him 10 days off, give him the Dodger vacation. We usually talk about the pitchers, but the change is so stark for a 30-year-old that it's almost got to have some externality. It can't just be he suddenly lost the ability to hit fastballs. So I would find some way to get him a break, give him a reset, and bring him back and say, okay, get back to being Cal Raleigh.
Big thanks, Eric Gordon, bringing Joe Sheehan back with us every week this baseball season. Each week, Joe is brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call, 425-255-0500. By the way, the Dodger vacation, I have used that multiple times. Every time I do attribute it to Joe Sheehan in the Joe Sheehan newsletter. I think I threw it out at our buddy Eno Saris the other day on The Athletic. He liked that. He got a chuckle out of it. So, yeah, the Dodger vacation, it's all yours. I hope you have a copyright on that thing because you should be making some money off that with residuals, Joe.
I love that one of my favorite writers, does a great podcast with Aaron Van Riper at The Athletic, Rates and Barrels. Just a really great guy, too. So I'm so glad you have him on the show.
I like to have people on the show that are way smarter than me. So that's why I have you on. That's why I have Eno on. I have a lot of guys like that. That's like, I like to have that. It helps raise the bar for this show. Before I let you go, we brought something up earlier. It had to do with the NCAA tournament, and it's basically just, this has to be the expansion of the NCAA tournament, one of the worst ideas that we have seen in sports in a while. Nobody wants it except for Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner. Like, literally, that's the one guy that wants it. Nobody else does. Coaches don't want it. Most, like Izzo, few other coaches have come out and just obliterated it. And I'm asking our listeners of things that they don't like, some of the things they've seen, worst ideas. We've seen a lot of ghost runner at second base for extra innings in the regular season. Where do you fall on that?
I think that's the worst rule in sports. I know some people think it's the fumbling out of the end zone rule for touchback, but for me, the ghost runner is the worst rule in sports.
Just because simply it's not the way you should decide a game?
Right. It's a rule that comes from like amateur tournaments where you've got to clear the field so the next game can
Yes.
It's literally, that's where
yes.
We have to get this game over with. And personally, I don't think Major League Baseball games have to get over with. I think that you play them until somebody actually wins the game playing real baseball. And guys, this is determined playoff spots. This is determined division winners. If you look at the 4 years that we've had this rule, it's been incredibly important in determining how you play in these fake baseball innings at the end of games has determined champions.
Anders, you're agreeing. I love it.
Fake baseball innings. I love
it. Fake baseball innings. It is, but I hadn't thought of it in the terms that Joe put. Like, I remember when my kid was playing travel ball and stuff. Yeah, it's like we've got the next game is starting in 10.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, we got to wrap this damn thing up. Let's go. Let's go. Figure it out. Let's have a home run contest or something. Tell people about the Joe Sheehan newsletter, sir.
Want to mention, it turned 16 this Sunday, May 17th. It'll be 16 years old. I'm not teaching it how to drive. It's going to have to learn that from his uncle somewhere. But so we're doing something this week. If you like these segments, you can actually get 16% off and get 16 months of the newsletter. So 16% off a 1-year rate, and you get 16 months of the newsletter. You can go to joesheehan.com, hit the link there. If you have any questions, please go ahead and ask me. There's a free piece up there. I should mention, I'm doing teams this week, going through different teams that have been surprising. I'm writing the Mariners tomorrow, which was really bad planning for going on your show today.
No.
But I got the Mariners, I got the Rays coming up, the Cardinals. 16% off, 16 months. There won't be a better deal than this. Please check it out. I hope you enjoy these segments with Ian, Jess, Anders, Chris Crawford. Check out the newsletter. I think you'll love it.
Love it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I think my only superpower, the only thing I think of is my hair. That's it. And I'm wearing a hat today, which I do.
On.
Yeah. Would you say hair?
Yeah, I was about to say your TV hair.
TV hair?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'll go TV hair, Joe. Yeah. Now you made me think about that for a while. Sheehan, thank you, man. You're the best. Talk to you soon.
He hung up.
Oh, he did. He's gone. Okay.
He's out of here. Said nice things about you, then left.
I did, apparently. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. Daily Power Play next.
is the Daily Power Play.
Kraken hockey, baby.
On your home for the Kraken, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
Daily Power Play, your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. We got Stanley Cup action tonight, Montreal and Buffalo. That game is at 4 p.m. Pacific time on ESPN, and then 6:30 Pacific time tonight. Ducks and the Vegas Golden Knights. When it's all said and
Go Ducks.
done. Yeah. I might be with you on that one, Anders.
Yeah,
I might be
it's
with you on
Vegas.
that.
Okay, we have to qualify, though.
Yeah, go Anaheim Ducks.
Yes, thank you.
That series is tied 2 games apiece. It feels destined to go 7.
That might be my favorite series. I know you mentioned the Buffalo-Montreal series. I like the Vegas.
Montreal
Anaheim
wins
series.
tonight. If Montreal wins tonight, it's 3-1. It's effectively over. But if Buffalo wins, that might go 7 as well. The game's in Montreal. But yeah, I need a couple 7-gamers, man. Give me a couple 7-gamers. All right, we do have some Kraken news a little bit, sort of. I don't know if I even qualify this as news. It's an update, sort of.
Sure.
So
update.
It's an update on the audit. The Kraken announced today they've partnered with Sportsology Group, which is an external advisory firm specializing in organizational performance and operational strategy for professional sports franchises. The process with Sportsology is underway now. They're working in parallel with the Kraken's own internal end-of-the-season review. Sportsology, the outside group, conducting a full assessment of all areas of hockey operations, including organizational structure, communication and decision-making processes, player development, amateur and professional scouting, analytics integration, coaching, roster construction philosophy. Come back to that one for you, Anders. Sports science and medical support. Overall resources and the alignment between the NHL and the AHL levels of the organization. Double checking here for Mikey and me. Nothing here on broadcasting.
Broadcast. Just want to make sure.
Mikey, Fitz,
we're safe.
Allison, Festerling, Edzo, we might be okay.
Okay.
I don't see anything in there about that.
Now let's see if you win the Emmy.
This is our year.
Dude, I'm the Susan Lucci, man. There will be Kraken Emmys.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure.
It's not with you.
I am Susan Lucci. Hear me roar.
I mean, that's good company.
All right, so they're going through all this. The guy that's the lead guy, Mike Ford is his name. He's done a bunch of these.
Mike Ford? The guy that used to play for the Mariners?
No, it's with an E.
Oh, okay.
Although, did Mike Ford have an E too?
No.
God, remember that guy?
Yeah.
He was like Bucky 2.0 for a while.
He was
came in and was like, we've had big guys that have come in and had these flashes.
He was Rowdy Tellez before Rowdy
Tellez, Mike Ford. Before all them, the original was Bucky. I'll say Bucky would have been better than all of them combined, except for his knees. Just thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Anyway, roster construction. I want to hear what that comes out of.
I'm curious, but I always get weird with these kind of external audits, so to speak. Like, what are the parameters that they're looking at here? Are they going to compare it to other NHL teams? Are they going to compare
they've done.
it?
I got inside note. Let me just tell you.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Inside information. Here
They've done 50 plus of these with different teams and leagues around sports.
Good.
So this isn't like their first go. This isn't their first rodeo. So people are asking, would it be independent? The answer is yes.
Well, this isn't like the Kraken looking for the firm that would give him the most favorable score.
No, this is he actually did. I might try to track this down. He did an interview with Elliot Friedman a few years ago from Hockey Night Canada. So this is something that this guy does and this group does, and so it's legit.
I'm curious about roster construction. I'm also really curious about the player development findings because that's been a big thing for me. Here's
the thing. They have developed and had draft picks from every class except for last year. So the first 4 draft classes have all played in the NHL.
Yeah.
They're one of the few teams that's had that happen.
Right.
So they're putting guys in the NHL from the draft classes.
Just the top guys.
But are they high-end guys? The answer so far is no.
Right.
I mean, Matty's, you wouldn't say is a high, like the guys aren't high-end. outside. I think it's good sometimes to have outside stuff come in.
Yeah.
But it can be problematic. And Jess, you worked in TV with me.
Oh, I did.
This is like a very TV stations for. I don't know if they still do this because they're all such big conglomerates.
Well,
when we were at, for example, at Como, eons ago, we were owned by the Fisher family, the Scone people, very
Yeah.
small company,
Mm-hmm.
and we had outside consultant that they had a guy that was hired, and the guy. Funny thing is, this turned out to be greasy later. Keep an eye on Mike Ford. Guy ended up being the news director at Como years later, after he was like the consultant for years. But having a guy come in from the outside, here's what I think. The question is, sometimes those guys just don't know the context you're working with.
Right.
A lot of companies out there, a lot of people listening probably have outside consultants that look at what they're doing in their business. So this isn't out of the ordinary. The question, and I like hearing that the guy's done this a lot.
Yeah.
And has been involved before. So I think what you go back to, Anders, what you said, it's not just, hey, let's find somebody that's going to agree with us.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that's what this is. I think it's the opposite of that.
Quick text.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jess. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that as long as they know you, and
Well, I
are
think when they're-
willing to spend the time.
I think they're trying to find out what they are.
Right.
They don't know them yet. They're outside.
So
They're coming in.
don't fix things you don't know what's
Well,
broken.
But I think sometimes
that's
having that
what
outside.
bothers me about consultancy.
But
No,
almost,
I know.
it's almost better not to know anything.
Yeah,
because
I
then you
think
can go
coming
in
in-
and kind of do your own digging.
Yeah.
Right. You can come in 30,000 feet and then get to 5,000.
Here's what it is. It's an outside voice telling you what they think.
Yeah.
Does that mean you have to take everything they say and do it and implement it? No. Because that's what you're saying, Jess, because it does happen in news a lot.
It happens in media quite a
lot.
bit.
A lot
and
in media.
So
Actually, media as a whole, it does happen a lot.
I'm not denominating any sort of media. We are one. There's
Right.
TV, there's radio, and
I've
there's
had it in radio
paper.
too. We had it in Portland. We had it in radio. A guy came in
We did
every
as
6 months, and the guy had no clue.
Exactly.
And I say that for this reason. He was a news guy.
Yeah.
He's coming and telling us about
sports guy.
sports. Yeah.
But that's what I mean. That's
You guys should do more Tour de France.
Did he actually say that?
That was said.
okay. We're just gonna trash.
We're gonna gloss over that.
We need a bin here. We need like
We
an
need to
English
do
style bin.
We need more Tour de France on the radio. You and Mark need to do more Tour de France, an afternoon drive in Portland. Well, there's an NBA draft coming up. Should we not? No, more Tour de France.
One of the best bosses I had who came in out of nowhere and for us spent 3 months learning the station and the personalities.
Yeah.
And then made it better.
I don't think
from there.
I don't think they got 3 months. They got a draft coming up in 8 weeks, so they got stuff to do.
I'm
And
just
free
saying,
agency starts
good
July 1st.
bosses
Yeah.
learn before they do.
I'm with you.
425, go Knights go. Still sore. We have a Stanley Cup, and you have what? A single playoff run? Ha ha ha. So glad I moved out of Seattle before an NHL team arrived.
Well, you go pound sand. All right.
Yes.
We'll take a break. Come back with more next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's win the first game of the series against the Astros 3-1. Julio. Even get into that with Joe, man. Julio, I mean, he's been good.
Really good.
He has been really, really good.
And I think the defense will come around.
With Julio? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the list of things you're worried about the Mariners. That would not be
very low.
Brian Woo's on the mound tonight. Game 2 of 4 against the Houston Astros. 5:10 first pitch. We got a lineup.
We do.
Brendan Donovan leading off, playing third base. Julio batting second, playing center field. Josh Naylor batting third, first base. Cal Raleigh 0 for 85, catching, batting fourth. Randy Arozarena batting fifth. Luke Raley batting sixth in right field. J.P. Crawford at shortstop. Anders' favorite defensive player batting eighth. And, batting seventh. Canzone's the DH today, batting eighth. And Cole Young batting ninth.
It's amazing how much better the lineup looks against righties than versus lefties.
It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
It's Raley Canzone effect.
It is very much so. All right, there you go. NBA, sad news. Memphis Grizzlies announced the death of 29-year-old former Gonzaga star Brandon Clark. Just awful news
He was
there.
part of that undefeated run with that team.
Yeah, he was just 29 years old with the Memphis Grizzlies. NBA playoffs last night. Was it the last game for LeBron? They get swept out of the conference semifinals by a team that we do not want to name.
Nope.
West semifinals game tonight.
They still haven't lost a game in the
Game
playoffs.
5 tonight is Spurs and Timberwolves. That series is tied 2 games apiece. NHL playoffs continue tonight. Sabres and Canadiens, 4 o'clock Pacific time. 2-1 Montreal leads that best of 7 series. Anaheim and Vegas are tied 2 games apiece. They play tonight 6:30 in Vegas. Speaking of Vegas, Vegas will be the new home of a new PWHL team.
Ooh.
They announced expansion today. So Vegas it's Detroit and Vegas. They're up to 10 teams now in the
good for them
ever-growing PWHL. That thing is a massive success
Worked
so
for
far.
Seattle.
The fact it has grown
It is
this fast is amazing.
The PWHL is a really big success story in North American sports. All right, let's move in the 2 o'clock hour.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I'll read this first text real quick. John Lund, over under 210 airtime on Kalshi.
Seriously, they need to put that on Kalshi.
I might already be up there.
First of all,
Who knows?
normally we would blame Lund.
Yes.
He gave us a heads up earlier.
This time he did say.
He's got a meeting until at least 2 o'clock, so we'll either get him here in the next few minutes or we'll take a break, and then we'll get him here later in the half hour.
We do need someone, though.
He did give us a heads up.
He did.
That whole Kalshi thing, I thought that was illegal now. Is it not? No, in our state. I think.
In our state, it's illegal for almost anything.
I think Turd Ferguson's trying to get rid of it.
He's
somehow.
trying to, but I think it's still legal as of now.
I saw someone showed it to me the other day. It's actually.
It's a way to get around sports betting in Washington.
And the funny thing is, it is sports betting.
It's literally sports betting, but it's technically a prediction market, they say.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
they're not one of our
that
sponsors,
is
so I can
because
say
it
this.
Goes
Are
beyond,
they not sponsoring us?
It goes beyond
Not yet.
sports.
I thought they were on the air here, and then they got taken off or something. I don't know.
To my knowledge, no, but I could be wrong.
Jess, I think you should put a John Lund.
Seriously.
I think
Put it
2
on
things you
Kalshi.
can put on Kalshi.
Okay, hold on.
2 things.
Wait, will I get fired for doing this?
Usually,
I'm going to do
why don't
it
you do it
on
from home
my company laptop. Hold on, I'm going.
Anyway, let me
prediction market.
Our 2 things we could predict.
Would that fall into sports?
Is there a broadcast element? I don't know.
Probably is.
2 things we could have for Kalshi for us. John Lund's over under time every Tuesday.
Okay.
Number 2 would be Joe Sheehan's phone. Now, here's the funny thing about that, because I see your text. We all see your text.
Yes.
The one funny one is Joe Sheehan in some sort of bird sanctuary. It did sound like he was like at a zoo or something
He
today.
did
He was
say
probably
he
in Central
was
Park
outside.
or something. Yeah.
He was outside.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Probably it's a little,
He was
little thing
in
called
the
Central
great
Park.
outdoors.
Jess is promising next week we have a solution. We won't get into the details, but we have a solution, it sounds like. Correct?
I am not putting my number into Kalshi, by the way. And yes, we will have a solution to Sheehan.
I have a Kalshi account.
You do?
Yeah.
Can you
What do you bet on?
Okay, so hang on a second. So with this thing,
Legal.
with this thing,
Yeah.
because I know it's like all kinds of stuff. Can you tell them what you want to bet on or wage, whatever? Like,
no, they have it like up. So
okay.
It's technically an investment. It's not like betting.
Technically.
Is it one of those things?
It's the stock market on a different place.
Exactly. Okay, but instead of predicting the outcomes of stocks, you're predicting the outcomes of sporting events.
It feels sketchy.
And other things.
I mean, it's not
that
as
should
calcium as a
not
bunch of
be
them.
bet on.
It feels sketchy.
I
I'm
don't
telling you
like
right now, it feels sketchy.
I don't like it.
All right.
I don't like it. All right, youngin.
Jess, you were probably just getting into the business. I'm guessing remember when offshore betting was massive? Like there was.
I knew about that before I was.
But like that was, man, when I was at the end of the tenure in Salt Lake and then in Portland, the offshore betting sites and whatever it was.
Yeah, it was a Bahamas and stuff.
Those things were, but those companies were like the biggest spenders on sports radio.
Yeah.
Like they spent $1 zillion on
I did
sports
not
radio.
know that.
Yeah.
I just knew about it.
And I remember I never got involved with it, but I remember asking a couple of guys that I'm like, hey, so I won this, I won that. I go, how do you cash your money out? Because there's no Venmo back then. And they go, yeah, that's always kind of an issue.
Yeah.
And then it turned into an issue. But
Connect your bank account on here really easily.
Well, yeah, and that's also a
well, here's my problem.
I use my Venmo, though. Like
here's my problem. I don't even know how to connect to my
Venmo
I have no
is
idea.
connected to
Because I'd have to
your
go.
bank account.
I'd have to go to the little general and say, "Hey, I want to connect to the bank account. What for?" This little thing called wagering, sports wagering.
Just use your Venmo. Remember,
Yeah.
she doesn't know about that.
Okay, that's why. That's why we have the Snoqualmie Casino and the app that is free. When you go up there and you join the Snoqualmie Casino Crescent Club and you download it, and it's all here in the palm of your hands. And if I want to cash it out, if I ever do win, I just go up to the thing and say, "Yeah, here's my account number," and they just give me cash money, homie, just like that.
I just have an idea.
Yeah, what is it?
For Kalshi.
Yeah.
Let's say 49451. Over-unders. People at this station. Just text them in.
That what? Have an account?
Just no. Just like if you were going to make an over-under.
On what?
Anyone.
But what do you mean
How
anyone?
many times you do something? How many times
Oh,
Softy
okay.
does something?
No.
How many times Dick
We could do
does
that.
something?
We could maybe do that
KJR
tomorrow.
odds makers.
We got too many texts already. We got hold
I
off on
was
those
just
today.
saying, like,
I
hey,
know, I
okay,
know.
if we're gonna do Kalshi, let's
Yeah.
do it right.
Okay.
Oh, there are a lot of texts.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
We got a lot of texts. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. Hopefully check in with Lund. If not, we'll get to all the texts.
Let's get the over-under on when Lund's coming. Let's go.
Well, he had a meeting at least.
Thought it would be over by 2, so I'm going 2:50. I'm going 5.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
I was told he's actually doing the Clifford show right now, and he'll be done soon. I just got that tag. I'm doing the
God.
Clifford show. As soon as I'm done with Clifford, I'll let you guys know. All right. We'll check in with our guy coming up next. Tomorrow we got the NFL, or Thursday, got the NFL schedule coming out. But I know we're going to get some more ones to talk about tomorrow. We'll get to those. Started the show today talking about and asking the worst ideas in sports that you see that are just unpopular with everybody. They still get pushed through. And I brought that up because we had Gary Parrish on yesterday. Our good friend Gary Parrish. Oh.
Gary.
Before we get text, bring the text music down. I do have this for you guys. I do have a little thing for you guys.
Oh, Ian is surprising us?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let's
because
go.
I hammered it through the proper channels yesterday.
Okay.
Hang on.
Do we need breaking news?
No breaking news. No.
For us, not everyone.
Yeah. So let's say 12. So in 10 days on May 22nd, right? May 22nd, which is a Friday.
Yeah.
May the 22nd.
It's the Friday before Memorial Day. That is the day that I lose my show for the last hour. Purple Sheet begrudgingly said yes.
Oh, my God.
May 22nd.
The Friday at 2 o'clock in this time slot, we will have Ian's Neighborhood Fantasy Football
Oh, my
League
God. Oh, no. I'm not
hosting the
prepared
show.
for this. Oh,
you will be. Yeah. And I was told the following.
Oh, God.
This was a
2
quote.
to 3?
This was a quote from Purple Sheet. All right, we'll put them in touch with Jess. She's in charge.
Of course he did.
Okay.
Of course
I
he
can
did.
handle this. I can do this. I'm a professional. I'm really good at this job.
He said they know they can't swear. I said yes. All right. They
dumb
said
button.
they said yes. So that's but because I sucked at fantasy football this year. The punishment for me is those guys get to do my radio show, and they get to do it for the final hour, 2 to 3 on the Friday the 22nd.
Are you going to stay or are you bouncing?
I'll sit in the control room and see my career come crumbling to a halt.
Why? Still be
I
better?
think that you should bring a six-pack, and you and Anders should have one in there, and I deal with it.
Ooh, I'm down for that.
Yeah, but he can't because it's the FCC.
No. She would.
He can't.
She would run it.
No,
Here's the problem. Those idiots.
I'll have the six-pack.
Those
then.
idiots will probably no. You need to corral these guys. My buddy Shrek. Yep, that's his name. That's his last name.
Yep.
It's a great name.
He is. He's kind of the lead guy here in charge. He's asking me segment length already.
Oh God.
Different things like that.
At least he's planning.
They want to plan with you. So yes, that will.
Oh God, are we going to be on?
You
an
should have
email
seen-
chain? Are we going to have a group chat?
Yeah, you have a group chat.
Yeah, you are.
I'll connect you with them.
They need to find the best way to make Ian embarrassed during this time.
Okay, then group chat it up.
Yeah.
All right, guys, if you're watching / listening right
So here
now,
was the thing. Here was the thing. The best part was when I had to go in and talk to Purple Sheet and get the final okay yesterday.
Yeah.
So I start bringing it up, and he goes, I've been kind of hearing rumblings about this. And then he gives me this look. He just gives me this look like, really? And I said, well, listen, there could be worse things that your host has to do for being bad at fantasy football. Correct. And he's like, yeah, he didn't buy that. I think he's more nervous than I am, and I'm fairly nervous. So anyway,
Okay.
if you want to hear,
anxiety is up for me too.
if you want to hear a complete and total train wreck,
great.
10 days from today at 2 o'clock. I did tell them more than likely, but Jess, this is you, and
It's all me.
They want show meetings. And I said, well, first of all,
Oh my God!
First of all, that's a whole new concept on this show.
Yeah, it is a whole new concept.
Like, 'cause-
They're going to take this more seriously than you.
Group chat.
yeah, they're going to take it way more seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, I will
they are.
send
They're-
ideas and notes.
Yeah, so they'll take it more serious
Connect
than me.
on an email.
I'm going to connect you with
and
Shrek
that'll
here
be
after the show.
rest of my life.
Should we get some talkbacks?
That day?
No,
Oh, right
now. Yeah.
All right.
No, I really want to hear more
no,
about
that's
this,
all
so
you
I
know.
know what
There's-
I am preparing
Well,
myself
you
for.
keep me updated on things. Like I said, the Purple Sheet, just getting past through him was hard enough, and
God.
his look at me and just the whole, it was.
It's a
kinda like
phenomenal idea, and I can't wait to produce it.
Okay, that'd be a career highlight for you, right? Good deal.
Yep,
All right.
right on the resume.
Jess is in charge. That was what I heard.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That
Let's get some
sounds
talk
like
back.
it.
Fire away.
Hey, Ian, Seattle Sports Guy here with another Seattle Sports update. The Mariners have finally figured out what's going on with Cal Raleigh, as reports out of the clubhouse is that he thought OPS was for over-persistent swinging, which has led to his 0-for-40 slump. Damon Williams threw a 43-yard touchdown pass in the Husky spring game, but it was to a receiver wearing purple, which he thought played for LSU. He later apologized in a news conference. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you very much. That was. Did he apologize, though? That's a good thing.
Yeah.
At least he apologized. You got another one?
Oh, we got more.
All right, fire away.
I say this in all capital letters.
Thank you.
And lots of exclamation points. Load management.
Oh, yeah.
When Greg Popovich sat Tim Duncan and David Robinson for the first time, that was the beginning of the end for me and the NBA. To me, that's the biggest change in sports that I've not agreed with.
Yeah, and the thing with that is it's not the official. It's like the other ones we've been talking, and not the great. It's great talk back. That's the one that just kind of evolved.
Yeah, it did.
It didn't. It's not like an official thing. It's not a rule, right? It's just, but it's like, hey, load man. Yeah, I hate load management.
Oh, it's like a PT thing.
Yeah, that's it. All right, what do you got?
Hey there, Ian, Jessamine, and Anders.
Chris and Burian.
Yep. The dumbest idea in sports.
Is Ian losing his show?
Allowing Tiger Woods to use a driver. Under no circumstances should Tiger be allowed to drive anything, including a golf ball. This has been your humor for the day. Let's go, Mariners! Woo!
That'd be our friend Chris
In Burien.
And
He got me.
Two more.
I
Two
laughed
more.
pretty
Two more.
hard.
Fire away.
Ian, Jess, Anders, Jackson, Furious Felts here. Just got done stomaching what I could at that Howard Schultz interview or whatever the hell it was. You know, it's pretty impressive to be both a successful businessman and a failure. But old Schultz, he likes to live by the motto, por qué no los dos? I did not like it. I did not enjoy it. And honestly, Mr. Schultz, you can lick my butt hole. Sounders at 7:30.
I'm sorry, that sounded exactly like him.
Sounders at 7:30 is what gets me every time.
Can you play the first?
Yes.
I think the last part we're not sure if we need to keep in there. In fact, we probably need to get out of it before the last line. But give me like this.
It sounds exactly like
Ian, Jess, Anders, Jackson, Furious Felts here. Just got done stomaching what I could at that Howard Schultz interview or whatever the hell it was. You know, it's pretty impressive to be both a successful businessman and a failure. But old Schultz, he likes to live by the motto, por qué no los dos?
That is Jackson, right?
I don't think so.
Check the number.
That is insane. Furious
Because-
Felts, he called himself.
Furious Jackson.
That is.
But just the voice.
Okay, so
the voice is what's.
we need to play that for Softy at 2:45. It's borderline terrifying, is what it is.
Yeah.
But there's another one out there, because he's out there right now doing like fun with audio or something, and he's okay. Just use 4, not 5. Go to 5. Okay. Oh Lord. One more.
We actually got 2 more. One just came in and it's good.
All right.
The worst idea in sports, one, is the XFL, Vince McMahon. That's all you really need to say.
Yeah.
2 is Ian giving up an hour of his show for fantasy football talk. Lord help us when they're running that show. We may need Clifford to call in.
Well, hopefully Clifford. I will say this: Funston's confirmed. He will come on that day and talk to you guys and try to explain why.
That Ian, is he going to explain your loss because he gave you so much advice over the year?
He didn't give me as much advice as I needed, apparently. And the worst, listen, I didn't want this to happen. Understand, I've never been so stressed in fantasy football that I wasn't there in the home stretch of this thing.
Yeah.
Like, really? Like, this can't happen. And it will. All right, you got one more talk back?
Okay.
Hey, Jess, I'll keep it positive. My favorite recently thing in sports is the Hockey Kraken Network going on for free games. I watch 90% more games now that they are free on the Kraken Hockey Network. That is the best thing to happen to hockey in this town in forever. Later, go Mariners.
Kraken Hockey Network positivity. We love that.
That's a good way to end. Thank you. That's nice.
That reminded me of Mike and Edmonds.
Let's put that in the audit.
That's the
Hey,
voice.
put that in the audit.
Yes.
Send that to Sam right away. Put that in the audit. Best thing to happen is the Kraken Hockey Network, KHN, baby. What about the Kraken Audio Network? But it's existed for a while. It's been around for a while.
It has.
Yeah. KHN, the Kraken Hockey Network, is only 2 years old.
Yeah.
The Kraken Audio Network and Network Central, that's been there since day one, ladies and gentlemen. 5 tremendous years. All right.
That sounded exactly like Mike and
It
Edmund.
did. Tell Ian Clifford should be part of the fantasy hour. Well, if Clifford wants to call in during the fantasy hour, I'm sure you'll take talkbacks on that. In fact, I would say this. I would encourage more talkbacks than ever before. That's less of them, more of you.
Yeah, it's true.
More of you listening right
We
now.
trust you guys, the listeners, more than we trust them.
Like, I'm going to tell you, this is a traveling band of idiots is what it is.
Wait, are you talking about our show?
No.
'Cause
The people that are filling in.
The people filling in.
I was just saying.
The people that are filling in it's a traveling band of
By the
morons.
way, did you guys get the
I put us in that
the person that tweeted us about Clifford?
What about?
They looked him up and looked like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
I got this explanation.
What is it?
Clifford Taylor IV is known for his unusual path in sports. He was a high school basketball player who went to University of Florida and essentially talked his way onto the football team as a walk-on. He
Yeah.
also made a name for himself on TikTok. Is there anything specific you'd like to know? I guess this is from an AI.
I did see this. It is from
And he talked his way on to doing a
Roughshod
podcast.
1776.
Yeah.
He talked his way into doing a podcast, too, which is
A
incredible.
revolutionary person with the 1776.
I wonder if that's true.
And we will find out. I don't think you can get a podcast without at least doing something like that.
Oh,
Well, you can.
Oh, yes. Come
Anyone
on
has a
now.
podcast.
I don't know about that.
All right, I'm leaving. I'm starting my own
Yeah.
Do it.
right now.
Yeah.
You probably would
Bye.
be more successful than us.
Yes, I would.
Yes. All right, here we go. We get some text. 49. I'm going to go way back to when they first came
back.
in.
Back.
Yes. Well, oh, by the way, Tim, Ian wasn't watching Colorado, Minnesota. I know I did. When I watched the NBA and gave you my little confession earlier, I watched the NBA last night after
Yeah,
everything
you
else.
did.
Mariners were done. Mariners played at 5. The hockey game was at 5. They were both done. I had the computer screen up, and they were both done like
No
7:15.
excuses, Ian. You watch the NBA.
Won't happen tonight. Well, actually,
Yes, it will.
no, because there's a late hockey game.
2 games.
Yeah,
two games.
6:30 game.
You're still gonna. You're gonna change it.
What do you hate about sport? Worst things that have happened.
Like
Current hockey playoff form where you get 2 of the best teams face off each other in the first round. I agree.
100% agree.
And here, this is actually that the NHL playoff format is very much like March Madness in this sense. The only person that likes the expansion of the tournament is, as Parrish told us yesterday, Greg Sankey.
Yeah.
The only one that likes the playoff form in the NHL is Gary Bettman. The problem is they both basically run the show.
Yeah.
For their respective leagues.
I mean, that's how it goes.
How about 3-on-3 Olympic hockey? Yeah,
No.
let's see. Moving a professional basketball team from the 13th market to the 47th ranked TV market. Yeah, that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
This isn't an idea, but a current practice, putting MLS games on a streaming service and requiring an MLS package.
It is not a current practice. If you have Apple TV, you get MLS. You don't have to pay the extra package now.
Right. But I think that was a bad idea.
What was?
Going
to Apple TV, period?
For everybody.
Yeah.
Because you had a lot of teams. I think you should have done it like you do with
baseball.
Yeah, with baseball. If you want to be part of a national package, it's behind a paywall, which they're starting to have some of that going on.
Mariners are one of them.
Yeah, fine. If you have a good local deal with local affiliates, then you should be able to do that.
Like you look at the Yankees and the Mets
and the Sounders and
Mets,
the Sounders, Portland, Salt Lake, Kansas City. I think all had really good local TV deals.
A lot of the West Coast teams did.
Yeah, just let them do that. We talked about salary cap as well. They need a salary cap floor, not a salary cap. They are going to have a floor.
So if they do have a salary cap, they
yeah.
will have a floor as well. That's kind of one positive side if they do go that way.
And I think there's a couple teams that would actually have to come up, if I'm not mistaken, right now, right?
I think at least 3 or 4.
Yes.
Ooh, I like this one from Jim that just came in.
What do you got?
Howard Schultz, a man among men. Keep your ass in Florida and keep our city out of your mouth.
Yeah, we discussed that early in the show today. The Howard Schultz op-ed piece for the Wall Street Journal is just... Chris Daniels is the one that brought it up.
Yeah.
give Chris like in a way could hurt us? Is he trying to circumvent the NBA coming back here? I think he wants to be in on the. I think he wants to be involved.
So is he trying to like?
I don't know.
Seems tone deaf.
For a guy that's a billionaire, he seems to be really dumb.
Oh wait, billionaires
You don't have
are
to be smart to be a
dumb?
billionaire, Ian.
Well,
Hold on.
Hey, I'll give credit where credit.
Billionaires are
No,
dumb?
give him credit where credit's due. I mean, he built that thing up.
He built. Okay.
I don't.
yes.
I hate to do that, but it's.
You're correct.
You're
I
looking
just
at-
don't want you to be.
If you're looking at strictly like him making a
Business-wise,
good
yes.
business.
Other bad ideas besides the NCAA tournament. Live golf sucks, but I don't know if that counts because the PGA didn't do it. Yeah, the Live was a bad idea, but it was all. I mean, people start getting all upset about this stuff, but the thing with the Live is it was done for one reason. Sports washing, nothing to see here. Move along. Let's give our. Yeah, it's.
I mean, you get offered that much money. It's like, whoa, hello.
Yeah, we talked about it when it first happened because, you know, a friend of the station, Arlo White's the play-by-play guy.
Yeah, he is.
And, you know, I remember having that conversation.
He got a lot of crap for it, too.
Got a lot of grief. And we had that conversation on the air. I know I did a show on it and saying, okay, well, if they came to you and said they're going to pay you X to do it, would you do it? And, man, I don't know what the answer is.
There is a number. I'll say that.
Everyone's got a number.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone's got a number. And with that one specifically, I think
pretty high.
Well, I think with that, it's a little bit harder for us to relate to because the average professional golfer, not all of them, but guys that were being recruited by Liv are already people that are really well off. They've, by and large, they've already got all kinds of sponsorship deals, which you get paid for whether you win or lose.
Right.
But then, you know, if you're good enough for Liv was trying to get you, you were making money that was different.
Also, let's be completely honest. If you're playing golf a lot, you're probably well off. Like, just in general.
If you're being flown to the Middle East to play golf.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't really play there. They play everywhere.
Oh,
They play
but
Florida.
if you were
You're
hired
here's the thing, you're getting
by a oil conglomerate,
you're getting paid by
golf.
you're getting paid by the government of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
That would be scary for me.
So, okay, John Lund,
Yes.
now or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. It's
We're,
yeah.
we're gonna do tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Find it. Let's try to see if we can do 2:00 tomorrow.
Sun comes out tomorrow.
Sun will come out tomorrow.
All right, Annie.
Let's see. Ian,
hard knock life.
Ian, Joe Sheen asked you about your superpower. Wouldn't that be your ability to consume high-end brown water? Yeah,
High-end brown water. That sounds like whiskey to me.
that is whiskey.
Yes. Okay. I'm
bourbon.
just making sure you.
Making
Well,
I got
not
a
from
field. I got a
Tennessee,
field trip coming up this weekend. I'm heading down to Chambers Bay Distillery. See our friends down there.
That's what you're doing.
Ooh,
Off.
We got a good Kalshi bet here.
what do you got?
425. What happens first? Dan Wilson gets ejected or Cal getting above 200? Hit batting.
Okay, when was the last time Wilson got ejected?
Like middle of last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he doesn't get ejected.
He doesn't, but he did it I feel like he does it
Do we really-
begrudgingly
wait a
when
second.
he actually does it. He's like, I gotta
Remember,
do this.
I think he got ejected when Lou Pinella was in the stadium, actually.
Yeah, he
That
kind
sounds
of
right.
like
Yeah.
did one of these things like,
That sounds right.
oh crap, I gotta.
But
do
here,
this.
wait. Let's just go back for a second. So, are we really worried that Cal's going to not get above 200?
I mean, what's his batting average now?
It's early.
Oh, wait a second. Stop
I
it.
said
It's hang on. No. He's hitting 157.
It's going to take quite a bit to get above 200.
To get above 200 at this point.
And he's not a high average guy anyway.
No, he's 230.
Even if he's
Was he
hitting
like
well.
230 last year, right?
Something around that, yeah.
So for him to get from 157 with
It's going to be
a quarter
tight.
of the season already done,
It's going to be tight.
he'd really have to go on a heater.
Yeah.
Yee.
Wait, what was the time frame?
Before Dan Wilson gets ejected.
Oh,
Which one happens first?
Which one happens? Oh, it's definitely Cal.
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think Dan's gonna get ejected anytime soon. That's just
Other
my
bad
opinion.
ideas in addition to the NCAA tournament. I hate everything about the NBA phantom foul calls, load management, lazy players. Sign me up for hockey, soccer, football, baseball, any of it, just not NBA basketball.
Bad sports idea. 12 to 3 show on KJR.
What? Huh? Yeah. Should have been 1 to 3, Jeremy. Should be 1-3. Should be 1-3.
425 says, Jess, I'm doing heavy duty yard work. That was not me, Mike and Edmonds.
I'm actually writing him back right now. I love Mike and Edmonds.
Yeah. He's listening.
He is. You should do more Tour de France. Not over hoops or football, but it's way better than Ian's favorite sport, which is hockey, I'm sure is what he's mentioning. No, we're not doing Tour. Name 5. See, 253. Without looking it up, give me 5 riders right now.
No clue. Absolutely zero clue.
Right? Hang on a second. I gotta make sure I can read this one.
Okay. Jump button's ready.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I got it. Can't wait to attend the Life Surge in Seattle. Great way to spend my time and money listening to Russ and Tebow trying to sell me some multi-level marketing scheme under the guise of biblical principles. Can't wait. Russ, Tebow, and Sage Steele hanging out together at Angel of the Winds up in Snohomish County. Man, that reeks of good. Are you heading up there for that?
Of course you are.
It's the house of Bentonville. Is he going to be there?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, God. All right.
Wow.
I think we're good. I think we're pretty good.
Yep.
Here. Because we got to play. Is Jess drunk today? No, Ryan. She's not.
Wait, what?
I don't think you're drunk. Are you drunk?
No, I wish I was. Why?
Same.
Do we have booze here?
Bad sports idea. Driving with Dave. 100%. Speaking of Dave, we'll get Dave next. Because when we come back, we've got to play. We have to play that little segment.
Okay, I got to grab it.
The what is it called?
The
Action Felts or
Jackson Furious Felts?
Furious Felts. All right. Lund on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bobby Casper on tomorrow. And yes, that's all coming up next. right, here we go. He's here. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here. Everyone's excited about it. I got something for you.
Just for me?
Yeah, just
You've
for
been
you.
sitting on this for me?
Yeah.
All right. Better be good.
I
All
think
the build-up better be good.
Do you agree that imitation is the greatest form of flattery?
Sometimes.
Actually, if it doesn't include you.
Okay.
Doesn't include
sure.
you?
I
Okay.
guess. Yeah.
All right, take a listen.
Ian, Jess, Anders, Jackson, Furious Felts here. Just got done stomaching what I could at that Howard Schultz interview or whatever the hell it was. It's pretty impressive to be both a successful businessman and a failure. But old Schultz, he likes to live by the motto, por qué no los dos? I did not like it. I did not enjoy it. Sounders at 7:30.
How close is that?
That's pretty damn good, man.
How close is that?
Pretty damn good. Are we sure that wasn't Jackson, by the way?
We've been asking that.
Impersonating himself.
The voice.
Wait,
the voice alone.
That would actually be something.
I think that there's a chance that is Jackson. I mean, do we have a phone number? There's no phone number, right? This is a talk back.
Talk back. Might be.
Can you look and see, Jess? Can we do some recon?
Yeah, I can do
you?
recon.
All right,
I don't think Jackson would call himself
Hang on.
Furious Felts.
Let me give you Jackson's phone number.
Yeah,
and you
let's
can-
give it that over to you real
his
quick.
number.
253
206
Someone right now is like,
oh shoot.
321. That's Fane's number. Hang on, sorry.
Wait, don't give out numbers on the air.
maybe it was
Why?
Fane.
Petros uses his cell number as the text line for their show in
Well,
LA.
that's insane.
No, he doesn't.
I swear to God.
Why?
It's just what he does. He doesn't give a damn.
That's
I love that.
insanity.
Wow.
Text me 453-650-2121.
Okay, I can confirm this is not actually Jackson.
No, it's Furious Felts. It's not Jackson. It's Furious
Oh, I'm
Felts.
sorry.
Furious Felts.
I do not
Furious
have
Felts.
Furious Felts
I think
number.
we should do an NCAA style tournament bracket and get an impression of how many folks do we have? We got Chuck.
That's a good question.
Ashley.
That's a great question.
Bucky, right? Kid, Bell's 5. The 3 of you is 8. Us is 11. We'll throw in Benton. Make it 12.
Well, the Benton would be the best one,
right?
Oh, yeah.
So we'll do 4 buys. We can decide who those people are later. We'll get the best impressions we can on the talkback.
Good July
and
topic.
And we'll do
I like
a tournament
it.
when the
I like
M's
it.
are 20 games out and Cal Raleigh's on the 60-day DL. Okay.
Stop it.
I want to hear what you guys
We can
each
talk
think about.
Egypt, Iran, or we can do this. It's
Yeah.
up to you.
Anyway,
Okay.
what would you think your impression would sound like?
I have no idea. You'd probably make fun of Canadian accents or something.
Oh, easily.
Oh, yeah, that's
an easy
an
one.
easy one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just cackle. I just cackle.
I'd like to be
I just cackle.
No, it's not that. It goes.
Oh, shit. Art. Ha.
Where is it? Where is that one?
That is not what
What
it
page is it
sounds
on?
like.
Really?
Jeez.
You think? Let me walk over.
He's gonna walk over there.
Come and find it. We have the
His
Jess.
wall's up.
We have the Jess imitation, but it's actually Jess, much like what do we call him? I almost said something
Furious
bad.
That
Felts.
just
Furious
was not
Felts.
accurate.
Hang on. Where is
a
it?
second. I got to teach you how to use this thing, by the way. You know?
Well, I know how to use it.
He's
I just
too
don't know
old.
where it's. I just don't know where it's at. I don't know how you keep
Sounds
track
like
of
a
everything.
really bad movie.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we
The
go.
population was decimated due to the over excessive use of DDT and the pesticides that were going on the farms, and then it got into the fish.
That is
Just
true.
An idiot.
Columnist for the PI.
Art.
That was when RTO came into the studio.
I hadn't seen him in years, and that is why I
This
said
one
that.
just says a thing for
This-
tall, older hippies.
This one is good.
Yeah.
The population was decimated due to the over excessive use of DDT and the pesticides that were going on the farms, and then it got into the fish.
Yeah,
That was at training camp, right?
That's how she got Mike.
That was at training camp. Yeah, exactly. Mike.
What? Really?
He just couldn't understand
You
what I
wanna
was
go
saying.
out?
But no, seriously, the osprey population, which is, by the way, the bird the Seahawk was named after.
Thanks.
What?
Thanks, Tips. Here's my Ian Furness impression. Thanks, Tips.
Thanks, Tips.
Yeah.
What page is the Benton one on?
Thanks,
Where's the
Einstein.
Where's the Benton one?
Oh, God. I gotta
That's
come
the
over
best
there
one.
again. Jesus, man.
Just tell me what page it's on.
I don't know.
It's not
Why would
organized.
you know?
It's
It is
not
It is not
organized.
organized. My gosh.
This one.
It's all down here from here, kiddos.
That is such a good one.
That is a good one.
Oh my gosh.
I love that.
We got to find the best Jessamine, the best Anders, the best Ian, the best Softy,
Yeah.
the best Chuck, the best Ashley. We already have the best Jackson.
Yep.
I mean,
That
we got-
was a really good
I'm saving
Jackson.
this.
That Jack, you got to save
I'm
that. Please
saving
save
this.
that. That is
somebody's
absolutely fantastic.
Somebody's got to do a good feign out there, right? Come on.
How would that go?
I can't say. I can't say.
Come on.
I'm better off not saying.
Really? Are you sure?
I got to play good cop.
Okay.
Get somebody else to play bad
This
cop.
is a
I mean, the 12th. Really. I
Hey,
mean,
we're all just
I would
doing
say,
imitations.
I would say Rich Moore, but nobody knows what he sounds like.
No.
right?
No, you know what?
Not good. Thanks,
Okay,
man.
would we include Hugh in this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Totally.
It's all down here from here, kiddos.
There's a lot of Hughes in there too, by the way.
Oh, I'm looking
a
for
lot
one.
of Hughes.
I'm looking for
What's
one.
that, Dick?
A lot of Hughes.
Yeah.
No, the best Hugh one was the Pete Carroll one.
Yeah.
Where Pete was like,
come
find
on.
that
I'm
one.
just around.
Come on. Hey, you're getting your steps in today.
Are we on YouTube?
You're getting your steps. He's right here.
All
Look
right.
at him.
He's circling the studio
There we
right
go.
now for those that need a narration of what's going on in here.
Yeah. It's not this one. It's not that one.
I don't listen to you often because you're not interesting.
Man, where you been?
Just been
That is awesome.
around.
That is an awesome.
This
Hugh
one
quote.
is actually classic.
I don't listen to you often because you're not interesting.
Was he talking to you?
That's what I like.
So good.
You guys are like the true
hey,
friends.
look who's here. Come in and take a listen.
About bushes, I don't want
Go
to
into
be
there.
about
Go into
dad.
their
All right.
studio.
Hey, here we
Bill
go.
Parcells
Okay,
is a freaking
Ben
prick.
is apparently entering the control room right now, and
He's coming into you guys.
Oh, here he goes.
All right. Okay, wait.
In the
Now,
studio.
you got to turn off our mics so we can hear this.
Yep.
Ready?
Okay.
All right. Okay, ready? Turn off our mics.
Okay, they turn off the mic. You got to play it, Ian.
It's
You got to play it.
all down here from here, kiddos.
We're doing impressions. We're thinking the listeners can do impressions on the personalities here.
Yeah.
Yours.
The winner of
Turn his mic on. Hang on a
Hey,
second.
he
I don't know
needs
if that
a
mic works.
Try that one right
Try that
Try
one.
that one.
It
Take
works,
one,
but
take two.
he-
Take
Yeah,
one,
there
take
we go.
two. It is all downhill
Oh
from
my
here,
God.
kiddos. It's all down here from here,
I would get it right.
If
If somebody wins with the impression of me, they get my
Then-
supply of Eddie Bauer.
Okay, well, that sounds good.
Sophie, you're a winner.
Let's do that.
You're a winner.
It's always good to see you guys. I love being
that.
here.
Oh my gosh.
Cracking up next.
I think you're the impression of Benton and the
God.
impression of Jackson. Those would be the two best ones.
Those are
But have you heard the Jackson one yet?
I heard the Jackson one, and
so
I
good.
coming in, and I nearly crashed my car.
Here's what you got to do. You got to get Jackson to recreate that exact talkback.
And see how close it is?
Yeah, compare the two
Okay,
voices.
do you think he's going to play
right?
along?
Well, he might. He's a little cocky, but he might do it.
He's outside right now. He has no idea.
Like you said earlier, imitation is the
That's right.
purest form
That's
of
right.
Listen to
flattery.
you often because you're not interesting.
I wish people everyone still knew Dick Baird would have been a fun one.
Well, he's on there too.
Oh, I know he is.
Yeah.
I know. Dick Baird was a classic.
I hate it when Ian gets a hold of Softy's wall because then he just has too much fun.
It's like a little kid. It's like a 12-year-old finding dad's box of Playboys. It really is.
41 yards.
It's unbelievable. Like I used to have a buddy of
Fat,
mine.
dumb, and happy and entitled.
My buddy, my buddy Justin Monway. I used to sleep over at his house for one reason, because his dad had a box of Playboy magazines.
How did that? Where did that come from? Oh,
And
My God, I can't wait for your autobiography.
if you didn't know where I was, there's a chance that little Davy Mahler, with his
Davy Mahler.
with his Jufro and his hormones, okay, was down the hall going through the box. Will you put that away, Ian? Don't touch.
I wish you could just shut your big yapper.
No, that's dumb. There's so many good
Hey, I
ones
like
on
that
there.
one. That's a
So
good
many good ones on there.
Jackson is fumbled.
There you go. I mean, this really is ridiculous. Like he's like just
He's not listening to you at
infatuated.
all.
I don't know what
He's
you're talking about.
mesmerized with
I
the
am.
audio wall. It's like he's never seen it before. The guy who's been in the business for 1,000 years. His dad was in the business. His family's in the business. He's in the business.
He's not a child
It's
like you.
What, are you kidding me? Are you watching this right now? My God. It's like a kid going to the zoo for the first time.
He's
What is that, a
being
monkey?
reborn.
Is that a monkey? Mom,
Dude,
it's a
what's up,
monkey.
man? Where you been?
It's been around.
Are we out yet?
Why are you here today?
Yeah, why are you here? The season's over.
Snooping around. I'm
Don't
bored.
you-
That's
don't-
why.
Don't you,
You
don't
know
you have
why?
an- don't you have an off-season job?
I missed you.
know
That's
what?
why.
He's part of the audit. He's auditing
yes.
Benton's on the audit.
Did you hear about that, by the way?
It's all downhill from
It's
here,
all
kiddos.
downhill for you, pal. You might want to hang out with us for a while.
I'll be in witness protection for the next
All
month.
right, what's are you doing a show? What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I'm
Okay,
just going to
good.
come here,
All
do crosstalk, and go home. The hell you think I'm doing here,
Ben,
pal?
you're up next.
Yeah,
What do
all
you
right.
got coming up?
I have no idea.
Here's the show sheet, Mike. What the
Mike.
hell's your name?
As you say, I have no idea what's coming out of my mouth.
Read that. Go ahead.
Come on, Matt.
Not
Here we
the
go.
whole
Matt
thing.
Thomas, not my old head coach, actually.
Matt,
Just
what do you got, Matt?
Just the bold stuff, the good
Yeah.
stuff.
Christian Capel. Ooh, that'll be a good one. John Wilner, 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Ryan Schmetzer. I
Jeez.
can't wait to hear him listen to Jackson.
You really-
that must be played.
You really selling it.
That must be played for Ryan Schmetzer.
He's heard it before.
Not the one we just got.
Yeah, no, he's
The
heard it.
public demands.
All right.
All right. That's it. Hey, good tease, by the way.
How about I decide what we're doing this year? All right?
We asked
Okay,
you. You
okay.
said you're not doing anything.
Idiots.
Yeah, you said you're not
That's
doing
why I'm
anything
here to
in
run over you.
All right.
You really sold the show, by the way,
Yes,
Mike.
I did.
Thanks, pal.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, here's what we got. We got sports at 4. We got hockey at 5.
Audit update.
sports headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Happy Tuesday. Headlines on South to Dick Jackson, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. As cold as the Rockies, baby.
Naughty, naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
Well, Cal Raleigh is 0 for his last 36, but the Mariners did win a game last night, 3-1 over the Astros. Now 5-0 versus Houston this year, 10-1 their last 11. Brian Wu versus Tatsuya Imai. Remember him, by the way, back in April? He went a third of an inning, gave up 3 runs, 4 walks against the M's back on the 10th of April, and he's on the mound again tonight for the Astros.
Pistons used a 23-0 run to start the third to pull away to beat the Cavs and take a 3-1 series lead. Donovan Mitchell had 39 in the second half alone in that game. Thunder and the Lakers were tight all game, but then OKC came out on top. The bad guys win the series.
I got a text from Dick last night, Jackson, in the fourth quarter. This is a hell of a game, the best I ever saw. And then from that point on, the Lakers...
Yeah, right down the freaking
toilet,
tube.
man.
Did I jinx him?
I think you did. Your boy LeBron, minus 17 with him on the court. Get him out of there.
What are you talking about? He had a good game.
NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. Montreal looks for a 3-1 lead on Buffalo in the East, second round at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Husky Hoops schedule has been released. Some of their key home games. If you want to see Indiana or Illinois at Heck Edmondson, you can do that. Road games including defending champion Michigan as well as Michigan State.
NFL schedule leaks. Here we go. Denver at Kansas City. Monday Night Football Week 1. That means the Chiefs are officially off the table for a possibility for Week 1 for the Hawks. We are now down to the Bears, the Patriots, the Chargers, and the Arizona Cardinals. Also, Cincinnati, Atlanta, Week 9, November the 8th in Madrid.
And here we go. And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, here we go on a busy Tuesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM with you until 7 o'clock tonight. Got a lot to get to. Matt Thomas from Houston will join us and talk about how much the Astros suck now at 3:30. A little fun with audio. 4 o'clock, we'll talk to Christian Capel, kind of recap spring ball, look ahead to fall camp and the 2026 Husky football season. John Wilner will join us on the air. Brian Schmetzer will join us on the air at 5:45 tonight as well. I got Dick Fain over here, decked head to toe in Mount Rainier gear.
Yes,
still has his uniform on from today's golf tournament.
Yes.
No pom-poms. Did you paint your face, by the way, for the event today?
I'm very quiet. In golf tournaments, you know, you just kind of hide in the trees and you just kind of peek your head out, see what's going on.
Yeah, actually in the trees. Dick likes to hide in the tree to get a bird's eye view of what his kid's doing on the golf course. So I don't know. I thought maybe he'd have the Mount Rainier sweats on and all that stuff and the eye black and everything. But you know, why not just go full Ram? Why stop with the hat and the shirt, man? Look at you.
Tomorrow's the last day. I think face paint might be in order.
Believable. All right. Well, here's what we got going on. We're going to talk a lot about what's going on with the M's and Astros tonight. Game 2 of 4 coming up at 5 o'clock. Cal Raleigh mired in an 0 for 36 slump. He's hitting cleanup again today for the Mariners. And apparently there was a column written. I have not read it yet, by the way, because I get tired of having to clear my browser and get my one free story from the Times. Okay?
Right.
You guys know about that? Are you a subscriber to the Times?
I am
Dick?
I am no longer a print subscriber.
Okay.
I'm an internet
All right.
subscriber.
So you pay for the digital thing, Jackson. Do you do the same thing as well?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. I just go online. I read my story. I clear my browser. I go back and read one more again.
Incognito, baby.
Clear it again. Sometimes they catch you, by the way, with the incognito. They catch up to you. They're sneaky over there, the Times.
Are they?
The Blethens. They're very sneaky. They have ways of finding out who's reading their stuff for free. They're staring at you. They're watching you through their super secret spy cams, man. So
have you seen their print paper now?
No, I don't.
It is
I don't look at it at all.
very thin.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it is.
Very
I'm
thin.
sure it is, right? But anyway, we get a text from Dick today who's mad about a column that Matt Calkins wrote. So what are you mad about?
Well,
What's wrong? What's wrong?
I'm not.
What's wrong, boo-boo?
I'm not mad. I think Matt does a good job, and I like him as a person. I think he's very nice.
That's the exact opposite of what Dick told me and Jackson today.
Right.
Matt sucks. He's a jackass.
I do think that he has a tendency of being a little womp, particularly in this city where, I don't know, we've won a Super Bowl and made 7th game of the the American League Championship Series. So I think we've done pretty well in this town recently. He has a tendency of being womp, and I thought this line was what stopped me. And he's basically the topic of the story is, and the headline is, why the Mariners must consider moving Luis Castillo to the bullpen. But it was this small paragraph that got me.
Okay.
He says, quote, "It's not as if the Mariners have much of a cushion to experiment. This is a club many thought would be playing in the World Series, yet entering Monday, they find themselves 2 games back in the worst division in baseball." Now, there's nothing that he said there that was inaccurate.
Right.
They are 2 games back in the worst division in baseball.
Right.
However, I would say, and I responded to this, saying it's a matter of perspective, because the Mariners are also in the playoffs right now if the season ended today. And according to all the metrics, FanGraphs, you name it, whatever, AI bot you want to use, they're somewhere in the 70 to 75% mark to make the playoffs right now. So despite their underwhelming performance thus far, they are right there with 4 months left to go in the season. So they, in my opinion, they do have time to experiment. I mean, you are in the playoffs right now with Cal Raleigh going 0 for what?
36.
0 for 36, and Luis Castillo with one of the worst ERAs in baseball. So yes, you have time to experiment. We don't need to panic on May the 12th.
Okay, so what's the problem? I don't get it. What are you mad about what Matt said? So you're saying his tone is what bothers you?
Yeah, I'm saying he says we don't have time. We don't have much of a cushion to experiment. Like this, you got to get this fixed now. And I said no. And I have people, responding about J.P. Crawford too, and they want to throw him out. People want to throw him out with the bathwater. People want to throw Luis out with the bathwater. I'm like, hey, as soon as you quit on these guys, they're not coming back. They're not going to help you in August and September and October when I see J.P. Crawford and Luis Castillo, yes, 2 guys at the end of their career. Totally get it. Not the players they used to be, but not players that I think we should just say, thanks for coming, GTFO, bring in Colt Emerson, bring in Bryce Miller, and replace him.
All right, well, you wanted to dump Castillo last year before he caught fire in September.
I did.
So that's revisionist thinking.
And I also apologized for it. I said I should not have done that.
But you did. And there's a lot of people that now believe what you believed last September. And frankly, the people that believe that Luis Castillo is done have a bigger sample size now than you did a year ago. Much bigger sample size. This is 7 games in a row. This is a month and a half of baseball. So, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand what exactly the disagreement is here. It's kind of a classic glass half full, glass half empty potentially conversation, if I'm reading it right.
The big picture
That's
of it
going
that,
on here.
And also, is it too early to panic about this baseball team? Well, I think those are the conversations.
I think it's absolutely too early to panic because you've got 20 games left to go. So it's absolutely too early to flip out and walk into traffic. Is it too early to be critical of them? Absolutely friggin' not. I mean, what if they lose the division by a game? What if they miss the playoffs by a game? We're going to look back at some of these games they played against Kansas City during Randy Johnson's weekend, the 3-game series against the White Sox, and go, my God, those games matter. Like, I heard Chris Crawford talking about this the other day, and he's exactly right. If you had to pick a time of the year where your baseball team 1 month more than any other would play their best baseball, you would always say September. Always. Yes. But that doesn't mean that these games today don't matter. They 100% matter. Like, the Mariners lost the number 1 overall seed, they lost home field to Toronto eventually, who they did play in the ALCS by 4 games. That's not even a win a month. That's 3/4 of a win every month that this team needed to get. 1 extra win a month to just get home field, and maybe Game 7 is in Seattle. So I don't think it's too early to be critical of these guys at all. I mean, we're talking about trying to win a World Series. The standards and the expectations right now are as high as they've been in 25 years in this town. So if somebody wants to come down on these guys and rip them and maybe be a little harsh with them, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Because this is not like the Dodgers or the Philadelphia Phillies or the Boston Red Sox or the Golden State Warriors in the NBA, who have won titles and built up equity, right? I mean, they've got a Game 7 appearance in the ALCS, and some of them have a playoff appearance 4 years ago. That's what they've got, which in the grand scheme of things is nothing. It's nothing. It's a big nothing burger. It's huge for us because of our context here in Seattle.
Right.
But nationally, globally, nobody's going to remember the Mariners went to Game 7 of the ALCS. I mean, people can't even tell me who went to the ALCS and lost 2 years ago. Nobody can. So I don't have any problem with Matt getting a little bit concerned and maybe getting a little bit critical of the way this baseball team is played. Now, if I were to take a different approach, I would say, look, there's reasons why they're not playing well. One of them is that guys are banged up, including Matt Brash and Gabe Spire. Another is that there's players on this baseball team that are underperforming the back of their baseball card, and Cal Raleigh is one of them.
Yeah.
You've also got a couple of guys that defensively are turds in J.P. Crawford and Randy Arozarena, and you have a starting pitching staff that 4 of the 5 guys, or 3 of the 5 guys, the original 5, meaning Bryce Miller as one of those 5, are playing well. The 4th is banged up, and the 5th stinks. So there's reasons why everybody can understand why the team is underperforming, but time to panic and throw in the towel and start talking about draft position? Hell no. Absolutely not. They're 2 games out. I believe in the end that this team will win this division, and they might even win it running away, by the way.
I agree with you.
Okay? But I don't think that just dismisses responsibility for the way players are performing tonight.
Yeah, and I think the injuries, and yes, it's an excuse, but let's be real here. We're in last place because of 1-run games. Well, guess who saves 1-run games? Matt Brash and Gabe Spire.
Well, you're not in last
save
place.
1-run.
You're in second place.
Second,
right?
Well, how far? What's the difference between
2 games out behind the A's right now?
Okay,
right.
And we're where we are because of those 2 injuries and Cal Raleigh's injury. If Cal Raleigh doesn't get hurt, I don't think he's 0 for his last 30 whatever. If Matt Brash and Gabe Spire don't get hurt, there's 2 or 3 games you can point to, and all of a sudden you're like 5 games over 500, which is exactly where you probably would have expected this team to be at this point. And yet, last year when they didn't have the injury issues, this is why I'd argue I think this team is better than this team was a year ago. Last year you didn't have the injury issues, and on my birthday, June the 11th, they lost 5-2 to Arizona to drop to 33 and 34 after 67 games, and they ended up winning 90 and going to the 7th game of the ALCS.
Yeah, great. That was last year. This is this year.
Right, and I think they're better this year.
Well, some may disagree with you. I don't know, Dick. I mean, I just think that we have to have, at least I do, you guys can do whatever you want, this ability to understand different perspectives. And I don't know how long Matt's been here now. How long has Calkins been in Seattle?
10 years
Decades,
at least, right? Yeah.
If not longer than that, right? Maybe 15 years. So he's starting to get a sense, I think, for what kind of makes the Mariner fan tick a little bit. And this is a conversation that actually Jackson and I had a while back when I mentioned to you that I think, I may be wrong on this, but I think that at our cores, and I'm talking in general terms, at our cores as Mariner fans, most of us still don't trust this organization.
Yeah.
That the word Mariner is almost a verb now, right? And it means disappointment and failure.
Like the Cougar?
Okay? Almost.
To Mariner it?
Yeah. I mean, like, what have they done in their franchise history of note? What are they known for? Right now, they're probably known for being the only team in baseball to never play in a damn World Series. That's what they're known for.
They're known for a whole lot of Hall of Fame players that didn't accomplish anything in the playoffs.
I understand why people would be skeptical. I understand why at the first sign of concern, people tend to flip out around here and lose their mind. If we had $1 for every time we've heard same old Mariners, we'd have about $400, right? Honestly, we'd be rich, for God's sakes. So I get it, you know. I mean, you're taking a glass half full approach on where this baseball team is right now, but there's injuries, no question about it, but there's also players that are underperforming on this baseball team. And if you want to win a World Series, you need everything to come together. You need the guys to get healthy again, and you need the guys underperforming to start performing.
So I don't think either of what you're saying are mutually exclusive. Dick's saying we have time. Softy's saying we can criticize them right now.
Of course.
Both of those things are 100% true, and I think any reasonable Mariner fan would agree with both of those things. This team deserves criticism in a lot of different areas. I mean, my God, defensively, I mean, Kruger said it yesterday. They may be, 4th in fielding percentage, but their defensive efficiency is 6th from last in baseball.
How many balls aren't they getting to?
Right. And their efficiency, again, 6th to last in baseball. Their defense is bad. There's a lot of areas to criticize them, but on the same end, there's a lot of time. And they have time to figure these things out. You don't have to rush into anything. That being said, I would put Luis Castillo in the bullpen tomorrow.
I mean, without having read Matt's article, I'm just relying on you, and I'm assuming that you're being honest in your, quotes here. You're not fabricating them.
No, I
on the
read
air.
the quote directly.
Right?
I didn't make anything up.
Right, which I don't think you're doing that at all. But I'll read it during a break, and I'll give you my take on it. I just think, again, that expectations are now super duper high. We have entered a zone now in Seattle where making the playoffs is no longer good enough. We lost our minds in 2022. We went bananas last year for Game 7, 8 outs away in the ALCS. But as time goes by, the more and more you experience those things, the less of a novelty, right, Dick, they become, right? I mean, there's a reason why we went nuts in 2022, because it had been 21 years since they made the playoffs. I mean, if they made the playoffs this year on a dramatic home run in the second to last game of the year, people aren't going crazy the way they did 4 years ago when Cal Raleigh hit that bomb against the A's at Safeco Field or T-Mobile Park, whatever the hell it was back then. So I just think times have changed in Seattle. And for me, that's great. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we now expect greatness now. Can they accomplish it? It's hard. It's hard in baseball. Really hard. Just because you're the best team doesn't mean you're going to win. We all know that. But the Yankees are damn good. The Dodgers are damn good. The Tampa Bay Rays are damn good. There's going to be a couple of teams in the American League that will creep up that we're not talking about right now. But there is an opportunity that I will say right now for the Mariners to take control of this division and maybe run away with it if they want. And maybe make things easier on themselves and not have to scrape and claw to an American League West championship with 88 wins in September.
Well, what encourages me is you've got far more players that are playing below the level of their baseball card than you have playing over. I mean, really.
Oh, totally.
I mean,
Yes.
offensively,
Absolutely.
Luke Raley is the only guy on this team.
That's right.
That is significantly outperforming what we thought he should perform. I mean, that is it. And then pitching wise, I mean, George has been great, but we kind of expect George to be 5-2 with a 2.84 ERA. That's kind of George Kirby, right?
Yeah.
Other than that, no. Emerson Hancock has probably been better than we thought. The rest of the pitchers, Brian Woo's got a 4 ERA. Castillo's got a 6.5. I mean, nobody's been. Munoz has not been close to Munoz. I think all those things are, at least most of those things, are going to come back to equilibrium when it comes time.
You're asking a lot to happen, though. I mean, that's the thing.
Just asking them to be them, right? I'm not asking them to be anything more than what they are.
You've also got a situation developing where you could look back on last year and say, did we have a lot of guys that had career years last season?
Cal did, definitely.
Right? Did Andres Munoz have one? Right? Did George Kirby, Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu? You know?
No, because they were better the year before than they were last year.
Okay. But the point is that there's always the possibility of guys regressing.
Yep.
Okay? Certainly there's a chance that guys regress. And I do get a little bit concerned when you come to me and you say, I'm asking ABC, XYZ, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just name like 6, 7 guys that are underperforming the back of their baseball card.
I'm just asking them to be the back of their baseball
all
card.
of them to get going. Well, what if they don't? So that's why I don't think it's fair or appropriate to sit back right now and just give them a pass. Not at all. Guys, come on. It's the middle of May. Let's get going. The weather's getting nice. It's 80 frickin' degrees outside today. The marine layer, this idea of it's too cold, I can't hit. Oh, my God, I got a hammy. My butt hurts. I mean, stop it. Like, first of all, I hate that crap. It makes us sound ridiculously soft anyway when we talk about that, number one. And number two, these guys are freaking pros. Figure it out. Fight through it. Hit the damn ball. We've had teams come to Seattle that are bashing the baseball in cold weather. And the M's can't hit it. They should be able to perform in that weather more than anybody because they play in it every single flipping day. Yet we can't. So we sit around and just make excuses for these guys. So I am very, very tense about this year because I see a window of opportunity, guys, for this baseball team with this pitching staff to go do something great. And I don't want to piss it away. They pissed it away in 2023 when they had the best ERA in baseball and missed the playoffs, and I don't want to do it again this year. So I look at Randy Arozarena in left field, that carnival act he's got going on out there. I look at J.P. Crawford with that turnstile at shortstop. I look at Cal Raleigh, who can't hit water if he falls off the damn Titanic right now, and I say, let's go.
Let's go.
Come on. Let's go.
Cal only saw
And if that's what Calkins is talking about, then I'm with him 1,000%.
Cal only saw 12 pitches yesterday.
Yeah, not good. Not
in
good.
a game.
Not good.
I mean, not in a bat, in a game.
We're not talking about practice. We're talking about a game. Not practice, a game. I don't know. You guys tell us, where do you stand? 49451 right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Just, you know what?
Really?
Forget it.
They're just giving up?
Just move on. We'll just do it later. Maybe the Hawks and Texans will play, and we can have you on then. Or
Hawks and Texans could be a Super Bowl.
Talk World Cup, whatever, when it comes to town in July. But you know what? We're not even going to worry about it anymore. The Astros are so bad, and we are just so beyond caring at this point.
So can I talk basketball with Matt then?
Forget calling Softy.
Can I talk Rockets with him then?
I think he'd rather talk Rockets, to be honest with you.
I promise, Matt, I'll ask you some Rockets questions
Then
at
talk
the end.
Astros.
How about that?
How are you, buddy? What's going on?
It is a pleasure to be on the future home of Seattle Supersonics basketball. KJR Seattle.
Are people apathetic yet down there or what? Yeah, have you reached the we don't give a damn stage about Astros baseball?
We don't give a damn is probably too strong of a term. It's, oh my God, how much worse is it going to get? It is what it is. I mean, you got to realize 10 years, boys, we're in uncharted territory, so to speak. They're not playing well. They've been beset by injuries for a second consecutive year. By the way, do you ever use the word beset except in sports radio? I just did it there.
Very underrated word for sure. It's like dingbat. It's very underrated.
Yeah. We're just not good. I mean, so why would I look? Softy has like a niche following on my audience in Houston, and so it's always cool to get you on because people love to get you on. But I don't want to do this. I mean, what, we're going to break down Cal Raleigh's numbers for the month of July or May? I mean, what do you want to do with that?
I'll break it down. He stinks. That's the thing. Cal Raleigh stinks, and we're still kicking your ass.
I think he just wanted you on to talk smack. I can be honest. He said Matt Thomas is coming on. I was like, well, cool.
Yeah.
Are we going to talk NBA with him? Because why?
This is, Dick, let me tell you, Dick, this is totally fair. Totally. I deserve every bit of this.
Yeah,
I get it. Because even though you guys beat us last year late in the season to win the American League West, you were still on the outside looking in to go into a World Series. I feel bad for you for that. I mean, so yeah, I'm your punching bag for the next 6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
Plus, we didn't promote more iHeart podcasts. Can we do that more on KJR?
Yes,
Yeah, the
Yacht Rock.
By the way, do you guys have the Clifford Show podcast down there?
The very first thing when we come back from break is, who the hell is Clifford? I'm sure he's a swell fella, but who the hell is he?
Same thing, man. Sarah Spain, women's sports, the Clifford Show. We got it all. So at least we can lock arms that way.
We at least don't promote the John Wall podcast that we had about 2 years ago, apparently.
Yeah, we have that every now and then, too. Yeah.
Most overpaid player in maybe the history of basketball, John Wall. Matt
He's lucky he was up there on that stage when the Wizards got the #1 pick.
That's right. Matt Thomas joining us. Hey, Matt, so you mentioned the injuries. I mean, how much is it that this team just needs to get healthy? And then once they're healthy, they might actually have talent enough to come back in this division where it looks like, God, if you've got 80 wins by, mid-September, you're in shape to win the playoffs or go to the playoffs.
The only real saving grace, honestly, Dick, is the fact that this division is so porous. I mean, I can't believe the Athletics still lead the division. The Mariners have not taken off yet. Thank goodness. The Angels are who the Angels are, and the Rangers are kind of mucked up as well. It's funny. Dana Brown, who's the general manager of the team, was boasting all offseason about this is a lengthier rotation. We got a bunch of different arms, and we're going to do some things, and we're going to be better prepared for injuries, unlike last year. Well, that's all well and good, but when you lose your ace, when you lose Hunter Brown, everybody else gets moved up in the rotation. Well, that doesn't work out well. Christian Javier, who was supposed to be their number 2 or number 3, is hurt again, and we have no signs of when he's coming back. And then the big international signing, Tatsui Imai, $18 million. Finally, the Astros, who never go to the Far East to go get players to Japan or China, get involved. And Daikin Park, with the name of the ballpark, is where the team plays. They have a huge Asian persuasion as well. They're getting involved. Scott Boras is here. It's a big kumbaya moment. He's throwing up his H's. He's going to Rockets games. He's doing all these things. And then he's complaining about the fact that the mound is hard, or he doesn't eat with his teammates at a normal time, or the pitch clock. He had tired arm syndrome after his 3rd start. He didn't have a tired arm. He's like, I want to go home.
Yeah.
And so he's pitching tonight, not because he deserves it, but by necessity.
Well, the last time we saw him, Matt, was in April. He went a third of an inning, 3 earned, 4 walks against the M's back in April, and he's on the mound again tonight. So, look, no smart ass. In all seriousness, is he better than the guy that we saw a month ago, or is he going to be the same turd, you think, again tonight?
No, he had 2 minor league rehab appearances, 1 in AA and 1 in AAA. And look, to be fair to him, questions are asked of media. How do you feel? If he doesn't like the mound, if he doesn't like the pitch clock. I mean, he's not having a press availability to say, hey, everybody, I'm here to bitch and moan about what I don't like.
Right.
But these are all things that are asked and answered. It's just when you're getting paid $18 million a year, and you said goodbye to Framber Valdez, who went to Detroit, and you all of a sudden thought this is finally an opportunity for the Astros to do something, get involved with the Boris client, get involved in the Far East, get involved in lengthening this rotation to have the, not excuses, but the realization that he just wasn't ready for U.S. baseball. I hope he is. We're rooting for him. The big question mark is going to be, and this is where we argue about this with my partner on the radio show, is if he's so miserable, he should opt out, right, boys, after this $18 million? Because it's a 1-year opt-out after this year. But do you think Scott Boras is going to let a Scott Boras client opt out after 1 year because he misses home? I highly doubt it.
So about 12 years ago, you just tore it all down. You won 51 games. You were 60 games under 500. And the Mariners kind of followed that model, and it worked for the Astros absolutely perfectly. Do you see that happening again in the near future, or do you think they can patch this together?
It all depends on when Hunter Brown comes back. You know, we haven't had our closer, Josh Hader, this entire season. Brian Abreu, who was the 8th inning guy last year, has been terrible this year. I mean, this is the worst this has been the worst pitching staff in baseball, although they did get Mike Burrows away from Pittsburgh, and he's been pretty good. They got Peter What's-His-Face from the Colorado Rockies has been pretty good. I don't even know his names. I don't even know half these guys' names.
Is that what it say on the back of his jersey, What's-His-Face?
Well, I mean, he gave you a quality start yesterday. Problem is the bats have been silent the last few weeks. To give you an answer, I don't think it's a complete teardown, but I do believe if they do fall out of contention, this week is important because you're playing the M's 3 more times. You have the Rangers 3 more times. You're already 0-5 against Seattle. If you're finding yourself 8-9 back, and you guys, you have to assume somebody in this division is going to heat up.
Yeah.
That there's going to be either decisions about moving guys away from this team or making managerial changes or making general manager changes. Both the general manager and the manager are on the last years of their contract.
Yeah.
Jeremy Payne is a guy that could be moved like Kyle Tucker was a couple of years ago, because if he doesn't have any thought of signing, you do have Hunter Brown for a couple more years. You still have at least Jordan Alvarez, who's still the most feared hitter, I think, in American League, although he's had a terrible May. He's still in this lineup. Jose Altuve, even at his age and the fact that he can't really defend his position much anymore, is wrapping up 3 hits like he had yesterday. There's enough here, but it's a very dicey time. I don't know which direction they're going to. And remember, Jim Crane, the owner of the Astros, has said, as long as I'm running this operation, as long as I'm owning this team, we're open for business. And I think that's been one of those weird, kooky phrases that sometimes bite you in the rear end, especially when you know that you're maybe not good enough to compete with the rest of the teams in the division.
All right, Matt Thomas with us, Sports Talk 790 in Houston. We're here to rub it in that the Astros stink. Are you ready now? Do you want to proclaim this will be maybe potentially a chance to save us all a bunch of time? We won't bother you anymore throughout the course of the year. We won't bug you for radio interviews and come on the air and talk Astros baseball with us. If you're willing and ready now to just say on the 12th of May that this team is finished in 2026, that they will not be a playoff team, they will not be a factor in the American League West, and that this is a 4-team race that does not involve Houston to win this division. Are you ready now to make that proclamation at 3:40 Pacific time on the 12th of May?
I'm going to use a part of the show about a couple of months ago when a certain radio host legend, Softy, came on my radio program, Dick. Is Sam Darnold really a good playoff quarterback? I mean, that's what we need, really a deep dive into.
Wow.
He's
Dick,
dodging the question. He's not even willing to embrace the question.
Sam, you want to answer?
I said, hey, is the Sam Darnold criticism fair? And it was like I hit him in the testicles. It And we still laugh about it to this day. We're like, don't bring up Sam Darnold. Top field, call the show. Get all mad at us.
Oh, well. I mean, did you watch the NFC Championship game?
Wow. Oh, my
He was
God.
fine.
He was fine. All right. He was fine.
I think by not saying it, you just said it. Matt Thomas has indirectly declared on Seattle radio, this Astro team is officially finished. We will pay homage to the 2026 Astros at a later date, but may they rest in peace.
Yeah.
So when you guys get the Sonics, all I'm going to do is call on an alias and go, can I get a hell yeah? And then hang up on y'all. You don't even know it's me.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, before we let you go, I do have a basketball question for you. You got to see the Lake Show in full person in the last couple of weeks, and he's a little bit polarizing. So, did the Lake Show that you saw the last couple of weeks, was it an impressive win over the Rockets that LeBron should be heralded for, or is it what a lot of critics are saying? They beat a nothing. He doesn't get any chops for that.
I don't know if you guys brought this up on your show. You certainly did on ours today. There's no way that LeBron James, who's scoring 20 points a game, dishing out 9 rebounds, giving out 7 assists, is retiring. This is not like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the rocking chair. Now, 60% of LeBron can still play in the NBA. 60% of LeBron can still score 12, 14 points a game. Not only do I think he's coming back, I think he's coming back to play for the Lakers. So all this retirement talk, he's still got it. He's not going to be the main cog. Obviously, it's got to be Luka's team. Austin Reeves, if he stays there, whatever the case may be. But I am 100% convinced that LeBron James is not retired.
Okay. Matt, you're the man. We
Thanks,
love
man.
you. Great stuff. And anytime you want me on talking Mariner baseball or Sam Darnold, I'm there for you, pal. All right, just give me a buzz.
Supersonic!
Matt Thomas with us, Sports Talk 790 in Houston. Fun with audio coming up next.
Fun with Audio, sponsored by Bluma Tree Experts. Trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or at blumatree.com. Now, Fun with Audio. Here's Softy and Dick.
All right, kids, happy Tuesday. A little Fun with Audio / Hey, did you hear that? Right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Go back to the Knicks and Sixers over the weekend. That now infamous, at least by Philly standards, Game 4. They got slaughtered by New York, and the Knicks fans took over the arena in Philadelphia. Philly guard Tyrese Maxey, after the game, was asked about the heavy New York crowd in their own building on Sunday.
Can you describe what it was like playing again against the Knicks here, where their fans come down here and kind of take over your home arena? Do you use it as fuel?
Yeah, it absolutely sucks. If I'm being honest, it just sucks, bro. It just sucks, man. It just sucks. That's really all I can say about it, man. It's only one way to put a stop to it, and it's we have to go out there and win these games. I was telling them it felt louder here for them than it did in the Garden, and it's but we got to put a stop to it as a team. Winning these games, that's what's going to make our fans louder than theirs or whatever. I don't know how to keep them out. I don't know the logistics of it, but it does suck. I can't even lie. It definitely does suck.
So I understand the context, Dick, that we talked about yesterday. They were down 3-0. The series was over, right? Obviously. Mm-hmm. I'm still a little bit surprised that it happened to them like that. This is Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Right? They don't stand for that nonsense. You cross them, you get hit in the head with a club, right? Okay, this is gritty, blue-collar, great sports town, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We don't do that here. And they did it. And it was awful. Absolutely awful. And I don't know, man. I just wonder. I haven't talked to our buddies Jimmy Shapiro and Kevin Shockey, two biggest 76er fans I know, but I'm sure they're pissed. I'd be pissed if I were them. I get pissed when Toronto fans take over our building.
If you would have told me one of these two scenarios was going to happen prior to that game, scenario one being the scenario that actually happened,
right,
or scenario two, Sixer fans were going to fill that arena and throw crap on the floor at their team when they walked off, I would have said scenario two is 1,000 times more likely to happen than scenario
100%.
one.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, if it can happen to Philadelphia, it can happen to anybody.
That's right.
Look out, man. You don't play good. Visiting fans, tickets are easier now than ever to come by. They're accessible to everybody on the internet, right? I mean, you make a drive 90 miles away. That's why this thing in July, the Mariners are playing the freaking Blue Jays over 4th of July weekend. Perfect. Our birthday, America's birthday. And those SOBs are going to invade our park, and nobody's going to say boo about it.
Except for us.
And it pisses me off. God, it pisses me off.
We'll definitely say boo about it.
I want the players to say boo about it.
Yeah.
I want Cal Raleigh. I want Julio. I want Andres Munoz. I want everybody. Josh Naylor. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. What are we doing? Allowing this crap. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Stephen A. Smith reacting to Victor Wembanyama avoiding a suspension today on First Take. He's going to play in Game 5 tonight, right? By suggesting that the Minnesota Timberwolves actually might want him to play in this game.
How do you know they don't want Wemby on the basketball court tonight? They might want it. Even though he's 7'5", you keep saying he's 7'7", he's 7'5". But they might want him. They might want him out there. This is not the Diesel. If it's somebody like Shaquille O'Neal walking around 330, 340, you understand, and dunking on your mug, that would be different. But because of how skinny he is, you know, you might have some cats that might want him out there. As great as he is, they might want him out there just so they can make sure he feels them a little bit tonight. You never know.
I think if he plays in Game 4 and finishes Game 4, the Spurs are up 3-1, and this series is over.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I think the Spurs...
I mean, we'll find out if they win Game 5 tonight. I thought, Dick, you tell me if you agree. The reason why he went after Naz Reid, I think he just got pissed.
He got pissed.
Getting pissed at Naz Reid, pissed at Jaden McDaniels.
Pissed at the refs.
All those guys,
because the refs have not been protecting him. They've not been calling fouls when he gets battered on, and he swung in frustration. But does Stephen A. Smith think that really... And we didn't play Kendrick Perkins' response, which was perfect. He said, Stephen A., if you were to poll every single T-Wolf in that locker room, 100% of them would say we would rather not play Wemby than play against Wemby.
Yeah.
Who was on crack? He was.
That was a bad take by Stephen A. Smith. He had 39 in Game 3, and the Spurs would have easily won Game 4 if he was on the floor.
That's right. They were ahead when he
I'm
was
not going to say the only shot the T-Wolves have of winning the series is if he doesn't play, but it certainly helps their cause big time. We got time for one more, Jackson?
Quickly.
All right, one more. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Yesterday on Pro Football Talk Live, our friend Mike Florio, who will join us tomorrow, the butthole himself, combated the recent NFL talking point that, quote, 87% of all games last year were telecast on free over-the-air broadcast networks. Here was Mike's response.
This talking point that has been making the rounds now and is starting to stick with some people in the media who aren't thinking critically. 87% of the games are available on free TV. The big thing that we're missing, most of those games are clustered into 3 windows on a Sunday, where you're going to get at most 3
You're
games.
right. So it's a fake.
You're not getting the rest of them unless you get
87%.
Sunday tickets.
You're
So
right.
they're on free TV, but you ain't getting 87% of them.
No.
I'm not getting 87. Nobody's getting 87% of the games for free.
You're right.
Thursday Night Football is now exclusive to streaming. Monday Night Football was negotiated as a cable-only package and has been a cable-only package for 20 years. And you get big events that are on streaming.
Well, okay. It's a good point by Mike, no doubt about it.
What's up, buttholes?
But did the NFL say that everybody has access to 87% or that 87% of our games are available for free? Because you can't get them all.
Yes.
I can't get. Mike's exactly right that we're not watching them all because we're not in other cities to get the game for free. But from the NFL's perspective, they are saying, hey, we are providing 87% of our games on free over-the-air TV.
So there are 272 regular season games played every year.
All right.
How many do we get a week? We get 1. We get the Seahawks game and then 2 in the other window. Is that right?
Right.
So that's 3 plus Thursday night. Well, Thursday night we don't get
Are you talking over-the-air TV?
Over-the-air
for free?
TV. So Sunday night football.
Over-the-air means rabbit ears, by the way. Nobody has rabbit ears. Right?
Well, I'm talking about ESPN.
Cable or
too.
Fubo.
Cable, yes.
Okay. But that's what the NFL's talking about. When they say free, they mean you don't need cable, you don't need Fubo, and you don't need YouTube TV. Who does that?
Yeah, very few.
I mean, the guy that bought Dick Baird's cabin in Belfair? Is he doing that? Like, who that? I mean, 49451. I swear to God. Is anybody listening to this radio show still use rabbit ears and have like a super duper antenna that they get games for free? How many people out there are watching the NFL and aren't watching it via cable, streaming service, or satellite? 49451.
Less than 1%.
I'd be stunned if it was more than that. I mean, it's crazy. Like, who the hell does that now?
I mean, I guess there are people that just don't watch TV, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Because it's expensive. It's like, it's cheaper now thanks to Jackson turning us on to streaming television and getting rid of cable.
Do you guys hang out with people, by the way, that every now and then one of the guys will say, I get all those games for free. I get everything. Yeah. Every sporting event. Yeah. There's like some app or something you can buy.
Yeah, there's a website.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, there's websites.
And those are illegal, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we can't talk about them on the air?
Probably not.
Okay. Give me a wink if you know what I'm talking about. 49451. Does anybody actually get those games for free because they're not paying for streaming service or cable? We'll get a break. Christian Cape, we're going to join and talk some dogs next.
KJR-FM Sports Headlines.
Boy, we are getting a ton of texts, by the way. I took a peek. A ton of texts from people that use rabbit ears to watch free TV. There's a lot of cheapos out there, by the way, in our audience. Good thing this is free. All right, here we go. Headlines on South Dick Jackson right here at 4:04 on a sunny Tuesday afternoon. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies, baby.
That was a hot mess inside a dumpster fire, inside a train wreck.
All right, well, the Mariners were not a dumpster fire last night. They get the win 3-1 over the Astros. They're now 10-1 in their last 11 games versus Houston, going back to last year, including 5-0 this year. Brian Wu versus Tatsuya Imai. If that name sounds familiar, last time we saw Imai was on the 10th of April. He walked 4, gave up 3, and lasted 1 out against the Mariners back in April.
Let's do that again.
That sounds fine to me.
Broncos will be featured on week 1 of Monday Night Football this year. They will take on the Chiefs, which may give us an indication of whether Patrick Mahomes is going to be ready for week 1. Seahawks week 1 opponents down to the Bears, Cards, Chargers, and Patriots.
That is weird that Clark Hunt said they're not going to come to Seattle because Mahomes may not be ready. Well, let's just give you a Monday night game at home instead. What the hell, man? NBA basketball last night. Yeah, the Plunder got it done. They swept the Lakers.
You Thunder!
On to the conference finals, awaiting the winner of Minnesota and the Spurs. Game 5 tonight, tied at 2. Victor Wembanyama will play in tonight's game.
And former Gonzaga standout and Memphis Grizzlies forward Brandon Clark has passed away at the age of 29.
Saw that, man. Terrible. Stanley Cup playoffs today. Montreal looking for a 3-1 lead on Buffalo in the Eastern Conference second round. That game facing off in a matter of minutes. All right, joining us right now on the radio program, preeminent Husky football writer. Nobody can even touch the guy. Nobody can touch him in stature. Nobody can touch him in looks. Nobody can touch him in his work ethic, his subscriber base. He is second to none, without peer, from onmontlake.com.
How about that?
Our friend Christian Capel joining us.
How much you pay him, Christian?
On the radio show. How are you?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You're elevating the bar a little too high, though. It's going to be tough to top next time.
I feel like every time you come on the air, my goal is to just slobber more than I slobbered the last time. And that was a pretty good slobber job, man. So anyway, you're doing a hell of a job. I'm sorry we couldn't hook up during spring ball over at UW towards the end there, but we wanted to get your take on kind of just recapping the whole thing. You know, I mean, obviously it's hard to tell, you know, because it's spring ball. A lot of guys aren't partaking. A lot of guys are banged up, but certainly a chance for some guys to move up the depth chart a little bit. What did you make of what you saw the last month or so?
Yeah, I think they definitely, it looks like Jed Fish's most talented team so far. They look bigger. They look more athletic. They look more like a Big Ten team. You can see the team strengths pretty clearly. I mean, I think you could have looked on paper and just looked at the roster and said the linebackers are going to be pretty good just because of the experience and some of the names they have back. But really watching that position group and honestly the defense generally kind of control things when they went 11 on 11 was probably the biggest takeaway. I think, you know, what they ended up with a top 20 scoring defense last year. And right. I think with what they had talent-wise, probably felt pretty good about how things went on that side of the ball. I really think that could be the strength of their team this year and probably is going to have to be to beat some of the teams they got coming into Husky Stadium this year.
How did DeMond look overall in camp? I mean, obviously he was really struggling at the beginning of that spring game, and then he had a couple nice passes before he was taken out to become the offensive coordinator, right? He was the OC calling plays for the second half.
Yeah, I thought he looked okay. I'm always better than mind. Like, I think back to spring 2022 and, like, did Michael Penix have this awesome spring that told us he was going to end up being the best quarterback they've ever had? Like, probably not. You know, like, I feel like spring ball is more important for other spots than it is for the starting quarterback in college football these days. Jed Fish was highly complimentary of the way he handled everything. I think more than anything, because of what happened in January, you're looking at it through a lens of like, how does the team react to him and how does he lead and how much credibility does he appear to have? And it didn't seem like anything was any different on that front. And it was the few chances we had to talk to some of his teammates and receivers and offensive linemen and such. I mean, they talked about him kind of taking that next step, being a more vocal leader and commanding the offense a little bit more. So who knows, right? But I thought for what you wanted to see out of him, he did just fine.
Well, you mentioned something that kind of caught my attention, kind of made my radar go up when you said the quality of teams coming to town this year. Because the problem that UW has had, I assume we all agree on this, is getting their offense going against the better defenses on their schedule. I mean, not just going, but showing up. Right? I mean, they were non-existent in some of those games last season. So losing all these guys at running back, losing Denzel Boston, but maybe gaining a little bit on the offensive line. Do we feel like they're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, or do you really feel like this offense is going to take a step in those games that you talked about?
They're very confident in their offensive line. I know that. I think, I think their starting five has a chance to be better, but I think maybe just as importantly, like they probably will end up feeling a little better 1 through 7, 1 through 8.
Mm-hmm.
Where last year you saw in the games that Carver Willis and John Mills couldn't play, it got a little bit ugly pretty quickly, and until they could, had a week to kind of shuffle guys around and try to find some answers there. I think they probably feel better about that first, second, third guy off the bench now. But look, they're looking for that sort of big alpha X receiver to replace Denzel Boston, right? I mean, that's a big loss. As much as they like Desmond Roebuck and they feel good about Rashid Williams being back and being healthy, I thought he had a pretty good spring. And you mentioned running back. I think the way that Jed Fish has put it is like, look, if you take the sort of 20 contributors on offense and defense, starters and contributors on offense and defense who could have come back this year, in his mind, 17 of those guys returned. And you lost maybe 3 to the portal. Well, the one that I think you really would love back is Adam Mohammed.
Yeah.
To be that big number 1 running back, because you've lost Jonah Coleman. So they like Quade Carr. I kind of think he's probably going to be the first guy who gets a real, big sample size type opportunity to take over that role. But they hope that Jaden Lamar can kind of add some veteran presence from the portal once he gets back healthy. And it might be a little bit more by committee this year in the backfield.
What did happen with Adam Mohammed? That was bizarre. Like, I didn't see that coming at all.
Yeah, I'd heard some rumblings, as I think as others have said too, kind of going back to that spring, that maybe if it had been easier for him to go in the portal at that time, that was something he had considered. So, I wasn't shocked by the time it came around. On paper, it's surprising, but I mean, based on kind of hearing that all the way going back to the spring, and then the fact he didn't really play in the bowl game, that was one that was like, this just seems a little odd. So I don't know. Sometimes guys just want to play somewhere else.
Yeah.
You always in the NIL era, your mind jumps to assuming it's about money or it's about someone getting poached, and I don't know if that was the case. I think he might have just wanted to go play somewhere else.
Yeah, Christian Capel with us on Montlake.com. I want to maybe go back to the running back situation in a minute and kind of dive into who these new guys are and maybe educate the fans a little bit. But I'm looking at last year, and I wish I had this number. I'm old school. I'm not like Dick. I write my notes down, so I lose everything, right? I can't search the way Dick can on his computer. But I swear the Huskies, Christian, and you correct me if I'm wrong, were one of like 5 or 6 teams in college football to finish in the top 20 in scoring defense and scoring offense last year. And the other teams were Indiana, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Utah. The difference is all those other teams either made the playoff or won double-digit games. Why didn't Washington?
That's a good stat.
Yeah.
I don't have the list of teams handy, but I do know that they were in that category of being top 20. I mean, look, they scored 49 points against Purdue. They scored 59 points against Washington State. They scored what it ended up being 40 plus against UCLA. So, in games against the teams that they really should have handled, they did a good job taking care of business, which counts, right? Which matters, which is important to do. But the simple kind of Captain Obvious answer to your question, Softy, is that they lost 4 games.
Thank you.
You lose 4 games, you don't make the playoffs. So,
Softy.
This is why you're without peer at onmontlake.com.
Yeah. I'm testing your intro there. So yeah, I mean, it's the same thing we've been talking about since late November, right? It's the offense needing to take the next step against those, really elite defenses that come NFL draft time, you hear their school called over and over again because they're playing with a bunch of NFL dudes on that side of the ball.
Christian Capel talking dogs from Monmouth. All right, I got some stats for you as well, and that is Ryan Walters is a second-year defensive coordinator. So the last time, first at Missouri, he took his defense from 25 points a game to 19 points a game in his second year. At Illinois, he took his defense from 22 points a game to 13 points a game in year number 2. He didn't even have that much room to drop because he started pretty good last year, but is this a team legitimately that could be in that 14, 15 points per game range this year?
I don't think it's out of the question. I think it all goes hand in hand too, right? With this idea that the offense needs to be more efficient and a little bit more consistent against some of the really good teams they play. Well, if you've got a defense that can hold the opponent to 13, 14, 17 points, that takes a lot of pressure off the offense in achieving their own goals that way. So, look, going into last season, the big question mark was the defensive interior, and it was kind of a hodgepodge, and they'd gone in the portal for a bunch of guys, and what's it going to look like? And I don't know that they came out with an elite group, but I thought that they played really to their ceiling. I thought they kind of got out of that group what they could. They played sound, right? It was not a defense that was going to give up a bunch of big explosives. They were going to make teams earn it. I think that they can sort of take that to the next level this year. I think Ryan Walters seems to feel even better about the defense, about the personnel in the defensive interior, even though it is, again, a lot of new faces, and you are going to be relying on a true freshman and Derek Coleman-Brusa in there. But I think they feel like they've upped the athletic ceiling in that room. You lose 2 NFL corners, but you went out and got a veteran in the portal who I thought had a good spring, and Emmanuel Carnley, and a sophomore, Dylan Robinson, who they're really high on and has some NFL size and traits himself. And then, I think they're way better at linebacker. You've got fully healthy Jacob Manu, fully healthy Zadrius Rainey-Saleh. You've got Alex McLaughlin back after having a really good year at safety. So I think they have more pieces to work with, and I think they're starting from a further along point just because of the guy's familiarity with his system.
Who will lead the team in carries at running back by the end of the year when we're looking at stats? Who will lead the team in carries?
If I had to bet on it right now, I'd say Quade Carr.
Okay, so Quade Carr, second-year guy, right, out of Servite. And I noticed that as a senior, he ran for 1,100 yards, which doesn't do a lot for me until I see it was on 80 carries. And the dude averaged like 13 yards a carry in high school. I mean, tell us about Quade Carr and how good this guy is, you think?
Yeah, he's very fast. I think he was a sub 10.8 guy in the 100-meter at Servite. He was the Trinity League Male Athlete of the Year his senior year, which if you know much about that league, that's saying something. That's not just anybody who can go and do that, playing against guys from modern day and everything. So you mentioned his stats as a senior. It's a little bit interesting. I mean, he was committed to San Diego State, but I don't know if he had any Power 4 offers before Washington offered. And he was a multi-year 1,000-yard rusher. He had over 1,000 yards as a junior. He was this, good sprinter on the track team. He's not the biggest guy, but he's not tiny either. So in that league with that kind of production, I was a little bit surprised he wasn't, didn't have more offers in recruiting. But he seems like he's got pretty good vision. He's very quick. He's got straight line speed from his track background. They feel like I think that he's the closest thing they have to be in that total package. Now, is that someone you're going to give the ball to 20 times a game? I think he's got to go out and prove that. But how often did they do that with Jonah Coleman even,
What about Jordan Washington? Is he going to be full go by fall? I liked some things I saw out of him last year.
Yeah, I don't think they know. Every time we've asked Jed Fish about it, it's kind of been, well, I think even at the spring game, he was still in a neck brace. So, I mean, that's basically a month out from when he got hurt. And July 1st is the date that Fish has pointed to a couple times that, I think once they get sort of to that point in the calendar, that's when they're going to reassess and evaluate what his availability might be for training camp. But I mean, it really it really seems like it's TBD at this point.
Right. Well, Christian Cable with us on the radio show, and like anything in college football, there's going to be a lot of new names. I mean, I'm certain there's people tuning in right now that have hearing you talk about Quade Carr. I know Dick and I have talked about him before that have no idea who the guy is. Right? No idea. They have no idea who Emmanuel Carnley is. So there's going to be a lot of new faces, but two of the ones that I think are maybe getting people fired up the most are Cody Green and Derek Coleman-Bruson. It's not often that you see a left tackle starting as an 18-year-old kid. It's not often that you see a defensive coordinator call an 18-year-old defensive tackle a monster before he even starts a game. Walters, I'm sure, told you the same thing he told us. He got too big over the offseason to play edge rusher, and now he's playing inside. So what should Husky fans expect out of these two guys that are going to be starting and playing a lot at the age of 18 years old?
Yeah, I mean, I think if coaches are going to insert them in with the ones from the first snap of the first practice of spring ball, you should expect them to, be major contributors right away. I mean, look, that's your your left tackle for a Big Ten team that's going to start. Not just a team that's rebuilding or a team that's kind of like this is going to be a preseason top 20 team, right? And whether they deliver on that goal of, breaking through and getting back in the playoff, we'll see. It depends on a bunch of different things, but this is a team with legitimate goals and now some expectations that's going to be starting a left tackle from day one. So, you ask assistant coaches or their teammates, you mention either one of those guys and it's to a man, they kind of just laugh and shake their head. They're the type of freshmen that older teammates are kind of marvel at. That guy's 18. That guy should still be in high school, really. So
yeah,
I think with Cody Green in particular in spring ball, it's tough to judge the trenches. So really, what you're looking for is, how often do you notice him get beat on a pass rush move? When you look up and see that an edge rusher is in the backfield, how often was it? Is he getting past 76 out there? And I don't know that we saw that a whole lot. I thought he held his own. So early returns are encouraging, but until they go up against Big Ten competition, it's hard to say.
Well, finally, speaking of Big Ten competition, I think we figure Ohio State and Oregon will be up there, fairly locks for the college football playoffs. What about the second tier? What about how strong is the second tier, and where do you think Washington fits in that second tier? Because a couple of those second tier teams are going to make the playoffs from the Big Ten.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where you're trying to be, right? I think if you're being realistic about things, that Ohio State is its own beast, and Oregon has gotten to a certain level recruiting wise and all those sort of things. So you're trying to be that team that can go 10-2 against a tough schedule and be comfortably in a 12-team playoff. I think you've got a couple of those teams on the schedule, right? Going down to play at USC on October 3rd. That's another program that is kind of out of excuses, right? Lincoln Riley has been there for this is year 5 now. It's go time for them. They've got playoff aspirations and they've recruited at a high level for a couple of cycles now.
Right.
Nebraska, I think, is kind of waiting to get things going, and I'm sure that'll be a rowdy atmosphere in Lincoln and everything. And, whether they've got the weapons the way that USC does, we'll see. I don't know. But, that's the thing with the Big Ten, where we sort of know what the top tier is. How many second tier teams are there? There could be 3, there could be 6. So
yeah,
you're kind of trying to break through and be what they tied for 7th last year. You're trying to be a couple spots higher, probably.
Yeah, I think you're right about USC for Lincoln Riley. This is now year 6 all of a sudden for him. He's got to beat getting pantsed by Jed Fish in year 3 while you're in year 6 is not a good look at all for the head coach of the USC Trojans. Yeah, no doubt. So that's a landmine there. And you talked about some of the other landmines, but Christian, before you go, Christian Capel from OnMountlake.com. Dick and I have gone back and forth. A couple years ago, I was concerned about the Wazoo game. Last year, we were not. I don't know how to feel about him this year. Got a brand new head coach. We don't even know yet who their quarterback's going to be. The Pinnock kid, is he the guy that the Huskies saw at UC Davis a year ago that came to Seattle? Same quarterback, I believe, that got killed by the Huskies. How good is Wazoo? How concerned should I be about Wazoo walking into Husky Stadium, game number 1 in the Apple Cup, and sneaking the hell out of there with a win?
That is the same quarterback, Hayden Pinnock, who wound up having a really good year for UC Davis in the Big Sky. But yeah, it was a rough go for him that night at Husky Stadium. Having not done like a deep dive into their roster, I don't have a ton of intel on them for you. I just know for a season opener, game one, having gone through 2 coaching changes in 2 off seasons, and they're coming to Seattle to play a Washington team in their 3rd year of their program, that I think is, really finally starting to feel like they have some continuity and they are the program that they want to be and have their systems in place and everything. I would think Washington would be pretty heavily favored in that one.
Yeah, that'd be a brutal loss. It'd be even worse, I think, than what happened at Lumen if they lost that game.
Oh, way worse.
Yeah,
we're in first
big
year
time.
of the Fish, right?
Big time. Yeah. All right, Christian, great stuff, man. I want to congratulate you on all the success you've had with onmontlake.com. I know you've been voted best Husky football website run by a previous athletic employee. So great job, man.
Congratulations.
Keep up the great work, man, and we'll talk down the road. All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Christian Capel on montlake.com.
He couldn't keep a straight
I want to
face.
come back and talk some more dogs after that. Next on 93.3 KJR FM. what we have
All right.
here tonight. Care Bears night at the Astros and Mariners game. So back to what Capo was talking about. You know, he's talking about obviously the Huskies kind of, you know, moving up the food chain a little bit in the Big Ten, challenging for maybe a college football playoff, be in the mix for a college football playoff appearance. And you know what? If they had beaten Wisconsin, they would have been. If they had beaten Wisconsin in the last couple weeks of the year, they absolutely would have been in the conversation for a playoff spot. Because if you remember last year, guys, go back to that game at Madison, which I was at. It was horrible, by the way. Horrible weather. The whole thing was freaking awful. They lose to Wisconsin. Then they hammer Purdue and they hammer UCLA. They score 97 points in 2 games, and then they score 14 against Oregon. Okay? Yep. So that's kind of what we're talking about. Like, hey, putting up 50 against Purdue and UCLA and Wazoo and UC Davis is great. But now it's year 3. And it's not just year 3, but year 3 with a third-year quarterback who played a lot for you 2 years ago when he was a freshman in DeMond Williams, and you have a much better offensive line than you had 2 years ago. We had Drew as a party on the air with us at the spring game, Dick, when you were getting your pooper scooper, and he confirmed that in the Colorado State game or the Weber State game, one of them, because I thought I had this dream that Drew as a party played 2 different positions on the same drive, and he confirmed that it actually did happen.
Really?
He went from left tackle to right tackle on consecutive plays. So that was the state, right, of their offensive line a couple years ago. So I feel like to not be in the college football playoff in mid-November before Indiana comes to town, that would be a step back from where they were a year ago, because they should have been. They should have beaten Wisconsin. They should have been in the college football playoff. And to not be for the 3rd year in a row when the only thing that kept them from doing that a year ago was the Wisconsin game, that would be a step back, I think, for Jed Fish in year 3.
I think you're right. And I think that game, had you beaten Wisconsin, it's probably a loser-out game against the Ducks, right?
Right.
Because you would have
We talked about that.
Yeah,
Yep,
I mean,
yep.
you would have had the winner definitely would have gone, and I'm not sure the loser would have gone in that in that situation. A 2-loss Duck team, I don't think they go there. But you're right.
You would have been 9-2 going into the Oregon game.
That's right.
That's what your record would have been. 9-2.
9-2. With a win over Oregon, you would have been 10-2. And who knows how that Oregon game goes differently if we're playing for a playoff spot. But you know, the only thing that kind of worries me, and you don't know how accurate these preseason rankings are, but I was just taking a look at SI, for example, when we had Christian Cable on. There are 8 Big Ten teams ranked in the top 22.
Right.
8.
Right.
I mean, you're not going to get 8 teams in the playoffs. You're not going to get 6 teams in the playoffs. It's an outside shot. You get 5 teams in the playoffs. But if there are truly 8 really good Big Ten teams, then yeah, your strength of schedule is going to be fantastic. So even a 3-loss team may get you in.
Right.
But it's going to be a bear at the end.
So to your point about how accurate the preseason rankings are, and this is why I hate preseason rankings. Wait until the CFP playoff comes out in week 8 or whatever the hell it is, right? 13 of the 25 teams in the AP top 25 last year were unranked when the year ended. Over half.
Yeah.
The year before it was 12. Okay. So come on. Like, what are we doing here?
Right.
These guys are just getting bouquets because of what happened a year ago when the rosters look totally different. But I was just doing this in the break here, and I have put the Husky opponents in 3 different categories. Okay. Just to keep it easy. Guaranteed wins. And if I can't count on the guaranteed win in these games, then what the hell are we doing
you're not
here?
even talking about a playoff team anyway.
Games they absolutely should win, and then games that could be a loss or have a question mark about it being a loss. Okay? So the 3 games they should win are the 3 non-conference games against nobody.
So those are the guarantees?
Yes, guaranteed wins.
Okay.
Wazoo, Utah State, Eastern.
Yes.
Can't lose any of them. Losing any one would be an epic disaster. Okay? Yes. Then the games that they should win are Minnesota, Purdue, and Michigan State. Those 3. The games that they might win, but they also could lose or will lose, I'll just say that, are USC, Iowa, Nebraska, Penn State, Indiana, and Oregon. Here's the reason why I bring that up. If they go 3-0 against Wazoo, Utah State, and Eastern, and they beat Minnesota, Purdue, and Michigan State, the over-under right now in Vegas is 7.5. To get the over, all they got to do is win 2 of those other 6 games.
Yes.
USC, Iowa, Nebraska, Penn State, Indiana, and Oregon. They got to win 2 of them to be an 8-4 football team, 3 of them to be 9-3. And if you're 9-1 heading into Indiana, you're in the playoff conversation.
If you're 9-1 heading into Indiana,
you're probably top 10.
You're probably top 10, and
Yes.
you might be a lock as long as you don't get blown out by either Indiana or
Well,
Oregon.
how many 9-3 teams made the playoff a year ago? I don't know the answer to that question.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, because 9-3 definitely puts you on the edge, and you're
no
likely
question.
not going to make it if you're 9-3.
I would say you're likely not
Right,
going to make it, but
right,
it's still possible. Last year, I will look.
Just look at the bracket. But the point is if you get to Indiana and you're a 9-1 football team, people are talking about the playoff. The Indiana game is going to be big, right? People are going to show up. There's going to be a lot of Indiana fans coming out who haven't seen the Huskies play here in a long, long time. You know, Gass and all his buddies will invade UW and buy up every ticket they can find. Calabro will make his way up here. He's a Hoosier as well. I'm more of a Butler guy, but you get my point. The point is that if they do what they're supposed to do, and they don't have a major slip up against a turd on their schedule, then they should be where they were supposed to be a year ago after the Wisconsin game, and that's right in the playoff conversation.
Just when Alabama was ninth in the final poll, and they were a 3-loss team.
Yeah, that's it. Right. So, and it's going to be hard, right? I mean, you're probably going to have to win one of those two games.
Yes.
To make the playoff.
That's right.
But
because you're probably not going in undefeated.
But to your point, though, if they would have beaten Wisconsin, and I don't think they would have beaten Oregon anyway.
I agree.
But I think they would have had a much better shot because their season was done. The season was over when they lost to Wisconsin. Any talk of a playoff was finished. Now, give them credit for coming out and pounding Purdue and UCLA. They didn't give up. They didn't quit. Right. But I just wonder how much a motivated football team would have looked differently against Oregon. Let's get a break. Textimonials next, and then John Wilner. We'll talk to John about all this at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM. Yeah,
Was that a good tie?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Was that a kissing your sister type thing?
Well, you're down and you score in the 80th minute to eke out a draw. So, yes, but also they should be scoring multiple goals against San Diego. So,
And they almost / should have lost in the last 30 seconds of stoppage time.
I think
right
Andrew
in front of the
Thomas
freaking
pissed.
goal,
Andrew
man.
Thomas.
I think he's going to be pissed, by the way. Knowing him, he'll be pissed. He's just a negative SOB anyway. So, come on. 5:45 today, Brian Schmetzer joins us on the radio show.
It was a Triscuit.
All right, Tacoma Dodge text line 49451. Jackson Felt's in charge. What do you got?
Back in 1989 or so, in karate class, we used to taunt this one then 8-year-old boy for having Care Bears. He got upset.
Yeah.
Then a then 15-year-old girl stepped in and said she had Care Bears.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I don't know, dude. I just Care Bear night at the Astro game tonight. Wow. That is wow. When I think of intimidation, oof. I am just, I peed myself. Literally.
Well, if the 8-year-old kept...
When I saw that, Dick, just right there.
If the 8-year-old continued to take karate throughout his teen years then, and he still had the Care Bears, and if somebody made fun of him when he was 17, he could just kick their ass.
If you're playing with Care Bears at the age of 30 years old, you better damn well be taking karate. I'll tell you that right now. All right, what's next?
Yes, sir. I have a $20 antenna just to watch big college football games and the NFL and also anything big on ABC, NBC, and CBS. I stream everything else.
All right, so
also, he streams, though.
Right.
We're not counting that.
But the NFL is saying that you can get those games for free. So if he's talking about just the NFL stuff or just some college football, I want to know what's the app, what's the website, what do I have to do to get everything for free? All right, I won't talk about it on the air because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Can you text us 49451? I've heard the website, I've heard the app before, but I forget, by the way. Text me. I want to know where I have to go to just get all this stuff for free.
Have I not sent it to you before?
Isn't it just a crappy...
I think I've sent it to you years ago.
Okay, well, send it to me again.
Okay.
But Jackson, isn't it just like crappy video of like some guy taking a picture of their TV or something?
No, sir, it is not.
Really?
Oh, so you're doing it too, huh?
I used to.
Wow.
I don't do it anymore, actually.
You're a freaking liar.
I actually
You know
don't.
what you are, Jackson? You're a hardened criminal.
I haven't opened that website in must be at least a number of years.
Well, let's make sure we
which website?
Which website are we talking about here? Yeah, all right. You're like Eric. Was it Eric or Michael Kendricks that played for the Seahawks that was arrested for insider trading?
Behind bars.
You should be behind bars.
He should be behind.
What's the statute of limitations on streaming?
Not long enough. All right, what's next?
I have tried the rabbit ears in Olympia, Washington, but I do not get service.
Okay.
I wish I did, as I am revolting against all streaming services.
Wow.
It has gotten ridiculous.
It really has gotten ridiculous. I mean, the price is okay. I still feel like I'm saving money versus what I was paying before, but the amount of hoops you got to jump through. Yeah. I really enjoyed the jump button, by the way, on my Comcast remote control, or the last button.
Yes.
I can go back and back and back and forward and back and back and forward and back. Can't do that now. Can't do it.
I will say that not having NBC on Fubo is a pain in the ass.
Peacock.
I have Peacock.
You have it on Peacock.
But like I said, I don't want to jump from Fubo to Peacock to get NBC.
How about this? How about during the tournament not having TNT and TBS? Had to go to HBO.
I mean, let's be honest here. The UI on Xfinity, on like the guide and everything, it was just perfect.
Right.
It was perfect.
But they robbed you blind.
So guys,
that was the problem.
When the fall comes around and the Mariners are, out of, done, are we flipping to YouTube TV to get Sunday Ticket?
I mean, you could flip to YouTube TV right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, but I don't think YouTube TV gets Mariners though.
They do. They have the Mariner channel. Oh, you're right. They don't.
No, they don't have.
You're right. They don't.
But come the end of the season,
just get the app. Go to MLB TV and get it there, and go to YouTube right now. I've heard YouTube TV has better picture quality than Fubo, and I'm a big picture quality guy.
Mariners is the one thing.
I'm thinking once Mariners is over, I'm thinking about flipping.
Yeah,
but that's the difference though with not having cable. Is that you can just flip and go back and flip and go back.
Whenever you want.
Yep.
Whenever you want.
You don't have to take your stuff back to the store.
You could flip and go back 15 times in a row in the course of 10 minutes if you want, because there's no freaking equipment to bring back. I do miss certain aspects of cable. That is not one of them, by the way. All right, what's
price
next?
Isn't one of them either.
Cal Raleigh does not get a pass for what he did last year. I am not interested in a one-year wonder. I am interested in winning.
Has he been a one-year wonder?
Well, in regards to 60 home runs, yeah, but guess what? That's never going to happen again, boys. How about that for insight? You'll never see Cal Raleigh ever again hit 60 home runs. I just think my concern about Cal Raleigh going into this year was the same as I had the year before and the year before that I just wonder at the age of now almost 30 years old, how much he can improve his approach at the plate. How much of a more well-rounded hitter can he become? And I don't know how much better he can be, but if he hits 30 home runs a year and drives in 100 and hits 220 and handles the pitching staff phenomenally, then I'm fine with it. I mean, guys, he's not making $30 million a year, right? He's probably still underpaid at $16 million a season.
I still feel like a 2023 Cal Raleigh stat line is upon us this year. And that's 30 home runs, 75 RBIs,
It's fine.
3.2 WAR.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're going to get.
Well, he's got a negative 0.1 WAR right now.
That's right.
So he's got a lot of room to grow. All right, we'll get a break. By the way, his salary does jump to 24.6 in 2 years from now. And they got him locked up to that salary for 3 years through 33 with a conditional, option for 2031. So 4 more years, technically, before he hits free agency. And he'll probably play his entire career here in Seattle. We'll get a break. John Wilner joins next on 93.3 KJR FM.
know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukesseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Boys and girls, here we go. Happy Tuesday. Headlines on Softy Dick Jackson with you till 7 o'clock tonight. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
The 49ers have nobody who can throw a football.
All right, well, what do we got? Schedule release leaks. 3, 2, 1. Denver, Kansas City, at Kansas City. Monday Night Football Week 1 has been officially announced. That takes the Chiefs off the board officially for a Seahawk opponent in Week 1. That means the Bears, Patriots, Chargers, or Arizona. One of those 4 teams will be here. Cincinnati, Atlanta, Week 9, November 8th in Madrid has also been announced by the NFL.
Daryl Morey has just been fired as president of the Philadelphia 76ers following their sweep at the hands of the Knicks.
NBA basketball, you mentioned the move out there in Philadelphia. One game tonight, Minnesota and San Antonio, Game 5, the pivotal Game 5, and then West Semis. Victor Wembanyama will play tonight for San Antonio with that series tied at 2.
Brian Wu gets to start tonight in Houston, as Softy mentioned, on Care Bear night at, was it Dakin Park? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. I keep calling it Minute Maid. They make like air conditioners or whatever. Is that right? Whatever.
Know. Against Tatsuya Imai.
Yep.
Imai. Yes.
Who lasted 1 out the last time the M saw him in April. Some sad news, man. Just saw this. This is what my grandparents would call a pisser. Charlie Young has died. Former Seahawk tight end, spent 3 years with the Hawks, 83 to 85. Former USC star, won Super Bowl 16 with San Francisco. I grew up watching him as an Eagle. Charlie Young, one of the best dudes you'll ever meet, has passed away at the age of 75 years old. Let's get to John Wilner right now.
It's time for our weekly Pac-12 conversation with San Jose Mercury News reporter John Wilner. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Our friends at SimplySeattle.com have the most amazing collection of all things Seattle. Seahawks gear, UW hats, and the largest selection of Sonics gear anywhere in the world. Learn more at SimplySeattle.com.
Charlie Young was the most serious, best nice guy, if that makes any sense, I've ever met in my life. Most serious dudes are dudes that just like don't want to have any fun. They're all buttoned up, right? No goofing around here. Charlie Young was as serious as they came, but he was also a great dude to hang out with, man. Awesome guy. He worked for the Seahawks for a while after his career was over, and he was always in charge of like making sure the socks were on right and guys' uniforms were tucked in, things like that. But learned a lot from him. He was a phenomenal dude, but sad to hear that Charlie Young has passed away at the age of 75. I wonder if John Wilner, John, you're not old enough to remember covering Charlie Young at USC, are you? That's before your time.
No, I'm not.
Jeez, what do you think he is?
Well, I don't know. I just got to make sure. You never know. But yeah, he passed away at the age of 75 years old today. So I'm sure USC will put some kind of statement out as well about him. But John Wilner with us, courtesy of Simply Seattle, who's a lot younger than I thought, apparently, joins us right now on the radio program. Johnny, how are you, man?
I'm good, thanks. How you guys?
We're good. Have you been following this Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian beef thing that happened today?
Oh, yes, I have.
Okay.
Everybody's beating up on Ole Miss.
Yeah. Well, why don't you tell people what happened? Because I saw where Steve Sarkisian came out today and slammed Ole Miss's academic standards, by the way, comparing it to getting a job that offers underwater basket weaving when you go to learn, academics at Ole Miss. And then Lane Kiffin's in some hot water for talking about some racist thing or whatever. What the hell's going on down there?
It's shocking that Kiffin would say something controversial.
Right.
So his comment was first, it's in a feature article on Kiffin in Vanity Fair. And he was, I guess, trying to justify his decision to take the LSU job. And he basically said it was kind of hard to recruit at Ole Miss because they're the rebels and you got the flag and it's an uphill battle trying to recruit, black kids there.
Wow.
And everybody, I mean, people at Ole Miss are furious. Everybody else is like, where did this come from? It's just he is searching for justification for his move to make his image look better. So there's Ole Miss's former coach. saying this thing just completely inflammatory out of left field. And then today, Sarkisian says he's talking about, transfers and, Texas only takes a certain percentage of your credits to transfer over.
Right.
And then he just kind of trashes Ole Miss and says you can get a major there in basket weaving. So here's Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss hadn't done anything. They haven't really done anything, and they're just getting blindsided left and right here. It's beat up on Ole Miss week.
Yeah, because, I mean, it'd be one thing if Lane Kiffin was still there, but he's not. And, honestly, is this like Sark doing his old boy Lane Kiffin a favor by helping to trash his old school?
Well, it's interesting that Sark is doing it after Kiffin has left, right? I suspect that there is something going on behind the scenes with the way Ole Miss is recruiting. Something has got, especially in Sark's situation. Kiffin just kind of does this thing. That's his MO. But Sark's thing is kind of so odd that you wonder if there is something happening behind the scenes with the SEC coaches.
Yeah.
And folks are not happy with Ole Miss's Pete Golding for some reason. I don't know, but that's, to me, that's the most likely explanation for what Sark said.
Softy, don't you love it when John puts a little snark out on Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
He put a little snark out on
What
Twitter.
did I do?
Today. With the Matt Norlander tweet about Michigan and UConn basketball, Dan Hurley and Dusty May are trying to set the tone for the rest of the sport by scheduling a national championship rematch in Boston on November the 6th, to which you responded, meanwhile, college football. So can college football do anything like that until we go to a 2014 playoff? Because then I think, schools like Texas and, Ohio State, they'll feel kind of safe making the playoffs when they schedule big games like that, even if they lose them, right?
Well, first of all, I would encourage everyone listening, the millions listening, to go on the check the college football schedule for week 1.
All right.
It is awful. Mm-hmm. It is awful. And that is something that a lot of people are talking about in the industry. I do not know. Folks think that if they go to the 2014 playoff, that the schools, the athletic directors and coaches will feel like, we could schedule tougher non-conference games because if we lose, it won't necessarily knock us out. You could get in a 2014 playoff if you're 8-4. So you have a little margin for error. I'm not sure that that's going to be the case. I just don't know that coaches will say, yeah, sure, let's get a tougher schedule together. And so then you're going to end up in the worst case scenario, which is a regular season that's somewhat devalued by the 2014 playoff and schools not scheduling tougher. There was a report this week that Notre Dame and USC have re-engaged in their discussions. Hopefully that rivalry will come back because the sport absolutely has to have that.
Yeah.
We got Ohio State, Texas this year.
Right.
We've got Michigan, Oklahoma, but there are not nearly as many, great intersectional games the first few weeks as there usually are. And not to go, keep rambling here, but the SEC and ACC going to 9 conference games has prompted SEC schools to cancel some of their intersectional games because they don't have the spot on the schedule.
Yeah, I just wonder if we're ever going to see a real ABC schedule every single year, or even maybe 2 A's or 2 B's and a C. I just kind of feel like at a place like Washington, they got to think, okay, one of their games has to be Wazoo. So that's off. That's done. Mm-hmm. Then we have 2 more spots, and then we have 9 Big Ten games. So why should we go out and schedule another A-plus game for our second or third non-conference game when we probably will have 5 or 6 of them in the Big Ten to begin with?
Absolutely. That's a big issue. It's a combination of trying to find the right competitive balance, not make your schedule too hard, but also you got to make the economics work, right? And if you've got a rivalry game, you have got to figure out how to have the right number of home games. The Huskies want, 7 home games every year?
Correct.
So that's a big thing for Washington in terms of how they put their schedule together. And they're not alone. Oregon's kind of similar. So, when you got a rivalry, it makes it very difficult. And plus, Washington and Oregon both, the travel, the big schools, in the East and Southeast, they don't like having to go all the way to the Pacific Northwest for a non-conference game.
John, we were talking yesterday when the Husky schedule came out with the back-to-back Friday games, and we were discussing what the numbers were. Do you know what the ratings were for Friday night Big Ten games last year? Were they good?
Yeah, they were good. I mean, that's part of the reason Fox is leaning into the Friday nights is those ratings actually outrate a lot of games on Saturdays. Now, the Saturday games have more competition.
Right.
But a good game on Friday night on Fox is going to get you 3-4 million. That's a good number. And I think Fox is going to keep pushing this. It's interesting that they gave Washington 2 in a row, right? That's better, actually, than having two that are not consecutive, because you can stay on your routine for the second game, your 7-day routine.
Yeah, they actually have 3 consecutive Saturdays in October, John, where they're not playing a game, because they have 2 straight Friday games, and then they have a bye before they go to Nebraska. So I can't remember the last time they had 3 straight vacant Saturdays in the middle of October where the Huskies did not play a game. But my curiosity, and John Wilner with us, courtesy of Simply Seattle, look, I mean, Pat Chun has talked many times. I know a lot of ADs have talked many times about maximizing revenue. I mean, I think we're going to see some, cool stuff happening at UW in the future. Maybe even some concerts at Husky Stadium down the road, things like that, because let's face it, guys, Husky Stadium barely gets used.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah.
There's opportunities, especially with that setting on the lake, to do a lot more stuff at Husky Stadium. But I'm wondering if we're going to see college football expand this thing, and if we could see games on a Tuesday or even a Wednesday night down the road.
Oh, boy. I don't know that you will see the Big Ten, SEC doing that kind of thing. But I think down the road you could see the group of 6 doing some of that like the MAC has. The problem is that if you play on a Tuesday or Wednesday, it's basically, disrupts 2 weekends, because you can't play the previous weekend.
Right.
Because you have to have enough time in between. You got to basically play Saturday, and then the following Tuesday, 10 days later, and then probably the following Saturday, like 12 days later. So it's tough. I have long advocated that college football should have a game or 2 games on the Wednesday of Thanksgiving week, because I think by 5 o'clock on that day, everybody's on holiday, everybody wants football, and there is nothing on. The NFL is going to jump into that void. But if you're college football, you should find a way to, even if you're the Big Ten, find a way to take advantage of that day before Thanksgiving. But I think that's the only Wednesday that it would ever work potentially for the bigger conferences.
John, talk about this Duke deal with Amazon and why the Big Ten's challenging the Amazon coverage of the Duke-Michigan matchup coming up. And when we'll see this type of deal in football with a school and a streaming service.
Well, that is the $500 million question, Dick, is will this end up being part of football in the next TV contract cycle? So basically, Duke cut a deal with the ACC and ESPN, which owns the ACC's rights, to play 3 non-conference games on Amazon. Right, I think it's Michigan, it's UConn, and it's Gonzaga, all at neutral sites. And those games, basically, in exchange for being allowed to do that, Duke had to promise to participate in some tournaments in future years that ESPN will broadcast. So the Big Ten has come back and said, well, the Duke-Michigan game in Madison Square Garden is actually the rights to that are owned by the Big Ten. So you can't do that. And I think that it will end up seeing the game go on as scheduled, and that the Big Ten is kind of feeling like, I wish we'd thought of something like this. Yeah. Now, the question is, how much would Ohio State get for 3 non-conference games on Netflix in the early 2030s? The answer is bajillions of dollars. But will Fox allow them to do that? That's the thing. It's a whole different calculus with the football money and the scarcity of games. There's so many more games in basketball.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, John Wilner's with us on the show. And, John, we had Christian Capel on at 4 o'clock. You know, Christian covers the Dogs for onmontlake.com. We were talking about,
Does a great job.
Does a great job. Phenomenal job. Almost as good as you, but not quite. But we're talking about the Huskies schedule, right? And look, I mean, they got 3 games in the non-conference, Eastern, Utah State, Wazoo. They should win them all. They should be a 3-0 football team. Then they have Minnesota. They have Purdue. They have Michigan State. That's 6 wins right there. Then 6 games where if they win 2, they go over the 7.5 in Vegas. But I think all of us want more than that. All of us want what they should have had a year ago, which if they would have beaten Wisconsin, which they should have done, they would have hammered Purdue, UCLA like they did, and they would have been 9-2 heading into the Oregon game, and they would have been in the college football playoff conversation. The question is, before Indiana comes to town, which is game number 11, then they play Oregon down there for game number 12. Will Washington be in the playoff conversation like they should have been a year ago?
I would bet yes on that.
He's being positive.
How about that?
You're being positive,
Hey,
John.
what'd you do with John Wilner?
I love it. Yeah, nobody can yell at you now, can they, Wilner?
I picked the Huskies to finish, 6th in the Big Ten. That's positive. That's in playoff discussion range. That's, the thing is, you got to kind of reverse engineer it. Nobody has gotten into the playoff with 3 losses except Alabama last year, and Alabama's 3rd loss was in the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
To a team they had already beaten.
Right.
So you kind of have to view it like, from a playoff standpoint, can the Huskies get to 10-2? I don't think that the first 9-3 team is going to be Washington. That'll be one of the true blue bloods, just because that's the way the committee works. So can the Huskies get to 10-2? Well, certainly they probably have got to be 8-1, 9-1 going into those last 2. And I think there's a shot of that. Really, they can't stumble against. There's going to be a team that's better than we think. Maybe it's Minnesota. I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But that's going to be the catch. Can they handle the team that is surprisingly good?
John, this age-based eligibility proposal by the NCAA, you get 5 years to play 5 years. Is this a done deal? And when's it going to start, if so?
Well, it is not a done deal. I believe August is when they are targeting a final decision. The biggest question has been, are they going to grandfather in the kids who are finishing up their senior years, right, in football and basketball? And that was viewed as creating more trouble for the whole process. So they basically pushed the decision out to August. And if they approve it, the seniors upcoming in 26, 27 would have the option. If you've played 4 and 4, you'd have the option to play a 5th. Now, like everything else in college sports, there will be a lawsuit within 5 seconds of that, that ruling. And the question is, will the decision withstand a court challenge? I don't know that it will. Everything in college sports is either in response to a lawsuit or out of fear of a lawsuit.
Right.
And I don't know how this one will go.
John Wilner, great stuff, man. We'll talk in a week. Who knows what will be on the table 7 days from now. You're the best. Appreciate it, pal.
Hey, Sean.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, John Wilner with us. We have a no-hitter alert, by the way. Pittsburgh, Colorado. Paul Skeens is through 6, 77 pitches, 10 Ks, no hits. No walks. He's got a perfect game going. And we can say that because it's not our team, and who gives a damn, right? But Paul Skeens is working on a perfect game right now against Colorado, but he's at 77 pitches. His career high is 108. We'll see if they let him finish this bad boy against the Rockies. We'll keep an eye on that. And Howard Schultz, by the way, here we go, has spoken. And because Howard Schultz spoke, people are pissed. We got to address it next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, I felt bad, but not that bad. I jinxed the Paul Skeens perfect game. It's over.
I'm sure it was you.
Yeah, second batter, 7th inning, got him, and the perfect game watch is now done. I did look up, though, online. You know how many complete games Paul Skeens has thrown in his career so far, by the way? Any idea? Any idea, Jackson? Dick?
It's either going to be a number that's much less than we think or much more than we think.
How many do you think? You'll say 4. Dick, how many for you?
1.
Paul Skeens. 15!
So,
What?
yeah, so
no, the
is-
answer is 0, actually. He does have, technically, he does have 1 complete game, but it was only an 8-inning complete game. It's a game they lost at Philadelphia, so there was no need for him to come out for the 9th. So Baseball Reference actually counts it as a complete game, but I don't. I think a complete game, you went the whole way, 9 innings, you finish the deal, right? So he does not have 1 9-inning complete game in his life, but Paul Skeens does have 10 Ks and 1 hit. I believe he is through 7 now against Colorado. Yeah, through 7, 89 pitches, and clinging to a 2-0 lead. So today was fun on social media.
Yeah, it was. I saw you got into it a little bit.
Yeah, we got into it, which I really didn't, to be honest with you. You talking about the Danny O'Neill thing now?
Well,
what are you
and
talking
some,
about?
there were some other tweeters at you as well that you engaged with.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell I was doing, by the way, on social media. Every now and then I'll go on social media and start engaging with people that don't use their real names and ask myself, why am I doing this? What the hell is wrong with me? So Howard Schultz had an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal. Is that right?
Yes.
Saying that Seattle has turned, quote, hostile to the very businesses that call it home, calling out the mayor, our mayor, Katie Wilson, saying her socialist ideals are hurting employers, okay? So, look, I get it, right? As Sonic fans, the last guy that we want to hear from on anything is Howard Schultz. This is like Mike Vrabel giving relationship advice. Forget it, right? So I understand it. But is it possible, and I think Danny O'Neill even acknowledged this, that if you look through, and it's really hard to do, I admit it because I'm the same way, if you filter through your unfiltered, genuine, passionate hatred for Howard Schultz, and don't get me twisted, I hate the guy's guts, okay?
Oh, he's the most hated. He is the most sports-hated Seattle resident of the last 30 years.
He's the biggest sports villain in the history of Seattle.
No question.
And number 2 is probably Ken Behring, and he's way
down the list.
Right? Like the gap is gigantic.
Just Ken Behring wasn't allowed to get away
That's
with
right.
what he wanted to get away
The
with.
gap between Howie and Kenny is freaking large. Very large, okay? So I get it. He's the last guy you want to hear from. But it's also possible in humanities that 2 truths exist. Howard Schultz is a backstabbing jackass who betrayed an entire town, but he's also right about what's happening right now in Seattle in regards to businesses wanting to flourish here, stay here, and make money here. I mean, all those things can be true at the exact same time. So this just ignited on social media this big argument, this big conversation about, well, Howard's not the one that should be opening up his trap because he doesn't know squat about business because he sold the Sonics for $350 and now they're worth $1 zillion in Oklahoma and he should shut the hell up, which all that I agree with, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
to me, it goes back to
right,
and there it also spurred. I saw on social media spurred this conversation into what would have happened had we gotten public funding.
Oh yes,
for
that was
the arena.
that was the conversation I was.
That
having.
was the one that really intrigued me.
Thank you for reminding me about my conversation.
That's all right. I mean,
Which I had forgotten.
That's the one that intrigued me because I've always been a proponent for a private-public partnership in stadiums. I have always been. Since I was old enough to even have an opinion about it. It hasn't changed, although we have seen, we are very, very fortunate to have the Lywickies over here and this group that have decided, we will pump our own money to save your dying Seattle Center over there.
Right.
And that could have been done by Howard Schultz if Howard would, even if Howard would have not been so cheap and extended more money on privately into that, I don't know if it would have been reciprocated by the city, the county, and the state, because both sides were being cheap in all this, and you could have saved the Sonics for what? Less than $100 million of public investment. Think about what that investment would have meant at the time.
If I remember correctly, they wanted $75 million from the state of Washington. They went to Olympia, and they got crapped on.
Yes.
David Stern went down there, and Frank Chop told him to fly a kite. Remember that?
$75 million.
Right, for $75 million. So this whole thing, a lot of it actually started, I think, this morning when Andrew Brandt came out today. You know him. He's been covering sports for a long time. He's a former Packers vice president, former agent, been around the NFL for a long time. And he kind of, I don't know if he was ripping, the Buffalo Bills ownership or just whining about it, but Buffalo is going to open a new stadium on Thursday Night Football in week 2 when they take on the Lions, because they had been in the same park for over 50 years. They were due for a new stadium. So it's going to cost the city of Buffalo or the state of New York, I'm not sure who's paying for this, $850 million. And Andrew Brandt came out and said, paid for with $850 million from public funding, socialized cost, privatized profit. Which, okay, that's technically correct that they're getting this stadium built for them on the backs of taxpayers. But it always drives me nuts when people say things like that and leave out the context of, number one, how about just having a damn team and the investment that you make in getting to keep a football team in town?
It's the best thing about Buffalo.
All right, you're getting a team. Buffalo wants the Bills to stay, so for them, it's worth it. There's going to be restaurants and bars that will make money based on that stadium. Maybe not a ton. Maybe people aren't getting rich. They're not becoming multimillionaires because of the Buffalo Bills. But the idea at the top of the pyramid, guys, of just having a damn team, it's like, if I don't see where this pencils out, I need to see actual return on my investment financially, not emotionally, Jackson, financially, or I'm not doing it. And I've always thought that was ridiculous, because why do we do this? We do this so we can have a team. We invest in this. We pass taxes. We take away a penny from every car rental that comes to SeaTac Airport, or $1 from every hotel room in downtown Seattle, whatever the hell we're doing, to make sure that we have a baseball team, that we have the Seahawks, that we have the Sonics, that we have the Storm, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Does that not mean anything to anybody, just having a team? Why does everything always have to be about black and white dollars and cents when sports over any other investment comes along with an emotional return that other companies can't match?
Two things. First up, we've gone 6 minutes without saying it. Howard Schultz needs to shut up. He's a big fat idiot, and he needs to be quiet when talking about our city. This is no longer his city. You can shut your pie hole, Howard Schultz.
Big fat idiot.
Well,
you be quiet.
So you disagree with Softy?
No,
Softy said he was right.
Well, hold on. That just needed to be said. I have a second point here.
All right.
The second point is that I think a lot of politicians view sports as this huge, it's going to cost, right? And then the moment that a team does something good, they want to be part of it. And they want to talk about it. And they want to be on the forefront. And we remember Jenny Durkin and her, we won the soccer cup. No, thanks. That was great. So all of these politicians are such flip-flopping you-know-whats that they suddenly are against public funding and against sports. And, obviously, sports is a big thing for the public, but politicians don't seem to see that. And then on the other side, then when they win, they want to be at every ceremony and they want to just talk about it as much as they possibly can, because somehow at that point, they realize it's a big thing to the public. So I think that in general, if you're running for public office, keep it straight. Sports is always and has always and will always be a major thing to all communities. And even though it's going to cost money, it's going to benefit you as a politician and the city in the long run.
It's part of the fabric of who we are. And look, I mean,
it's the only thing that brings the city together.
Well, I understand that there's companies that create jobs, obviously, that are more important than the fabric of a city to you, because they are the fabric of your bank account and of your family's fortunes. I get that. I'm just saying, from a general populist perspective, that sports brings more people together than any other entity ever possibly could. There's no opera house. There's no movie theater. There's no dance hall. There's no sculpture park, right? There's no velodrome, whatever the hell you can think of, that brings people together the way sports does. So I have always thought myself, hey, look, if you can get someone to pay for it privately, then great. Good for you. Have at it. But if you can't, and the alternative is losing the team, like I got a guy on social media, and again, Dick, to each their own, but, I was getting into it a little bit, I guess, getting into it for, whatever, fine, going back and forth, with my buddy Sean Kramer, right? Who says he's proud to get something done while also lamenting the fact it's still very much a scam. I'm glad we didn't do that. And instead, we'll get the NBA back with the best public-private partnership in the country, with Climate Pledge. So this guy's saying he's glad that 18 years ago or 20 years ago, whatever it was, that we told Howard and David Stern to take a hike. He's glad that we did that.
It's worth 18 years of no basketball?
For him, it was. For this guy, it was. And that was my exact response to it. Like, you're proud that we have not had the NBA for 20 years? Man. Like, this was all worth it? Just so you can say that you did not have to pay for the arena? This was worth it? I mean
I feel
I can't process that, Dick, at all, but this guy apparently can't.
I feel the exact opposite because I feel like the side that we were on of, you know what, Howard, can you give a little? And hey, state and county and city, can you give a little? Was the right thing to do 18 years ago, and it wasn't done.
The problem was that they were third in line. They were third in line behind the Seahawks and Mariners, and nobody was in the mood to do it. Now, in this town, like we're having this conversation about Lumen Field now, if they do come back and ask for more money out of the public, forget it. This city ain't doing that.
Not right now.
This town ain't doing that. I mean, look, they put it to a statewide vote, and it passed. They do that today, and they make it a Seattle thing. I don't know, man.
No way
I would feel very, very queasy about something like that going through. Anyway, we're going to break. Brian Schmetzer, he's going to join next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, big thanks to Duke Restaurants for sponsoring the 5 o'clock hour. Let's make tonight a Duke Seafood night, huh? dukeseafood.com. Well, joining us right now on the radio show, have you told people about the nice gesture that Brian Schmetzer made to you on your birthday?
Publicly, no.
Okay, Dick, you saw that. Our friend Brian Schmetzer, the entire Saunders coaching staff, very nice. Bought Jackson Feltz a nice birthday gift the other day.
How about that?
Very nice of you, Brian. But the question then becomes, where's our damn birthday gift? How about us? Huh?
Well, what day's your birthday? What day is Dick's birthday?
Yeah.
I'll hand deliver some gifts.
No, you know what? I'm not going to tell you. If it's not that important,
why didn't you tell him, man? I want a present.
If it's not important for you to find out, then the hell with you. I mean, come on. And you know what? We didn't even get Jackson anything on his birthday because he doesn't deserve it. He's been doing a piss poor job. So we said the hell with it. Maybe if you behave yourself, you'll get a Christmas gift for God's sake.
Brian, now you want to see why I want to leave.
That was very, very nice of you, by the way, Brian. Very, very nice of you to buy Jackson a gift. And very smart, because the next time you guys play terribly and do something stupid, Jackson's going to have no choice but to kiss your ass. You're just buying support. You're a smart man.
Yeah, I got to buy off the press somehow. Yeah.
I love it. Well, Brian Schmetzer's with us. All right, here we go. You know the question. Another 1-1 draw. Is this another kiss on your sister's lips, or better than the 1-1 draw against Kansas City in your mind?
Well, it was better in a sense, Softy, that the game was exciting. I mean, if you were a fan, if you were like a neutral fan, and you said, "Hey, I'm going to tune into Apple TV, and I'm going to see that the Seattle Sounders are going to play San Diego, who last year were pretty darn good."
Right.
And you happen to watch the game, I'd be bet when you turned it on, you probably watched the whole game all the way through, because it was pretty good. I mean, we were on top of them, and they got a goal, and they had some momentum, and then we scored an offside goal. We got momentum back. Second half, we came and were all over them. I mean, we pummeled them with 26 shots. You know, we had like 40 touches inside the box, but yeah, we didn't score, and we left a couple of points on the table.
Oh, I got home in the 80th minute. So I watched the 80th minute in stoppage time, and it was edge of your seat stuff. No question about it. Brian Schmetzer joining us. Danny Mazovsky got that goal. You talked about us wanting to see how the forward steps up. So how does that kind of goal change your thoughts on the forward spot right now, if at all?
Well, he's going to get a start tomorrow night. That's what he's earned. So good on Danny, because the goal came from his, play inside the 18-yard box, where he excelled last year. So, I didn't start him this year because, look, the young kid Osaze Di Rosario kind of outworked him in training camp. And, I thought it was a fair battle. I gave Danny a bunch of conversations, and he's finally figured it out. So his work rate in practice and his effort in the game is top notch.
Well, I'm assuming that, Brian, you need to see more from your offensive players right now. 14 goals in 10 MLS games so far. What are you looking for? What's the message to those guys?
Well, the message is to do the little details right. I mean, we had a lot of chances, a lot of balls inside the 18. But here's the thing: you need mentality, like a killer mentality. That's inside the 18. That you got to have that. You got to have the technical piece. There were a couple of times when some of our guys didn't get the shot off clean. Their technique was just a little bit off. And then you need a little bit of luck. I mean, Paul Rothrock came inside and he smashes the ball. It's headed for the upper V, and it hits a guy in the face. Mm-hmm. I mean, they made a couple of key blocks, and their goalkeeper made a couple of key saves.
Coach, you're in the middle of a pretty packed stretch, 3 games in 8 days. So how many changes do you need to make over the next 2 with San Jose tomorrow and the Galaxy on Saturday?
Yeah, two tough opponents. We just took the California gauntlet this week. Look, some changes maybe midweek, not as many because we had 4 days rest. But then Wednesday, Saturday, that's a tight turnaround, Dick. So, it depends on how the game goes tomorrow. I mean, if we're on top of them and we got a 3-0 lead and I can rest some guys, that helps. But if it's a dogfight, and it's tired, guys are tired, then, on Saturday, we're going to have to make some wholesale changes.
Well, Brian Schmetzer with us. I mean, San Jose is also right in kind of a tight schedule, 5 games in 15 days for them. And what kind of changes do you see them making tomorrow? By the way, that game is so big, it's going to be on the FM tomorrow at 6 p.m. How about that? You are kicking us off the air at 6 o'clock to air your game tomorrow night. How's that make